Plot summary. What if Mizuki and Iruka realized Naruto's problem when they were first teaching about clones? What if Mizuki wasn't traitorous, but instead was supportive? And what happens when Naruto learns about the Kyuubi during his academy years and right after goes nuts with Shadow Clone just to learning? Very smart/strong Naruto. Everyone was excited. And why shouldn't they be? They were finally going to learn the clone Justu. Sorry all you Japanese fans. While I may add some Japanese, mainly some honorifics, I'm sticking to English just as simply due to the fact that my Japanese literally sucks. Mizuki and Iruka had just gone over how to perform the Justu, and everyone was seemingly getting the hang of it relatively quickly. That is everyone except one particular orange-clad blonde. Huh, look at that loser. He can't even get it to stand up, shouted one particularly mean-spirited student who took great pleasure at Naruto's continuous failed attempts to do the simple Justu. Mizuki thought, wonder if it's cause of that fox in him, maybe. Hey Iruka. Yeah, came the response. Think maybe Naruto has too much chakra? I mean, he always is the one with the most stamina. You know, that would explain it. Iruka said. So why not take it up a notch? Mizuki asked with a grin. Iruka got the same grin and said why not? Hey Naruto, try this instead, and proceeded to show Naruto how to do the Shadow Clone Justu. To say that Naruto was ecstatic that he could actually do this Justu was an understatement. Then Mizuki, being the good teacher he is, took it even further by explaining to Naruto about the learning ability of shadow clones. To prove his point, Mizuki made a shadow clone of his own and took the clone Naruto made out of earshot around the building and proceeded to tell him of a very good idea for a prank. It was no secret in this village that he liked the kid's style of making people laugh. After punching the blonde's clone to dispel it and dispelling itself, the real Naruto automatically got a gleam in his eye and said, "Never thought of that, thanks." Mizuki just grinned while the rest could only wonder what madness would soon be unleashed. Mizuki then took Naruto to see how many he could do, but stopped him at 200. Dang Naruto, you're a real monster when it comes to chakra. Though given the fact what he suppresses each day, it's no surprise. Let's go back. Okay. The two went back to the rest of the class who was done, and Iruka asked the one question that started all of the sheer badass action in the coming years. So how did it go? Naruto, Mizuki asked. Yeah. Show them. Shadow Clone Justu. Instantly, every student's mouth was at their lowest limit as literally hundreds of Narutos appeared all around them. Well, haha, guess that answers that question. Iruka said, not believing the sheer size of the kid's chakra reserves if he could pull this off. Yeah, Mizuki said. Hey Naruto, send your clones to the library and start learning anything you can find. It'll be a good way to help you with your grades. Oh, how right he was. Chapter 2. Information Overload. Naruto, have your clones go to the library and start reading everything they can. It'll definitely help your grades, Mizuki said. This one statement is probably the one thing that truly set Naruto up for what he would soon become. While Naruto sent his clones to the library, he and the rest of the students went back inside and started to have their history lesson. However, not 1 hour into the lesson, Naruto just suddenly got the deer in the headlights look and proceeded to introduce his face to the desk he was sitting at. Oi, Iruka-sensei. Naruto just kicked the bucket. Amongst cheers following this student's statements, both Iruka and Mizuki just sighed while Mizuki said, I thought I told him not to dispel them all at once. Oh well. Iruka instantly used his trademark big head Justu to get the students to calm down and proceeded to tell the kids the drawbacks of the Shadow Clone Justu. But unknown to everyone else, it wasn't just information overload that caused Naruto's blackout. Naruto's mindscape. Kyuubi's cage, SP? Where am I? Naruto asked, looking around. He was in what appeared to be some kind of sewer in front of a great gate that seemed to be kept closed with a sheet of paper with the kanji for seal written on it. Ah, so my landlord has finally come to check on his tenant, eh? A voice that sounded both extremely amused and yet terribly sad at once came from the direction of the gate. Who said that? Naruto asked, just a little bit nervous. And seriously, who can blame the kid? That voice sounded like it came from a giant. Little by little, a great shape appeared behind the gates. It looked to be as tall as the Hokage mountain, maybe even bigger, was red in color, and appeared to be a fox with instead not one tail, but 9 swishing around in graceful arcs. Upon seeing the tails, Naruto had one thought. Oh crap! His actual reaction, however, was much more bold. You? What are you doing here? And for that matter, where the heck is here anyway? The great fox just sighed and said, Naruto, to answer your questions, this is your mindscape, or your inner mind. As for why I am here, your father sealed me in here when I attacked your village. Naruto was not happy to hear this. So you're the reason why I'm treated like dirt? Figure. Wait, did you say my father? I thought the fourth dash. Naruto's eyes suddenly went bug-eyed and he almost had a heart attack from sheer excitement. Luckily, the fox saw this and said, focus Naruto, and let me explain what happened. Naruto instantly grew quite at the fox's tone. Much better, now let me explain. Yes, your father was the 4th Hokage for this village. However, unlike what the village believes, I did not want to destroy the village back then. Then what were you doing here? I'm getting to that. You see, on that day, I was in my den with my mate and kit. This man, Orochimaru, decided to have the nerve to show up and ask for the way to become immortal. I immediately told him to leave since he was foolish to even think that I would share how I was immortal. He left, but not before slaying my mate, who was still relatively weak from giving birth last year, and my kit, who had yet to obtain the strength to become immortal. In a rage, I went to the Hidden Leaf village to get information on this man since he had worn the village's symbol. I was only going to ask for the man not go on a rampage when I ran into another man, one Madara Uchiha. This man was able to put me under a very strong Jinjusta due to the fact that I was so angry. He then proceeded to order me to attack the village, which I had no choice to do. So you see, Naruto, I had no intention of attacking your village, and I truly am sorry for the pain I have caused you. People have said that this explanation is lame, and in truth it may be. However, it does move the story along. After saying this, Kyuubi lowered his head so that he could be as close to Naruto's eye level as possible. He then took a slight breath, ruffling Naruto's hair in the process, and continued. In order to make it up to you, I am willing to become your teacher. Those 2 from the academy are capable enough. However, they have a whole class to teach. There is also the fact that I can help you a lot with knowledge on Justu and chakra control, which, believe me, due to the vast amounts of chakra you have, is a must. I can also give you a summoning contract and access to some of my own chakra. However, if you are going to use it, we must train you so that you can handle it without going on a rampage in the process of tapping into it. To say that Naruto was impressed is an understatement. So what do I have to do, he asked. First, wake up. Your teachers are probably worried. When you do, tell them that your roommate talked to you and that you need to have a word with the Hokage. Why not just say I had a conversation with you? And spook the entire class. Good point. Better get going. Back in the classroom. It had been roughly 30 minutes in the outside world when suddenly a light groan could be heard coming from Naruto's spot. Both MIZUKI and Iruka were surprised that Naruto had woken up so early and proceeded, I like that word, don't I, to tell him so. Naruto, you're awake? I would have thought you would have been out till morning at least. Yeah, well, I had a little chat with my roommate. Seems I need to talk with the Hokage after school lets out. Iruka and MIZUKI shared a worried glance. Did you just say roommate? Iruka asked, getting nervous. Yes. Naruto replied, doing his absolute best to keep a cool face, while on the inside his mind was going all over the place thinking about what the fox had said. Hey sensei, what's the dope talking about? That doesn't concern you. Naruto, when as soon as class is over, Iruka and I will take you to the Hokage. Yes, MIZUKI-sensei. Chapter 3. The Hokage was working in his office, doing the bane of all Hokages, paperwork. Old joke, I know. When he heard a knocking at the door, he was glad for the interruption. Come in. In walked Naruto, Iruka, and MIZUKI, all with serious faces. Oh boy, what did he do this time? The Hokage thought. All right, what did Naruto here do this time? It's not what he did, Hokage-sama. It's what he found out. Iruka said, never once losing that serious face. Uh-oh, Sarutobi thought. This cannot be good. Found out? The old man asked with a raised eyebrow. Sigh. Old man, I found about the QB and who my parents were. The big guy wants to have a word with you inside my mindscape, I think he called it. To say that the Hokage was shocked was an understatement. He had of course planned on telling Naruto about the fox and his parents for sure, but not for around another decade. He was debating whether or not to have Naruto's seal checked to see if it was breaking, but first decided to see what that damned fox wanted. Very well then, Naruto. Iruka, MIZUKI, as his teachers and the ones he told you about this, I want you to come as well. Very well, Hokage-sama. MIZUKI said, trying to hide his nervousness. After all, they were going to meet with the one creature that was hell-bent on destroying the village around 8 years ago. The Hokage walked over to Naruto and kneeled down to his eye level and placed his hand on Naruto's head. Iruka and MIZUKI placed theirs over their leaders. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then the four's eyes flickered and closed, signifying that they were now in Naruto's mindscape. Naruto's mindscape. The three adults found themselves looking around the mindscape in varying states of confusion. They knew that the mindscape was defined by the person's outlook, but it was also usually along more cheerful places, such as a palace or a grove of sakura trees. This, though, looked like it was more of a cross between a sewer and a bunker than a place to find inner peace. All three had similar thoughts when they saw this place. My God, what could have made Naruto come up with this place? Iruka thought, noticing a set of pipes running along the walls out the doorway. Wonder why his mind set it up like this. Looks almost like a bunker to go in when an army is coming for you. MIZUKI thought, then looking at the boy, realized that just might be exactly why it was like this. The third Hokage was the most shocked of the three. Naruto is normally extremely happy and so full of energy. Is this really what he feels like most of the time? Naruto wasn't that surprised, considering he didn't know about how a mindscape normally looks like or how it reflected what was truly going on in his mind. He was more interested in the cage where the giant fox was looking out at the group. Ah, so you finally came. The three adults spun around, looked at the fox's feet, and slowly raised their heads to see the fox beginning to grin at all of them. Needless to say, all three were getting extremely nervous, even if on a subconscious level for the Hokage. While he had absolute faith in Minato's sealing skills, the fact that the fox had talked to Naruto so soon concerned him. The two teachers were much more nervous, considering they were in front of the creature that did its best to wipe the hidden leaf village of the map. Yes, we came. Naruto said that you wished to speak to me. Sarutobi said, wondering just what this was about exactly. That is correct. You see, I would like to teach the young kid here a few things. Oh, and why might I ask, would a 100-foot-tall demon fox want to train a small 8-year-old boy? The old man asked, getting ready to get them all out of there as fast as he could if things turned sour. The great demon lord sighed, because it is my fault for why those idiots you have sworn to protect are constantly abusing the child. If I had been in more control of my emotions, this never would have happened. Besides, I have grown quite fond of the kid. Iruka and MIZUKI were watching this, trying to figure out what the fox meant by emotions and teaching, when Sarutobi spoke again. What do you mean by more control of emotions? And how do I know you won't use this as a means to escape? The fox just laughed and then said, trust me, old man, if I wanted to, I could have escaped any time I wanted to. Your predecessor was aware of what was going on that night, or at least on a small level. Therefore, he made it so that I could interact with the kit a lot easier than most so-called tailed beasts with their containers. As for the emotions, well, why don't I give a demonstration first before I explain? Right after he said that, Kyubi no Kitsune, demon lord of the foxes, did two things that would forever shock the four humans. Right off the bat, he started shrinking at a tremendous rate, quickly turning from a 100-foot-tall fox into one closer to the height of the Hokage's waist. But it didn't stop there. While the fox kept shrinking, it started to turn into a human as well. One that was just as tall as Sarutobi and looking just as old. Think the manifestation form of Ichigo's sword in Bleach, only no wrapping over either of the eyes. But this wasn't the only thing that shocked the group. Right after he finished changing, red chakra suddenly shot out of his body and started to form a very large cloud towards the back of the cage. After it left, the man stepped straight through the bars, causing all three of the men to get in front of Naruto, keeping him behind them. Don't worry, your Hokage definitely knew his seals. He made it so that either my chakra or my human form could go through the seal, but not both at the same time. The adults didn't know what to think. Not only did the fox just turn into a human, but he just walked straight through the seal without a single problem. Naruto was just as surprised. "Cool. How come you didn't do that the first time?" he asked. The fox knelt down, getting closer to Naruto's level. Chuckles, because there was no reason to, kid. A moment later, the Hokage was finally able to get over his initial shock of how the demon was able to leave the cage like that. "You said you were going to explain about that night?" The demon nodded and proceeded to explain how Orochimaru had come to his cave and demanded to know how to become immortal, and afterwards how he killed his family. How afterwards he followed him to get revenge, and finally how he ended up getting trapped in Madara Uchiha's Jinjutsu. It took a while for the Hokage to absorb all this and to fully trust the Demon Lord, but eventually agreed to let the fox train Naruto. The key factor was the fact that the old man could tell that the fox saw the kid as his own, in spirit if not blood. After hammering out all the details, the four left the mindscape with a lot to think about. Chapter 4. Leaving the Academy. Hokage's office. For a moment, the office remained completely silent until at once all four occupants snapped their eyes open and took a big breath almost exactly together. The Hokage, just like with their meeting a few moments ago, was the first to speak. "Well, Naruto, looks like you're going to have your hands full for the next few years." Yeah, Naruto was thinking about what had happened inside the one area that most people do not want people at, their minds. MIZUKI, guessing at what the young blonde was thinking about, decided to get the kid's mind back to the outside world. "Come on, Naruto, let's get something to eat at Ichiraku's. If that don't get him, nothing will." "Okay. Well, it's better than nothing," MIZUKI thought. "Hey Iruka, I still want to see how many clones Naruto can make. Considering that he is probably going to be learning a lot from now on, it would be a good idea to see how many he's capable of. He can have a shadow clone in class, so that way he doesn't miss anything." "Sounds good to me. Just try not to overdo it with him," Iruka said, thinking that if he knew anything about Naruto, then MIZUKI would be in for quite a day tomorrow. "Don't worry, I won't." With that, the meeting was pretty much over, and Naruto, MIZUKI, and Iruka left. The next day, Forest of Death. MIZUKI had gone to Naruto's apartment early the next morning in order to make sure he remembered about the test of how many clones he could make. Naruto was at first a little groggy but soon woke up, and upon leaving, sent a shadow clone to the academy to make sure he didn't miss anything from Iruka's class. Afterwards, the student and teacher pair went to the one place that MIZUKI knew they would not be interrupted, the Forest of Death. "All right, Naruto, let's see how many we can get. I know you can get at least 200, so let's start there and then start adding to the number." Naruto nodded and put his hand into the proper hand sign and said shadow clone Jutsu. The pair were instantly surrounded by 200 clones. MIZUKI nodded and then continued. "All right, Naruto, let's get started. Here's what I want you to do. You're going to be doing a sort of breathing exercise. I want you to breathe out as much as you can, then inhale as much as you can. Each time you do a cycle of this, I want you to create 50 clones until you feel like you can't keep making them. Think you can do that?" Naruto nodded and started doing the exercise and creating clones in between each breath. It wasn't long until the 200 clones quickly turned into 2,000. MIZUKI put a stop to it when it quickly became apparent that Naruto would have no trouble if he got in a fight due to the fact that he obviously could call on a virtual army whenever he need to. MIZUKI then had Naruto start dispelling the clones in groups of increasing number to get him used to the effects. When the first batch of clones dispersed, one particular clone a few miles away had one thing to say. "Academy, Iruka's classroom." "Holy shit. Naruto, I do not see how us learning about the history of this village requires that language. Would you mind telling us what does?" MIZUKI asked with a vein throbbing on his forehead. The clone just shook his head and said, "Boss, just summoned somewhere around 2,000 clones." The entire class was stunned at this. Iruka was the first to get over his shock and said, "Well, at least he won't have any trouble in fights. He'll just overwhelm them with sheer numbers." Back in the Forest of Death. It took a while, but soon Naruto only had around 20 clones left around him and MIZUKI. Alright Naruto, it's time to get serious. Up until now, we were just seeing how many clones you could make and getting you used to the information they sent. While it's true that them just standing around isn't much info to get back, it is information nonetheless, and on a very big scale as well due to numbers. What we are going to do now is a more conservative method of using them. I'm going to explain the tree climbing exercise to you, and you'll have half of your clones work on that. After that, I'm going to go over some taijutsu with the rest, and they'll work on that. As for you yourself, we'll be working on your physical self with some exercises since clones don't transfer physical developments. Naruto nodded, and with that, the student-teacher pair quickly got to work. Naruto and MIZUKI spent most of the day doing laps along the fence surrounding the forest, stopping only for short resting breaks and lunch. They did not stop until Naruto suddenly got memories from the clone sent to the academy, showing that the academy was over for the day and that the clone had dispelled itself. When that happened, MIZUKI told Naruto to dispel the rest of his clones one at a time, doing the same to dispel them as he did to bring them out using the breathing exercise. Naruto was glad he took MIZUKI's advice, since because the clones had been going at it non-stop, they had a lot of information to be downloaded. MIZUKI assured Naruto that over time, he would be able to absorb more at a lot faster pace. After that day for the rest of his academy years, Naruto would always send a clone to the academy so that he could get in more physical training while he had more clones constantly working on just the knowledge and chakra control. But it wasn't just training in the outside world that Naruto did, but also inner mind training as well. Every weekend, when the academy wasn't in session, Naruto would be in his inner mind almost constantly being taught by the Kyuubi. It wasn't long before the fox gave Naruto the summoning contract and had him introduced to most of the foxes, even going to the point where he was reverse summoned to the mountain where the foxes live for a whole summer to be able to get to know all of the foxes better so that way he could work with them effortlessly. 1 year later, and Naruto was one of the strongest ninja ranked Chunin and below. Not only was his chakra control one of the best out there, but due to all of the training he was able to do thanks to having a clone substitute for him in the classes, he was physically the strongest out of his class. And it didn't stop there. With the knowledge of his father's nickname, Naruto not only focused on strength, but speed as well. Although this wasn't a good thing for everyone. You see, Naruto still had a tendency for pranks, and although his shadow clones made everything virtually possible for him to do while pranking, he would usually take part in it himself. Once the population became aware of what he would do, people would always chase him, but he would usually be able to outrun and outhide everyone. Well, everyone except Iruka, but Naruto really allowed Iruka to catch him. MIZUKI of course knew this, and at one point asked Naruto why he actually allowed himself to be caught by his other teacher. Naruto's only reply was that it allowed Iruka to gain more control over the rest of the class due to the fact that it gave Iruka the reputation of the ultimate rule enforcer. MIZUKI could only shake his head at this while chuckling. As for MIZUKI, he tended to keep giving Naruto subtle hints at pranking ideas much to everyone else's chagrin, and soon he and Naruto were on just as good terms as Naruto and Iruka were. When it came time for the final exams, absolutely no one in the class had any doubts about how Naruto would do. The academy, day of the final exams. All of the students were in the classroom going about their normal business, which in their case was mostly talking with their classmates. The main topic of the day was about the exams and how well they were going to do. Some decided not to join in, such as Niji, Lee, Ten, who were busy figuring out who their sensei was. Lee had some idea and was hoping that he was right. Another person who didn't join in on any conversations was Naruto, who was thinking about who he would be teamed up with when the exam was over. He had a pretty good idea since there had been two people in the last couple of years who he was able to get along with marginally well. They were Mato and Hiza. Mato and Hiza were a couple of students who, like Naruto, didn't like how people would form ideas about people without getting all the facts. Both also put their studies first, which Naruto really appreciated since, in his opinion, those who became ninjas just impress someone was not worth the time and effort it took to train them. If there was one thing Naruto could not stand, it was fangirls/boys. Mato and Hiza were also two of the few people who could work well with Naruto since they did their best to get to know the blonde, and the two would sometimes join him after the academy sessions were over to train, which led them to become good friends. This showed when they took teamwork tests together, ending with that group getting one of the highest scores, second only to Neji, Lee, and Tintin in that department. Soon, both MIZUKI and Iruka came in through the door and proceeded to try and get the class to quiet down. After about 15 seconds, Iruka got fed up waiting and decided to use his favorite Justu to get their attention, his patented big head Justu. Shut up and pay attention. Needless to say, everyone did what they were told while MIZUKI and Naruto shared a glance and both chuckled. Iruka then went on to explain how the final exam would be set up into 3 parts. First would be written, the second would be physical, which would include an obstacle course, a target test, and a straight-out taijutsu spar. The third part would cover the ninjutsu that the students had learned while at the academy. Most of the students groaned when they heard the first thing they would be doing was taking a written test. Needless to say, the one person who didn't complain was Naruto, who by this time had read practically every book he could get his hands on, not only in the shinobi library, but also the civilian one as well. So it was no surprise to anyone when less than 10 minutes later Naruto put his pencil down and proceeded to take a quick nap while he waited for the rest of the class. The second part of the test was also easy for Naruto. Thanks to his ability to make shadow clones, Naruto was able to put in a large number of hours each day to do physical training while a shadow clone attended the academy. This showed when Naruto got the best score for the obstacle course. The same was true for the target test. Naruto was able to get a near-perfect score of 94 on that test. The only one to beat him on that test was Tintin with a perfect score, but no one was surprised at that. The only part of the test that gave him any real problems was the taijutsu test, where the students had to go against one of the teachers for a full 5 minutes. Naruto got the honor of facing MIZUKI, who, having taught Naruto for the majority of the past couple of years, decided to make things interesting. While with the rest of the class fought the teachers with them only fighting defensively, MIZUKI took it up a notch and proceeded to go at Naruto for a good 10 minutes. That fight had looked to the rest of the class like the 4th Shinobi War was going on. MIZUKI showed the class why he was high Chunin level when Naruto had at one point somewhere around 50 clones going against MIZUKI, who proceeded to demolish the force and go straight after Naruto, forcing him to dodge in ways most of the class thought impossible. That is not to say that Naruto did not get in some hits of his own. Due to his training with the fox and his unpredictable nature, Naruto was able to get in a good number of punches and kicks on MIZUKI when he wasn't expecting him to do certain things. Although what amazed everyone in the class except Iruka was the fact that throughout the entire fight, both MIZUKI and Naruto were grinning at each other. Iruka finally had enough with the two and ended up knocking the two outside their heads to get them to stop. You were only supposed to go 5 minutes. And you, MIZUKI, were only supposed to fight defensively, not act like you were going to kill him. While MIZUKI and Naruto were rubbing their heads, MIZUKI tried to defend himself. "Oh, come on, Iruka. If you had trained this kid like I had for 2 years, you wouldn't want to have a boring match with him either." Besides, Naruto didn't seem to mind. Naruto decided to give his 2 cents as well. "Yeah, come on, Iruka-sensei. It's not like we were going at each other with intent to kill." This shocked the whole class, who to them looked like that was exactly what those two were doing. Iruka could only look at the two before sighing, shake his head, and had the rest of the class take the test. He made sure that no one else fought MIZUKI if he knew they were good at taijutsu, much to MIZUKI's disappointment. After all of the spars took place, the teachers gave the students an hour for lunch before taking the final part of the exam. During that time, Mato and Hiza got together with Naruto, discussing how they did on the first 2 parts of the test and who they thought would be put into teams together. One thing all 3 agreed on was that Lee, Tintin, and Neji would most likely be put on a team together and that they had a very good chance of being on the same team as well. Soon it was time to go back in for the final test. Back inside, Iruka explained that the 3rd test would include trying to break out of a Jinjutsu, as well as displaying sufficient mastery of the 3 Academy Justice. To everyone's relief, Iruka explained that due to how not everyone was built for Jinjustice, that although you did have to try, if you failed to try and break the Jinjutsu, it would not lower your overall scores. Naruto, although was one of the worst at them when it came to creating and detecting them, felt that he had a fairly decent chance at breaking one since the teachers would most likely be using a low-level one, And also there was the fact that he would know when he was put in one. One by one, the students went into a separate room where the teachers would test them. While each student came out with a forehead protector, Naruto, who had become quite good at reading body language, noted some of them were more relieved than others. He just figured that they had hit a few snags with one or two of the justice, but the teachers gave them points for trying and told them to keep working at them. That or they just didn't do good on that written test. He thought, though you can't really blame them on that count. Some of those questions were a bit hard. Naruto was pleased to note that Mato and Hinata did not seem to have any problems when they came out. Both nodded to him when they came out before they sat down at their seats. Soon after it was his turn. "Naruto, Uzumaki, your turn," he heard from the other room. Getting up from his seat, he calmly walked into the room to see both teachers sitting behind a desk in a room with a potted plant in a corner. Iruka was the one to start things off. "All right, Naruto, like I said before, you need to break out of a Jinjutsu and prove that you can do the 3 Academy Justice reasonably well. And before you ask, I know you have problems with regular clones, but are good at shadow clones. This is just a formality, so just create one shadow clone when you do that part. Now what do you want to do first?" Naruto nodded at Iruka's explanation and decided to get the Jinjutsu test over since that was his worst ability. Just as Naruto thought, since he knew he would be put into a Jinjutsu, he was able to break out fairly easily. As soon as it started, he noticed his surroundings blurred into his favorite ramen stand. To Naruto's horror, however, the stand immediately burst into flame. It took Naruto a full minute to remember that it was only an illusion, and quickly ended the torture by disrupting his chakra flow. As soon as the illusion was gone, he shot Iruka a glare while MIZUKI was just looking confused. "Naruto, what did Iruka make you see? The way you were acting, I would think that you saw the utter banishment of ramen in the village." Naruto immediately went pale but quickly regained his composure and started glaring at Iruka again. He then said, "If you must know, Iruka-sensei decided to show me Ichiraku's burning to the ground." MIZUKI just looked at Naruto for a second, then turned to his friend and said, "Now Iruka, I know that Naruto hasn't always the best thing for your health, but isn't that taking things a little too far?" Iruka could only chuckle a little while sweat dropping a little at the combined stares of the other 2 occupants in the room. "I figured it would be a good motivator to break the Jutsu," he said, looking at Naruto like he was a tiger about to pounce. MIZUKI smirked and said, "Well, congratulations. You definitely got him motivated. All right, Naruto, let's get back to the test. You can worry about how to get back at Iruka later." Naruto got an evil gleam to his eye when MIZUKI talked about getting even with Iruka, which said teacher did not like one bit. "I am so screwed. I don't even want to think about what that kid might do to me, and I bet $100 that MIZUKI plans on helping him." Naruto nodded to MIZUKI and said, "Sure thing, MIZUKI-sensei." Naruto proceeded to hinge into the Hokage before replacing himself with the potted plant. After that, it was simply just a formality when Naruto formed the familiar cross sign and said Shadow Clone Jutsu, and had one appeared. MIZUKI and Iruka congratulated Naruto on a job well done and told him to get a headband, which he gladly did, and replaced the goggles he was wearing with his. Walking out, he nodded to his 2 friends, which they returned before he went back to his seat. As soon as he got to his seat, MIZUKI and Iruka came back in, and Iruka started a speech about how they were now full-fledged ninja now and what missions to expect. During this whole time, Iruka not once would look directly at Naruto, which he and MIZUKI thought was hilarious, with the rest of the class wondering just what exactly happened in there. Iruka finished up telling the class that they had the rest of the week off and to be back at 7 a.m. on Monday to meet their teachers. After that, everyone filed out of the classroom, until only Naruto and the teachers were there. MIZUKI and Iruka decided to treat Naruto to Ichiraku's to congratulate him on a job well done. And although Naruto would never admit it, he was glad for an excuse to go make sure that his favorite restaurant hadn't burned to the ground. While they were there, Iruka was talking about how Naruto's shadow clones would continue to give Naruto an advantage over his classmates, especially when it came to the dreaded D-rank missions. "You know, Naruto, you're lucky that you have shadow clones. They will be a big help when you start doing those D-ranks." "Really? Why is that, Iruka-sensei? I thought you guys had said that they were just minor chores like painting a fence or walking dogs. Small things like that." Mizuki saw where his friend was getting at and decided to answer for him. That's true, Naruto, but think about it. With your ability to make so many clones, it will take practically no time to paint a fence if you have 50 or more clones working at the same time. Naruto instantly saw where Mizuki was coming from and nodded, showing how he understood. The rest of the evening was spent making small talk until Iruka had to leave, saying that he had to get all of the student reports ready for the Jounin team leaders and Hokage to go over. Mizuki decided with Iruka gone, now was the best time for him to give Naruto one final idea for a prank. Particularly a prank against one Chunin with a scar over his nose. Leaning over, he began whispering to Naruto, who once he started to hear, couldn't help a smirk start to form. By the end of it, he was trying, and failing, not to laugh. After a moment, he fell off his stool onto the floor, holding on to his stomach. He was laughing so hard. The owner's daughter, could only wonder what one of Naruto's teachers had suggested he do and hoped that the victim wouldn't be in too bad a shape afterwards. It was roughly an hour later when Iruka finally got back to his apartment. Turning the key in the lock, Iruka was prepared for a prank such as a pressure-triggered eraser catapult or swinging paint bomb on a rope. But sadly, this was not to be. When he opened his door, he immediately jumped back, thinking one of those two things would happen. When neither did, he started to think that Naruto might try something tomorrow and slowly went into his house. However, as soon as he got halfway through his living room, he started to feel real nervous and thinking it would probably be better to play it safe and spend the night at a hotel and get Umbu to help him in the morning, started to cautiously back out of the room, constantly searching his surroundings when all hell broke loose. All of a sudden, paintballs were launched from all angles, turning Iruka into a living tie-dye artwork piece. Thinking that that was the extent of the prank and seriously needing a shower after the barrage, Iruka went to the shower, stripped his painted clothes and got in. Unknown to him, Naruto had gone to his bathroom, and with Mizuki's help had put a special dye into the pipes right before the shower head, using a special Justin normally used to phase through things such as walls. This dye was pretty much colorless until exposure to the air for at least a full minute after drying. Iruka, mercifully oblivious to the continued madness, started taking a shower, washing away whatever paint his clothes hadn't stopped from getting on him, and also the dirt and grime from the rest of the day. Unfortunately, this allowed the dye to be coated all over him. When he got out of the shower, he started to towel off. While he was brushing his teeth, he was looking into his mirror and, to his shock and horror, started turning completely blue from head to toe, including his hair. Naruto. Mizuki and Naruto heard this from the park bench they were sitting in and immediately started laughing. Sounds like he just got out of the shower, Mizuki said while still laughing. Yeah, just wait till he gets to his bedroom, Naruto replied. Iruka, figuring that he would be better able to get Naruto tomorrow, decided to go into his bedroom to try to get some rest. Sadly, that would not be for when he got there. He soon discovered his whole bedroom had been painted hot pink. I am going to kill that kid. Naruto, you are so dead. Sounds like he just did, Mizuki said while grinning. Better stay low for the rest of the week, kid. Yeah, but it was definitely worth it, said Blonde replied, and headed home, waving to the one person who he knew would watch his back in the coming week. The next day, Iruka was the laughingstock whenever he walked around due to being blue from head to toe. Everyone could only wonder what the teacher had did to the Hidden Leaf's #1 prankster for him to do that. Mizuki was laughing his rear end off when he saw it and decided that Iruka had gotten his just desserts. Well, Iruka, look at it this way. Now you know never to mess with ramen around Naruto. Iruka could just glare at Mizuki before he walked away. Chapter 5. Hidden Leaf Village Academy, Day of Team Formation. Now, Naruto prides himself on not being stupid. Therefore, after he pulled off his Smafife prank on Iruka, he decided to hang low for the next week. When he needed groceries, he would go out in a hinge just in case he came across his now blue sensei. It was quite interesting hearing how people reacted to the prank. Some were wondering how he did it. Some of the rumors stated that he was able to get Iruka to fall in a tank of blue dye. Others were just downright nutty. Everyone agreed on one thing though. Whatever Iruka did to deserve this prank, they would do well not to do the same around the blonde. It had been 1 week since Naruto's claim of dominance over any and all school teachers. When he walked through the academy, All of the teachers except Mizuki were looking at him like he was a tiger getting ready to pounce on them all. Needless to say, all of the students found this hilarious and were congratulating Naruto. Some of the students who felt like making a show of things actually bowed to him. Now, most would think this would get to Naruto's head. And to a small extent, it did. But he just took it all in stride as he made it to his classroom with one thought. Definitely worth it. Reaching his classroom, he received similar treatment and got a couple of high fives from some of the students on his way to his seat. However, some of the students didn't really care for the blonde's actions and resulting attention. The head of this group was one Neji Hyuga. Only a failure such as yourself would go to such lengths for attention. The Hyuga spat while standing over Naruto's desk. The blonde didn't let the Hyuga get to him. He was having a good day right now. Of course, that didn't keep the kid from replying. Failure, huh? Correct me if I'm wrong, Neji, but doesn't the two facts that I am here today and that I now have a headband mean that I am not a failure? And just be glad I don't decided to do something similar to you, and possibly your whole clan for that little comment of yours. The class is suddenly quiet. Many of the students were now wondering if Naruto would do what he just said he would. You wouldn't dare, Neji said with killer intent starting to rise. Oh yeah? Watch me. Trust me. I could get into your compound and out before anyone knew what happened. And even if I do get caught, you know I can outrun anyone in this village, be it sheer speed or stamina. Or have you forgotten that only Iruka sensei can catch me, and even he knows that I let him. The Hyuga was spared having to comment on that when Iruka came in had everyone sit down. He then looked at Naruto, and the whole class started to wonder just what would happen to their favorite prankster. A little over the top, don't you think, Naruto? Iruka asked, looking the blonde straight in the eye. I could say the same to you, Iruka-sensei. Now you know never to use such a jinjusta ever again, said blonde returned. Iruka just sighed and decided to get the show on the road. Naruto allowed his mind to wander as Iruka gave the speech he usually did to the graduating classes about being full-blown shinobis and all that. He then listened with half a mind as his teacher got through teams 1 through 6 until he perked up when he heard his name being called. Team 7 will consist of Naruto Uzumaki, Mato Herzen, made up on the fly just now and most likely never to be used again in this story. And Hizutano, again made up just now. Your Jounin sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi. All three members were glad to be on the same team like they thought they would. However, Naruto was a little disappointed in who their sensei would be. Yes, the man knew his father. Was actually his father's student at one time. But did he have to be late to everything? They were also not surprised when the Team 9 members were called as follows. Team 9 will consist of Neji Hyuga, Tenten, and Rock Lee. Your Jounin sensei will be Mate Guy. May God have mercy on your soul, Hyuga, Naruto said in the tone of someone who was about to put someone to death. This brought about some chuckles from those who did not know who Guy was, while those who did could only silently agree with him. They knew the Hyuga's sanity would be tested to the limit. Tenten's would be as well, most likely. The Hyuga just looked at Naruto and asked, "Why would I need mercy, Uzumaki?" Naruto just shudders and says, "You'll find out eventually, Neji. I'll visit you in the asylum every week. I promise." Needless to say, this unnerved the Hyuga prodigy, and more than just a little bit. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not get the blonde to explain. After Iruka finished with the team placements, he wrapped things off by saying, "You guys have an hour for break before your Jounin senseis arrive. Once again, it's been an honor having you as my students. Even if some of you did your best to give me premature gray hairs." A quick glance to Naruto, a few chuckles. "Good luck, and if you ever need an advice, or just plain need someone to talk to, feel free to come find me. Goodbye and good luck." He then walked out of the classroom, and the students started to follow. Naruto, Mato, and Hiza decided to grab a quick bite at Ichiraku's before going back into the class. While waiting, Naruto decided to work on some of his seals. He was doing this all the while they waited for the rest of their class to get back, and after everyone then left with their senseis, until it was just the three of them. After about 15 minutes, he pulled out a particular seal that both of his teammates recognized, and were both probably the only ones besides the Hokage and maybe their now past teachers knew about. With a burst of controlled chakra and a poof of smoke, Naruto soon held a violin in his hands. Yes, I know, but with the ability to learn practically anything in a day, I'm making Naruto extremely musically talented in this one. Trust me, he has other instruments. He started tuning his instrument and then began to play a soft but uplifting tune. Think the violin part from Left-Hand Suzuki Method by the Gorillas. Both Mato and Hiza just let themselves relax as they listened to Naruto play one of his favorite instruments. It was to this scene that Kakashi showed up to about an hour later. Standing outside the door to the classroom with the door still closed, Kakashi listened to the music and was surprised to find that whoever was playing seemed quite good at the instrument. He was even more surprised when it turned out to be Naruto playing, though he did end up thinking that it shouldn't surprise him considering what he heard Naruto did with his ability to create armies of shadow clones. He still remembers the couple of days when he went to the shinobi libraries to check a few things and found clones all over the place just reading. Wonder if he can use Jinjusta with that. The Cyclops wondered. No, he is not another Taiyuya for those wondering. Remember, he still sucks at Jinjustu. He then shakes himself back to the scene in front of him and says, "Glad to see at least one of you has an interesting hobby. Meet me up on the roof." He then shunshines, SP, to the roof. Naruto quickly seals his violin, and the three now official ninja proceed to go out the window and walk up the wall to the roof, much to Kakashi's surprised pleasure, and took seats facing him. Well, that's one thing I won't have to teach them. I can understand Sensei's son having learned how to do that since he used those clones to learn so much. I guess he taught the other two at some point. Wonder what else he taught them? Oh well, I'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. Glad to see you guys know a few tricks outside of what's taught in the academy. It shows that you actually wish to put effort into your shinobi careers. That, and it helps Naruto to do pranks that much easier. Mato said, and the three youths start chuckling, which Kakashi soon joins in. Fair enough, he replied, and then continued. Now then, why don't we go ahead and get to know each other? Say your name, what you like, what you dislike, hobbies, and dreams. Hiza spoke first. Sensei, why don't you go first? After all, we pretty much know each other, but we don't know much about you. What? Did you think she was like Sakura? Sorry folks, this kunoichi actually is more than just book smart. Oh, me? My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I'm the kind of person who doesn't feel like talking about his likes and dislikes. My dreams for the future are none of your business. But anyway, I have lots of hobbies. If you guessed that was the manga version, you get a cookie. J. All we really got was his name, which we knew anyway. The three thought together. Gee, Sensei, you really stick to the shinobi rules on information, don't you? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, and what would they be, Naruto? Kakashi asked with a raised eyebrow as well. 1. Don't give out more than absolutely necessary. 2. Use any information to your advantage and use said info to disillusion your opponent. Even true information can be used to fool others. Well, yes, I guess you could say that. Now then, since you seem to like to talk so much, why don't you start off, Blondie? The same eyebrow rose again at the nickname, but Naruto let it drop and started. All right, as all of you know, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. As for my likes, I like to train, sometimes with my friends, pull pranks, and just generally have fun with my friends. Oh, and the occasional meal of ramen. The other two Genin snort at this. My dislikes include those who like to judge without getting their facts straight, and bullies. As for hobbies, I like to learn how to play new instruments and am a semi-amateur gardener. Kakashi's eyebrow once again found itself raised at the words semi-amateur. I also like to read up on any new justice or just about anything else I find at the library or bookstores. For dreams, well, looks at the Hokage monument, specifically at the 4th. I want to make my parents proud of me and become Hokage someday. Definitely his father's son, Kakashi thought while listening. All right, you next, he said while pointing at Mato. Okay, my name is Mato Herzen, and my likes are hanging out with my friends, training with Naruto and Hiza, and occasionally giving Naruto a hand with his pranks. Oh boy, Kakashi thought. I generally don't have many dislikes besides hating those who judge others and bullies. As for hobbies, I like to learn about seals. Granted, I'm nowhere Naruto's level, but I think I'm pretty good considering. As for dreams, well, let's just say that I want to be the best I can be. Kakashi nods to himself and points to Hiza. You next. Hiza nods and starts. All right, my name is Hiza Tano. I like training with my friends and just enjoying life in general. I dislike bullies and those who judge and think they are better than everyone just because of who their parents are. Even worse are girls who simply became ninja to impress someone. Both Mato and Naruto nod at this, which Kakashi caught and approved of. As for hobbies, I like to read and sometimes help Naruto with his little adventures. Another eyebrow raised. Seriously, Kakashi should just leave it up there. As for dreams, I want to be the best I can be in this world. Kakashi nods to himself again and thinks to himself, well, I've got Sensei's son and his two friends, all three of who seem to have their heads on straight and are truly willing to give it their all. I'm glad Hiza isn't a fangirl. That would be a pain to deal with. All right, from what I just heard, all three of you got your minds set in the right direction. Meet up at Training Ground 7 at 7 tomorrow morning for your Genin exam. 3, 2, 1. Sensei, I understand that this is the true exam, but do we need to do anything special for it? Hiza asked. Kakashi was pleasantly surprised that these three knew about the purpose of this exam and simply told the three to just show up in full gear and to not have breakfast unless they wanted to lose it. He then shined away. Naruto and the others decided to head to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant to discuss possible battle formations for the exam. After an hour, they agreed that while the strategies they came up with were good ones, they would have to wait till tomorrow to know which, if any, they would have to use. They then split off to get ready in their own ways. Naruto decided it would be a good idea to have a talk with his new sensei and proceeded to look for him. He had a fairly good idea where to go as well. Memorial Stone. Kakashi was musing at the Memorial Stone thinking about his new team, especially about one sapphire-eyed, whiskered blonde. I won't let you down, Sensei. I will make sure Naruto's dream will become a reality. Suddenly, he was interrupted from his thoughts when he heard someone say behind him, I knew I would find you here, Sensei. Kakashi turns around to find said blonde standing behind him with a small smile on his face. Kakashi gave his patented eye smile and said, Naruto, what a pleasant surprise. Was there something you want to talk about? Naruto stepped up to the monument and bowed his head for a quick moment in respect to the names carved on the stone. He then turned to Kakashi and said, well, yeah, you see, we never really got the chance to talk before, and I was wondering if you didn't mind telling me anything about my parents. Kakashi just smiled again and said, sure thing, Naruto. Why don't we go to my apartment? Naruto nods and they take off. Kakashi's apartment. When Naruto and Kakashi got to Kakashi's apartment, they started talking about Naruto's parents. They talked for a good while, discussing the kind of people they were, how Naruto's mother could be just as big a prankster as he was, and how his father always gave his all to do his best and help others. They also talked about the missions Kakashi went on with his father, including that time when they had to destroy a bridge behind enemy lines. It was 9 p.m. when Kakashi decided that Naruto should start heading home. Well, Naruto, it's getting late, so I think you should head to your apartment and get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. All right. Thanks for that, Kakashi. It was fun. Good night. Anytime, Naruto. Good night. With that, Naruto left back to his apartment, glad that he had gone looking for his teacher that day. Next day, Training Ground 7. The next day showed Mato and Hiza walking towards Training Ground 7, where they could hear someone playing a Native American-style flute. Think of a recorder, only longer, made out of wood, and no bell at the end. When they got there, they saw Naruto sitting in front of the middle of 3 posts that were sitting in the field. He was sitting Indian-style, playing a melody that made them automatically think of a plateau over a desert with eagles flying overhead and other wildlife around. They still couldn't figure out how he could make them picture things like that, since he couldn't cast a decent genjutsu to save his life. They went over to him and just listened to him while he played. Although the two didn't realize it, Naruto was actually playing one of his instruments to keep the two from constantly checking the time. He did this because he understood where Kakashi was all the time and why he was constantly late. He also planned on doing his best to fix that problem in the future. But for now, he just played to keep the other two busy. After about an hour, Kakashi finally showed up in a poof of smoke. He quickly noticed Naruto playing and started to listen as well, or at least tried to, because as soon as Naruto noticed his presence, he looked up and stopped playing mid-note. Immediately, Mato and Hiza snapped out of their semi-trances, and Hiza immediately asked why he stopped playing. Naruto just pointed over her shoulder at Kakashi. Hiza and Mato turned around to see their sensei behind them, and Mato decided to greet him in a rather unusual way. Did you have to show up just now? Naruto was playing a real good song, just now. Naruto chuckled and quickly apologized about ending his song so abruptly, and then sealed his flute back into its sealing scroll. He then looked at Kakashi and asked, "So what's the test going to be, Kakashi-sensei?" "Well, Naruto, like I said yesterday, this test is to see if you actually have what it takes to be a ninja. I have 2 bells here, and all you 3 each have to do is get one before noon." "But sensei, there are only 2 bells." Hiza stated, trying to figure at what angle Kakashi was coming from. The boys were doing the same. "That's right. Whoever doesn't get a bell gets sent back to the academy. Also, whoever doesn't get a bell will be tied to one of those 3 posts behind you, and watch as I eat my lunch." The 3 Genin hopefuls looked at each other, and they could tell something was wrong, but with a glance at each other agreed to talk after the test started, and just nodded to Kakashi, showing that they understood. Kakashi noticed the glance they gave to each other, and thought, looks like they already suspect something. Good, they'll need that ability to look underneath the underneath as they grow up. "All right, if you 3 are ready, then we will get started." The 3 hopefuls nodded, and Kakashi set a timer on the top of the middle stump and set it to ring at noon. After that he said, "Ready, begin," and instantly shined out of the 3's sight. As soon as he left, the 3 huddled up and began talking. There is no way that getting the bells is the true test. Whoever heard of a Genin team with only 2 Genin? Hiza asked right off the bat. Agreed, there has got to be another side to this thing. Mato agreed, thinking that he might have an idea about what was going on. But before he could say anything, Naruto decided to put his 2 cents in. "I think it's the old divide and conquer test. See if we are able to get over a problem where we could be working at odds with each other. I bet $50 that this is a test to see if we work together instead of going on our own." Hiza snorted and said, "No thanks, Naruto. You're just too lucky for me to take that bet." All 3 chuckled, and Hiza continued, "Although you're most likely right about the divide and conquer theory. So now we know what the real test is. How do we get those bells?" Mato asked, and then turned to Naruto. "Any ideas, Naruto?" he asked. Naruto just thought for a minute before he got a wicked gleam in his eyes. A moment later, he got an even more wicked smile, one that made the 2 back away a little bit. "Oh man, I've seen that look before," Mato said. "Yeah, so have I. Whatever he's thinking about, Kakashi-sensei is in serious trouble." "Well, not Kakashi-sensei himself, more like that book of his," Naruto said with that smile still on his face. "Are you crazy?" Mato asked. "From what I've heard, that thing is sacred to him." "Exactly, he will do anything for it. So we use that to our advantage," Naruto said, and proceeded to explain his plan to the 2. "Mato, Hiza, don't get any wrong ideas, but I don't need you to do anything major except set up some traps and then stand in the field." The 2 were about to protest when Naruto continued. "This plan requires a lot of speed to succeed, and let's face it, I'm the fastest in our class." The other 2 didn't like that Naruto would be doing all the work by himself, but agreed anyway, seeing as how he made a very good point. "Okay, Hiza and I will stay here, but what are you going to be doing?" Mato asked, wondering how Naruto would get not only the bells from Kakashi, but also his most sacred treasure. "Glad you asked that. Here's what we do. You 2 are going to take all the paper bombs we have and set up a minefield corridor." A minefield corridor is exactly what it sounds like. A corridor with mines on either side. In the woods to my left. Make it real thick because Kakashi and I are going to be going real fast. When I get Kakashi to chase after me, I'll set them off to distract him. Once he's dazed, I'll send him into the field where you guys are. And once he's there, he will give you 2 the bells. That is if he wants his precious book back unharmed. "But how are you going to get his book and for him to chase you down the corridor?" Hiza asked, confused. "Leave that to me," Naruto said. "Let's get everything set up." The 3 then got busy setting up. Training Ground 7. Bell test, 1 hour in. Preparations were finished quickly, and Mato and Hiza headed back into the field to wait for Naruto to do whatever it was he had planned to get Kakashi to chase him through the corridor. They were still wondering how he planned on getting that detestable orange book so that Kakashi would give up the bells, and were hoping that Naruto knew what he was getting himself into. In the meantime, Naruto had been busy looking for Kakashi for the next 30 minutes. While it is true, he could locate Kakashi by firing a chakra pulse or two, that would have alerted Kakashi to the fact that Naruto could do it, as well as give Kakashi an idea of where he was. After all, you don't become Chunin or Jounin without learning things such as picking up chakra spikes. So Naruto was tracking Kakashi down with a more conventional means. Thanks to all of the training Naruto did with the Kitsune in their summoning realm, Naruto's senses were extremely more sensitive than most other people. He was currently using his Inuzuka-like nose to track down his soon-to-be Vic, or teacher. Good thing I spent so much time at his apartment last night. I've got his scent down good now. Naruto was doing well tracking Kakashi, but the one-eyed Jounin seemed to know he was being followed and kept moving around. Naruto was finally able to mask his chakra enough and got into position. Fortunately, or unfortunately, in Kakashi's case, Kakashi was just a few football fields from the corridor that they set up. Naruto immediately realized that Kakashi probably knew about the corridor, but figured that the Cyclops was humoring them, so he readied himself to run like a bat straight out of hell. Meanwhile, Kakashi was nervously checking his surroundings without turning his head. For the past 45 minutes, he could smell Naruto tracking him. The boy was good, but he couldn't entirely get rid of his scent. But while Kakashi was impressed, he was a bit worried that it was just Naruto. The three hopefuls seemed to know more about what the test was really about than all the other teams he had tested before, but only Naruto seemed to be actively searching for him. This meant a couple of things to him. Either the other two were expecting Naruto to do all the work, or they had a plan that Naruto would drag him into. The fact that he had seen them set up the mine corridor led him to believe the second, but either one worried him. The first thought worried him because it would mean they weren't as willing to look out for each other as he thought. The second concerned him even more. There was quite a bit of explosive just ahead of his position. He had reluctantly headed to his position when he realized that he might as well get this over with, and just hoped Naruto wouldn't get too hurt. This, of course, was about to change soon, but he did not know that. Back with Naruto, he had quickly made sure that Kakashi's pouch was on the same side as the bells, and that he was sure that the bulge in it was his target. I'm making the bells on Kakashi's left side, not right like canon. You will see why in just a second. Taking a deep yet quiet breath, Naruto took one last moment to review his plan mentally. As soon as he had gone over everything in his mind, he blurred straight toward the Cyclops' lower left back. Back with Kakashi, he suddenly felt something coming towards him at an extremely fast pace. He quickly jumped out of the way to his right and saw Naruto appear on a branch in front of him, kneeling down on one knee, with his arms in front and head bowed. I barely saw him move. Kakashi thought with his visible eye wide open. He almost got a bell. No wonder he and the other two set up that corridor. He could easily go straight through and trigger it halfway through to lose me. It almost worked too. Not bad, Naruto, but I'm afraid you messed up your chance to get the bell that you were after. Naruto still turned away from the silver-haired Jounin, just smirked. Actually, I got just what I was after. Oh, Kakashi asked, eyebrow raised. His face then went to a look of shock when Naruto stood up, turned around, and showed what was in his right hand. One orange book. That look of shock quickly turned to horror when Kakashi saw a gleam come to the blonde's eye. What are you going to do? He asked in a fearful voice. Naruto just smirked and promptly incinerated the offending book with a fireball justu. Kakashi just stared in horror for a full 2 seconds until his killing intent spiked so high. It even made Kyubi nervous. Naruto, I'm going to kill you. Kakashi screamed and chased after Naruto, who as soon as he felt the killing intent, had turned around and hightailed it out of there. Kakashi blindly chased Naruto, not realizing that they were heading straight towards the gauntlet. Naruto headed right through, and when Kakashi reached an area where the bombs were set to a level that would stun instead of kill, triggered every single bomb in the corridor. Mato and Hiza, who were in the field, suddenly saw a huge explosion which rocked the ground they were standing on, which caused them to fall on their rear ends. A few seconds later, Kakashi was still in a daze when Naruto appeared to the right side of the branch Kakashi was on. He was already in the air over the branch by a few feet above and just a little bit behind, so that when he landed, it would be on the branch below. As soon as he appeared, he kicked with his right foot, connecting with Kakashi's head, sending him straight into the field where Mato and Hiza were once again standing. While Kakashi was standing up, wondered just where that train that hit him had come from. Naruto appeared on a branch of a tree on the edge of the field. I suggest you give the bells to my teammates Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi turned around and glared at Naruto and said, "And why would I do that? After all, there is no need to pass a two-man squad." Two-man squad? Hiza asked, really nervous at the way their sensei was looking at her friend. Mato just gulped and looked on. Kakashi answered with venom in his voice, "Naruto is going to be in the hospital for a very long time for what he did. Maybe even in the morgue." The other two took a quick step back while Naruto just looked at him with an eyebrow cocked. Talk about showing bravery under fire. He then raised an orange book and asked, "Why?" "Because I burn a shadow clone of this." Kakashi's jaw dropped to the floor when he heard that, and then wanted to slap his forehead when heard that it was a fake Naruto had burned. He instantly became afraid again, however, when Naruto flicked his closed right fist open, and upon opening it caused a ball of flame to appear in it. Remember, Naruto has had a long time to use shadow clones, so he has basic control over all of the elements. He is obviously best at wind, but since wind powers fire, he is almost just as good with it. Naruto gave Kakashi a chance right then and there. "Give Mato and Hiza the bells, or I burn it for real." Kakashi quickly unhooked the bells from his belt and tossed them to the other two hopefuls, and then said in a voice that made the others' sweat drop, "There, they have the bells. Now please give me back my precious." Naruto once again raised his right eyebrow and tossed the book to the Cyclops, who immediately treated the thing like some kind of child. There, I won't let anything bad happen to you. I promise." Mato and Hiza looked shocked as Naruto just shook his head and dropped down to the ground, and then walked over to the others. Mato was the first of the two to get back to his senses and asked, "So I guess we passed, right?" Kakashi too got back to business and said, "Yes, you all pass, but..." At this, he turned to Naruto. "If you even think about doing that again, I will send you to the hospital for a year, even with that accelerated healing ability of yours." Naruto just nodded and Kakashi continued, "That being said, you guys came up with a good plan. Naruto got me in such a furious state, I completely forgot about the corridor when I chased him. He then got me into the middle where the lesser bombs were and activated all of them. The concussive force was enough to daze me, so that I would be open to be forced into the field where you two were. You then forced me to give the bells to your teammates. This showed you are willing to work together and that Naruto is willing to give up his own needs for others, and I'm sure you two are the same." The other two nodded at this. "Good job. Meet back here tomorrow at 7 for training, and then we'll do missions in the afternoon. You have the rest of the day off, you two. Naruto, I would like to talk to you." Naruto nodded and traded high fives with his now official teammates as they headed off and came to facing his new sensei. Kakashi just looked at Naruto for a moment while thinking to himself, he definitely has more than just his father's looks. He's also got his amazing speed as well. "Naruto, I want to talk to you about the training that we are going to be doing starting tomorrow." He waited for him to nod before continuing. "I take it that you had taught the other two the tree climbing exercise?" Another nod. "Well, I would like you to begin teaching the other two any other chakra control exercises that you may know of starting tomorrow. That and working on their taijutsu and any ninjutsu you can would be a big help since they're likely to do as you say without any problems." Naruto nodded and said, "Sure, I can do that. It would give them a chance to actually learn after all. Just be here by noon so we can get some missions in." Kakashi just smiled and nodded. The two then went their separate ways. Author's notes. Well, a little short, but I want to do the D ranks next chapter since they will be quite lengthy. Remember, Naruto has his personal army of shadow clones, so he can do quite a few at a time. We will also begin to see how Naruto interacts with others in the next one. I will try to have it up soon. MIZUKI had not been kidding when he had said that Naruto's shadow clones would come in handy. Within a week, Team 7 had already done twice the required amount of D-rank missions needed to take part in the next Chunin exams. It got to the point where Naruto would take at least 10 missions at once. It was said that the village never looked so good since all of the fences were painted quickly and the monument took no time to clean up at all. The only real problems came when it was time for every Genin's worst nightmare, Tora hunting. This wasn't a problem for long, however, when Naruto got the bright idea of bringing catnip one time. Everyone who had ever had to do this mission found themselves palming their foreheads and asking themselves why they didn't think of that. After a while, Naruto seemed to be able to get on the cat from hell's good side to the point where the nip was no longer needed to everyone's relief. But it wasn't just fences and cats the three were given task for. Many of the store owners who would get large shipments soon figured out that they only had to pay for one team, when in truth, they could have close to 5 at the time. This was good for Naruto, because while he was working at all of these stores, he was gradually making it so that everyone was a whole lot nicer to him. In fact, some of the owners would actually give him discounts now. Besides doing D ranks, Team 7 trained their butts off. While Kakashi was still usually late for everything, Naruto was making progress with him. However, when he actually got to the team meetings, he was one hell of a taskmaster. Each day the three would do laps around the village on and other extreme workouts such as running up and down the Hokage's monument. And this was just their warm-ups. After that, they would have quick spars. More like all-out warfare. After that, they would then work on chakra control and learning justice. It was during these times that Naruto learned that he could cover his hands or any other part of his body with wind chakra and slice through practically anything. Think Kabuto's signature fighting technique only with wind instead of regular chakra. Naruto also took things up a notch with his weight training. 1 year after Naruto began using shadow clones, he decided to start wearing weights to get his speed up like his father's. After joining Team 7, Naruto took it up a notch. Instead of regular weights, he started wearing chakra weights. These weights took the percentage of chakra, and for each % of your overall chakra put into a seal would make you feel 10 pounds heavier. By the end of the month, Naruto was at 30%. This of course made him practically untouchable during spars with his teammates whenever he took them off. Unfortunately for Naruto and Kakashi, 2 months into training, Guy witnessed one of these spars and dragged the two into a 2-on-2 spar with him and Guy. Now this one time would not have been so bad. However, Naruto actually made the mistake of wiping the floor with Lee in less than 5 moves. I'll let you use your imaginations on that, but just know that Naruto used his chakra hands to make it so that Lee couldn't move. Unfortunately, Kakashi also won against Guy, although not as fast. However, the damage was done and Guy insisted on more matches, leading to the eternal rivalry of youth between the ages. I know, scary, right? Truth be told, Naruto did not really mind since Lee was one of the few people his age who could actually give him a good workout when sparring. Now if he could only get those two away from that flames of youth crap. And of course there was training with his adopted father Kyuubi. After Naruto graduated, the Fox decided it was a good time to accelerate Naruto's training by having him work on sword fighting. It wasn't just training and missions every day for Naruto though. Sometimes when he would have the day off, he would wait at the academy for Iruka and MIZUKI to finish their lectures, and he would chat with them. It was on one of these days that he got to meet Niji's cousin, who would soon later become one of his most precious people. Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Academy. 4 months after graduation, Teacher's Lounge. Naruto was walking through the hallways towards the Teacher's Lounge. He was going to tell his 2 favorite teachers about the C rank that he and his team just finished. This one is his 3rd, but the first outside of the Land of Fire. He turned into the room to find the 2 friends just about done grading papers. "Hey guys," Naruto said, coming in and taking a seat at the table his 2 senseis were seated at. "Hey Naruto, how you been doing lately?" MIZUKI asked, looking up from his last paper. "Been good. Just got back from a C rank outside of the Land of Fire," Naruto said. "Really? That's your first mission outside of the country, isn't it? How did it go?" Iruka asked, very interested in how his favorite student from last year's class did. "Yeah, it was. Anyway, I did find Iruka-sensei. It was a simple escort mission of a merchant's caravan to a town just west of the border. Since it was a large caravan, we had to work with another team. Would have had to have another team with us as well, but apparently someone in the caravan had heard about my shadow clone ability and asked that I quote-unquote put them to good use." MIZUKI and Iruka just chuckled at that, and the 3 then spent the next few minutes talking before the 2 teachers left towards their apartments. Naruto was leaving as well when he noticed a girl on the swing in front of the academy. Now normally he wouldn't think anything of it. However, he saw a loneliness in the girl's eyes that he quickly recognized. "She looks just like I did all those years ago," he thought to himself, remembering the times before he met up with MIZUKI and Iruka. Deciding to talk to her, he headed over to the girl who he recognized as a Hyuga by her eyes. Wonder why a Hyuga would be lonely? He asked himself. Hey, mind if I sit down here? He asked once he got next to the girl. The girl had been so busy just looking down and being lost in her thoughts that she was surprised to hear someone talking to her. Jumping a little, she looked to her side, seeing a blonde with whisker-like marks on his face along with the bluest eyes she had ever set sight on. Drawn out of her thoughts, she just slowly shook her head and turned back around while putting an arm over the swing's rope support. Think of Naruto when he failed the exam that final time and is watching the others. Naruto watched her for a few seconds before sitting down cross-legged. After about 5 minutes of silence between the two, Naruto decided to see if he could get the Hyuga to open up a little bit. Taking a deep breath, he then said to her, "My name's Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours?" The girl just looked at him for a moment before replying, "Hinata Hyuga," and just turned back again. Naruto just sighed, realizing that he wasn't getting anywhere this way, and decided to take a more direct approach. "So who are you waiting for?" he asked while looking at her. "No one really," she said, not even turning this time. "I find that odd. Normally parents come to pick up their children," Naruto said, trying to get the girl to say more than 3 words to him. "Well, usually father sends someone for me, but lately no one has come," she said. Finally got a full sentence from her. Naruto thought, then frowned. "Why is that?" he asked. The Hyuga just sighed and then said, "He probably doesn't think I'm worth it. No matter what I do, it just doesn't seem to be good enough. He seems to think my younger sister can do everything better than I can." "I'm sure he doesn't think that," Naruto said, trying to cheer her up. "But he does. Ever since my mother died giving birth to my sister, he's been nothing but cold and heartless to me and my sister. But more so to me," she said sadly. Before Naruto could say anything, though, she continued, "It's not just him either. The whole council thinks I'm good for nothing and weak. And why shouldn't they? I can't seem to do anything right, and it's never good enough for my father." Naruto just got pissed at this. For years, people had called him a failure, telling him that he couldn't do anything right. Getting up, he went in front of the girl and placed a finger under her chin, tilting her head up, making her look him in the eye. "Listen, Hinata, and listen well. You cannot let what those people tell you get to you." "But the girl started. "No buts. The only one who can call yourself a failure is yourself, and from what I can see, you are not one. Just someone who is lacking confidence. Believe me, I know what it is like to be called a failure. Hell, I've been called even worse. But I didn't let those idiots get to me, and I grew stronger because of it. Yeah, it took a lot of work, but I kept at it. All you have to do is just keep going." All this time, he looked into her eyes, not blinking once. Hinata just nodded to him, but was thrilled on the inside with what she was hearing. Here was someone who didn't think that she was a failure. Someone who had been through the same thing she was right now and had gotten through it. She was even more thrilled when she heard what he said next. "If these fools think you're weak, then all you have to do is show them they're wrong. All you have to do is get stronger. I know you can, and if you want, I can help." Hinata couldn't believe her ears. Here was the same person who had been through the same thing she had and was willing to help her. Looking into his eyes, she asked, "You really mean it? You'll really help me?" Naruto just nodded and said, "Yes, if you want me to." Hinata nodded, and he continued, "Me and my team just finished a C rank today, so I don't think we will be doing any missions again tomorrow. Let me ask my sensei, and if we aren't, then we'll get started then. I'll be waiting here if I don't have any." Hinata just nodded, and Naruto said goodbye before leaving to find Kakashi. Not surprisingly, he found his perverted teacher buying the newest volume of that hated orange book at the bookstore. "Figures," he thought before walking up to him. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, can I talk to you?" Kakashi just turned around and, noticing the look on his sensei's son's face, nodded. The two left the bookstore, and Kakashi asked what Naruto wanted to talk about. Naruto explained what happened by the swing and asked if they had any missions planned for tomorrow so that he could see if he could train the Hyuga. Kakashi listened and then told him that he was just planning on having them do a few D ranks in training and that he had no problems with Naruto teaching her. He actually said to use Training Ground 7 and that if he need any help to just ask. Naruto thanked him and took off towards his house, wondering what he should help his new friend with first. Next day, tree swing outside of academy. Hinata came out of the academy and immediately perked up when she saw Naruto leaning against the tree. When Naruto caught sight of her, he waved to her and headed towards her. When he got close, he jerked his head towards the exit, and when Hinata nodded to him, the two left together. "We're going to be going to my team's training grounds. We'll start once we're there," Naruto said, taking a quick glance to his newest student. "Okay," Hinata said, noticing the glance and smiling at her new friend. Naruto just grinned and led the way. Meanwhile, Training Ground 7. The rest of Team 7 was waiting for Naruto to show up with his new friend that he was going to be helping. When Kakashi and Naruto had explained to the other two what Naruto was going to start doing today, the other two decided to see if they could help out at all. In the meantime, Mato and Hiza were currently in a 2-on-1 battle royal with their silver-haired sensei. "So what do you think Naruto will work on first today, sensei? Chakra control or taijutsu?" Mato asked, throwing a right hook at Kakashi and following up with a roundhouse kick, pivoting when Kakashi dodged and turning it into a spin kick that forced Kakashi to go towards the only female on the team. "I would personally start with a little bit of taijutsu, but I think he wants to try chakra control first," Kakashi replied as he started blocking punches and kicks come from the kunoichi and jumping away from a quick punch to get some distance. Said, "Good one, Hiza. By the way, what do you think they'll work on first?" Hiza just shrugged and closed the distance again, and with Mato, who came to her side, started going after their teacher again. "Can't say really. I mean, yeah, he said that he would work on those two first, but does it really matter in what order? I mean, sure, the Hyugas use extreme chakra control in their gentle fist style, and yes, Naruto has studied it somewhat. But does it really matter this early in the game?" "Good point," Mato said, dodging under a roundhouse kick and tried to get into his sensei's bubble with a kick of his own, but only ended in making the Cyclops take a step to keep the distance between the two. This was the scene that Naruto and Hinata walked onto. "Wow, that's amazing," Hinata breathed while Naruto just chuckled. Hiza heard him, and without taking her eyes off of Kakashi or even slowing down, called out, "Hey Naruto, you just going to stand there, or are you going to help?" Kakashi's eyes suddenly widened when Naruto did his signature entry into any battle where the opponent is usually a lot slower than he is. Think what Naruto did in the bell test with that kick to the side of the opponent's face when Naruto is in the air. Kakashi was able to reduce the impact by rolling, and then had to immediately go on the defense from all the kicks and punches that was coming from Naruto. Meanwhile, Mato and Hiza got into position on either side of him, and the three proceeded to box their teacher in. After about 2 minutes of a rather intense taijutsu match between the four, Kakashi called it quits so that Naruto could start teaching Hinata, said Hyuga, just there with a look of shocked amazement on her face. When the four started walking towards her, the four saw this, and Hiza chuckled. "I think we broke her," she said, earning chuckles from the three guys in the area. Hinata snapped out of her semi-trance and looking at Naruto said, "That was amazing. Can you really help me be able to fight like that?" Naruto nodded and said, "Not all at once, obviously. It'll take some time, but I'm sure that you can reach that point. Although you will have to do the most of it. I'm really just here to help you get started. All I can do is show you what to do. You are the only one who can decide how high you climb." Hinata just nodded and then asked what she had to do. Naruto decided to see how she did in taijutsu first and spent the next hour and a half working on that, showing where she could improve. After that, he worked on chakra control, showing her all kinds of exercises including leaf balancing and tree climbing. It went on like this for another 4 months. Naruto was very impressed with his friend's progress and even taught her a few just as he knew. Eventually, Hinata got to the point where she could hold her own when sparring with Mato and Hiza, and Naruto decided that there wasn't really anything else he could teach her. She would sometimes come find him if she was having troubles with something, but usually it was just to hang out with him, and the two became quite close. Everyone in her class had noticed how much she had improved, especially her confidence in herself. One day, Iruka decided to see what brought about the change. Ninja Academy, 2 months before graduation. Iruka was amazed with Hinata. She went to being one of the worst students in regards to taijutsu and other physical attributes required to ninja, with an extreme case of self-doubt, to one of the most confident and strongest in her class. That plus she was a lot more open now. One day during a taijutsu test where MIZUKI was once again helping him test the students, he watched Hinata and her opponent face off against each other. The opponent was a poor sap of a kunoichi, a fangirl. Now, the one thing that separated this poor excuse of a ninja from the other fangirls was the fact that she was particularly mean and liked to make others feel like dirt. She immediately started to trash talk Hinata, thinking that Hinata's newfound confidence was just a mask. When she couldn't get Hinata to bite, she became very upset and rushed straight in. Big no-no on her part. Just as she got in close, Hinata stepped to the side and got to one knee while turning to face her opponent. With her left arm, she swept the girl's legs out from under her, and with her right slammed her arm into the girl's stomach and sent her flying into the mat they were on top of. The girl's breath instantly left her, and MIZUKI called the match. Hinata got a few cheers from her classmates while the rest of the snobs realized one very important thing. The new Hinata was not a mask and was here to stay. Iruka then congratulated Hinata and decided to ask the one thing that was on everyone's mind. "Very well done, Hinata. You've definitely improved. What have you been doing differently?" Hinata noticed everyone looking at her and got a small blush. "Well, you see, Iruka-sensei, I've been getting some help outside of class." Iruka raised an eyebrow at the blush and answer and decided to get some more info. "Can you be a little more specific, Hinata? What kind of help did you get? Was it with your father?" Hinata shook her head and said, "No, sensei. I've been training with Naruto and the rest of Team 7. Iruka and MIZUKI just burst into laughter when they heard this, causing everyone to look at them like they were nuts. Once MIZUKI got his laughter under control, he said, "Well, that certainly explains it. That kid can be one harsh taskmaster. Believe me, I've seen what he does for training nowadays." Hinata just nodded to this and smiled. Iruka, who had also gotten his little laughing fit under control, decided to ask another question. "So, Hinata, how long have you been training with them?" "Well, Iruka-sensei, I started training with them about 4 months ago," Hinata said, and everyone was impressed with how fast Hinata had grown. One particular Uchiha was wondering if he could train with this team since they obviously knew what they were doing. Village hidden in the leaves. Hospital. 2 weeks before academy graduation exams. Naruto was currently looking out a window in a hallway on the 2nd floor of the hospital. He had an arm on the window with his forehead resting on his arm. His eyes were downcast and roaring around in emotions like a giant storm off of one of the famous Great Lakes, rumored to be on another continent far from his home. Just to clear things up, while the elemental countries does look like China, I'm making it another continent just in case I put any Asian references in. Many people wanted to come comfort him, but they stood away because they weren't entirely sure how he would handle them trying to get through to him. This was understandable considering how often his chakra would flare. He was constantly going from despair to his friend's fate and anger at himself at not being able to prevent it in the first place, as well as at those responsible. Every time he got angry at himself or those he had cut down, his chakra would flare, not in large scale since on an unconscious level he knew that it would not be a good idea to let his chakra loose in a hospital. But every time he flared, you could see a small aura around the blonde, one that would occasionally have the smallest tint of red in it. This red tint that would sometimes occur was another reason they hung back. The doctors and nurses knew that the boy was still in control. That was not the problem. The problem was that if you got to close when the red tint was there, then you would start to really feel what the kid was feeling. That red tint was like a radio tower broadcasting the kid's emotions to a small, 5-foot radius area around him. Whenever someone tried to get close to him while that tint was there, they would gasp and quickly draw away. What they did not realize was that the QB was trying to get them to just leave his host and student alone so that he could work out his problems by himself. Although if this kept up, he was going to take matters in his own hands. Naruto just sighed and once again went through the loop of his thought track. Hard C to easy B rank my foot. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and outclassed. We should never have taken that mission, even if we could have handled it if that info had been correct. I should have been able to do more. Because of my weakness, Mato and Hiza could have died. As it is, they'll be lucky to still be ninja in a year. I should have just trusted my instinct. Flashback, village hidden in the leaves. On approach to Hokage Tower, for days prior. Team 7 was currently headed to the Hokage Tower to get a new mission. They were planning on getting another C rank to keep their skills sharp. Sparring with each other was all good and all, and they were improving that way. But sparring each day only held its charm for so long. The team all agreed that it would be a good idea for them to get out of the village for a short time. As they got to the gate, the guards nodded at them and let them through, and they made their way to the floor where the missions are handed out. Once they reached the floor, the team found to the Genin's surprise that along with the Hokage, Iruka and MIZUKI were currently working the desks. The two would often do this during the summer months to keep a steady income, but the academy wouldn't be out for another month or so. Iruka, noticing the looks from his former students, chuckled, and before they could ask, told them about how one of the main water lines had busted when a student got a little too trigger-happy with the water just as his family had taught him and had somehow forced the water from the main pipe to come after him. Naruto shook his head at that. Apparently, the guy hadn't even mastered the jutsu, which would have allowed him to control where he drew the water from for the attack. Now, because one student hadn't finished working on one jutsu, the entire first floor was being drained today. While the Hokage still found it slightly amusing, it also still gave him a headache thinking about all the paperwork he had to do because of it, shadow clones or not. Shaking his head to get that particular memory out of his head, Sarutobi looked up at the team that was quickly becoming one of his favorites. And not just because of Naruto being in it either. This team had an almost perfect track record. They always finished their missions on time and almost always returned to the village without a scratch on them. But unlike most teams that became that good, they didn't let it get to their heads. They were confident, not cocky, a trait he was glad the team members shared with each other. Those three knew their limits, and they were not afraid to admit those limits. Smiling inward to himself, he decided that now was not the time to think along those lines and got the ball rolling. Hello Team 7. Here for your usual? Or would you like another C rank? C rank if you please, Hokage-sama. We all feel that we need to get out of the village for a couple of days at least. Kakashi answered while his three charges nodded their heads. Sarutobi nodded, knowing that even with Naruto's shadow clones doing most of the work, they take that the team needed to get out of the village every once in a while so that they not only could keep their skills up, but to get a change of scenery. Very well, let's see what we've got. He pulled out the list of C-rank missions and began looking through them. A few of them caught his eye, and he read them out to them. All right, we have a simple courier mission to the capital, nothing special on that one, just sending a few documents to the daimyo. There is also another courier mission to the Sand Village. Again, nothing special on that one. And finally, we have a bandit elimination problem. A group of bandits have been striking a few of the merchant supply caravans that are usually sent here. We believe that they are a relatively small group. The caravans that are usually attacked carry supplies such as emergency grain and medical supplies. Although a few have been ninja supply caravans, which lead us to believe that they are opportunity strikes and that they sell off what they don't want. Which will it be? He said, looking up. Kakashi looked to his squad and noticed Naruto unconsciously cracking his knuckles. Raising an eyebrow at the blonde, said blonde realized just what he did right then and got a little embarrassed. I take it you want to take the bandit mission, Naruto? Kakashi asked with his patented eye smile. Yeah, I guess. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm fine with any of them, but it could be a good workout. The other two simply nodded their heads in agreement with their teammate, and Kakashi accepted the mission scroll for the bandit mission. Opening the scroll, he gave it a quick glance and told his team to grab their gear for a maximum week-long mission and to meet him at the North Gate in an hour. Nodding, all three shoe-shined away, which surprised their former teachers who looked at Kakashi like he just grew a second head. The Hokage just chose to raise one of his eyebrows at the copy Nin. Kakashi noticed, and his face, or what you could see of it anyway, clearly said, "What?" before he too left in a poof of smoke. Hidden Leaf Village North Gate, 58 minutes later. Everyone was waiting at the North Gate for Naruto to show up. The other three found this slightly odd since Naruto was usually at a meeting spot at least 5 minutes before the time to meet. Although he was late a couple of times, it was always for a good reason. Suddenly, they heard a poof of smoke and turned around to see Naruto standing behind them. There you are. We were starting to worry about you, Naruto. Hiza said, smiling at her friend. Naruto just got that smile of his and started rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry guys, he said. I had a short run-in with Konohamaru on the way here. Although I still have that bad feeling that I had half an hour ago. I better stay on guard. He thought to himself, looking down for a moment. He then looked up. So we going now or what? The others nodded, and they proceeded to leave the village behind. Forest in the Land of Fire, 2 hours north of the hidden leaf. Kakashi, Mato, and Hizo were starting to worry about their blonde companion. While it is true that on missions he was more quiet than usual, this was nuts. He kept having a serious look on his face like he was trying to figure something out and not getting any closer to it. Finally, Mato had enough. Making sure he knew where to land next, he turned in midair and looked at Naruto. "Hey Naruto, what's wrong?" he said before landing and kicking off again, not even looking down when he came close to the branch. Although he did take a quick glance over his shoulder when he kicked off again. Still facing his teammate, he continued, "You've been like this ever since we left the village. What's bothering you?" Naruto just sighed and said, "I honestly don't know, Mato. I've been having this feeling since before we left, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what." Hizo just shrugged and said, "Maybe it's just nerves." "Yeah, but why would I be nervous about going against a bandit camp? It's not like this is the first bandit raid we've done, and I didn't feel anything like this the first 2 times. He commented. Kakashi turned his head from his position in the lead and decided to add his 2 cents. "While I highly doubt that we will run into serious trouble on this mission, Naruto, if your gut is telling you something, it is best to follow it. All 3 of you be on guard." The 3 young shinobi nodded their heads and continued. Next day, it had taken the group a little over 24 hours to reach a close proximity to the area that raids were to usually happen. While it is true that they could have gotten there a lot faster, the group wanted to preserve their energy, so had gone at a relatively slow pace. When they got to the area where their mission scroll said they should be, Kakashi nodded to Naruto who, since he had done this before in previous bandit raids, knew what to do to help them locate their target. Going through the necessary hand signs, he quickly had a large group of shadow clones around him. After he had created the clones, the original bit his thumb and started making hand signs. After a quick sequence, he slammed his palm on the ground, and a large cloud of smoke and a bunch of pops were heard. When the smoke cleared, there was a large pack of regular-sized kitsune. "Forgot he could do that, didn't you?" With a nod from the original, the pack immediately separated, and each fox went to a different shadow clone. The pack had done this before previously, so knew what to do. Each pair of clone and fox left to go see what they could find, while another fox, this one a bit larger, waited with Naruto. This one was the overall leader for the pack and would be staying with the original to help coordinate if he chose to keep the pack around. It wasn't long before the pack had located the bandit camp. Naruto quickly recalled the pack, and when they came back, they quickly told the others about what they saw. Report. The lead fox said when everyone was back. One of the older foxes said, "Naruto-sama, the camp is approximately 20 miles from here and consists of about 30 or some bandits. They are situated in a group of tents that, while are sturdy, they look like they can be moved easily. I believe that they move around every once in a while to stay hidden." "Didn't work this time," Mato muttered under his breath, though everyone heard him the same. Naruto nodded to the fox to continue, and it did. While most of the tents look like they can only hold 1 or 2 people at most, there were 2 tents that were considerably larger than the others, one of which smelled heavily of steel and iron. "I believe it is safe to assume it's where they keep their weapons." The humans nodded at this. "The other tent smells more like a tavern and is most likely where they have their meetings." Another nod. "The camp is located in a small clearing with a sentry's post hidden in the trees around the clearing halfway between each compass point. Means instead of the usual NESW, you have them at NENWSESW. There is 1 archer in each post. That is all." Naruto nodded, and seeing how there were only 30 bandits, decided to send the pack home since his clones should be able to make light work of them at that few of a number. With a yip, the whole pack went back to their summoning realm. As Naruto would soon learn, that was a big mistake on his part, because unknown to the pack and shinobi, these weren't regular bandits. They were missing Mean, who kept that little secret by only using regular weapons and taijutsu. 30 minutes later, the group decided to play it safe on this one and use an exploding variant of Naruto's shadow clones to take care of the group. Messy, but the best way to deal with the group. However, what they hadn't counted on was that these bandits were able to guess that when the only thing the clones did was actually enter the camp and just spread out evenly, that something was wrong. Right before they blew up, all of them used substitution justice. Right after the explosion, the missing Mean tracked down Team 7's position. And that is when all hell broke loose. With Team 7. Team 7 heard the explosion and got ready to move out to take care of any stragglers. They were on their way when one of the groups of so-called bandits ran into them. As soon as the Nuke-Nines saw them, one of them launched a flare, signaling the others. From there on out, it was one big mess. While Naruto was able to get a ton of shadow clones out, none of them could really do much since the Nines kept using wide-range attacks to take them out in mass. The team was able to hold out for about half an hour before all hell broke loose. Naruto's POV. I knew I should have listened to that feeling. I thought while dodging a guy who was wielding a 6-foot blade like a twig. I don't know how long we can keep this up. All of a sudden, I heard a scream of pain. Finding an opening, I quickly made 2 hand signs and grabbed the guy's wrist. As soon as I made contact, the guy immediately lit up like a Christmas tree as over 1,000 bolts went through him in a matter of seconds. With him out of the way, I turned around and noticed Hinata with a hand over her left shoulder and a bunch of arrows sticking out of her. Mato was standing over her, but he wasn't in much better shape either. All of a sudden, the two were hit by a devastating wind attack, which quickly cut through their bodies. I could see they were still alive as I blasted the guy who did it with a wind attack of my own that immediately killed the bastard when I saw 4 Nines coming to finish them off. Realizing that they couldn't do anything, I put all of my chakra into my legs and hoped to God that I could get there in time. Hinata's POV. I knew we were in serious trouble. I had gotten hurt by an electrical attack, which shot my reaction time to hell. Right after, a bunch of arrows got me as well as an earth spear attack straight through my left shoulder. Mato stood over me trying to protect me, but he got hit by the same electrical attack and got even more arrows trying to keep me safe. All of a sudden, I heard a sound that told me we're seriously in trouble. Wind style? Stripping wind justu. I know Mato heard it as well, and we both tried to get out of the way. But our bodies wouldn't move, and we got hit head on. I felt so much pain go through my body. I was sure I had lost a limb or two. Then I heard another wind attack, thankfully from Naruto. Wind style? Wind side justu. Even though I couldn't see it, I somehow knew he had killed the other guy. All of a sudden, Mato and I saw 4 guys coming at us with swords, and I knew this was it. Closing my eyes, I waited for the pain to come when I suddenly heard a squelching sound, and a warm liquid hit me. Opening my eyes, they immediately went wide with horror for there in front of me. Mato's POV. We were in serious doo-doo, and I knew it. I had tried to protect Hinata as best as I could, but I ended up getting hurt just as bad if not worse. I felt the wind just to go straight through my body, and it felt like I went through a blender. I heard Naruto cast a wind justu of his own, and somehow knew he killed the guy who sent the other one. I mentally sighed in relief. I didn't think I could handle another attack like that. All of a sudden, I saw 4 Nines land on a branch in front of us. Each one had a sword, and I saw the grins on their faces and knew that this was it. They suddenly pushed off at a high speed straight for Hinata and me, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw her close hers. I kept my own eyes open, determined to not give those bastards the satisfaction that would give them when a blur streaked right out of the corner of my eye and stopped right in front of us. I had just enough time to see Naruto facing the Nines with his arms outstretched before the Nines got to us. My eyes instantly widened when. Normal POV. Squelch. Naruto had just barely gotten in front of his teammates in time. However, it came at a terrible price. He now had 4 swords ran straight through his body straight to the hilts. His lungs, stomach, and kidney were all punctured. He noticed the shock on the Nines' faces at what just happened and turned his head to look over his shoulder at Mato and Hinata, who both had looks of horror on their faces mixed with blood over their bodies. "Are you guys all right?" he asked, and Mato just nodded numbly. The 4 ninjas smirked, and as one pulled out their swords. Then one of them spoke up. Well, I guess it's true what they say. You Leaf Ninja will give your lives for each other. Too bad you're all going to die anyway. Although I guess the 2 of you are lucky to have a friend willing to die for you. But it's over now." With that said, the 4 stepped up to finish the job when all of a sudden. QB's POV. QB watched from inside the seal as the human he has come to call his son and his teammates did their best to survive from the overkill that the so-called bandits were becoming. Even as he watched in fear for him and his friends, he couldn't help but be proud at how they were holding up. All of a sudden, he heard a scream of pain in a voice that he recognized. When his son turned around, he saw the other two brats on a tree branch together in a real bad shape. All of a sudden, he felt the wind being manipulated and saw an attack hit them dead on when they tried to move their unresponsive bodies to get out of the way. He immediately sensed his son's shock and rage before he immediately manipulated wind as well and killed the person who dared attack his friends like that. When his son turned his head again, he saw the four ninja with the swords and immediately knew what was going to happen. His son put all the chakra he had into his legs, and QB put in some of his own to help, even as he had one thought: this is going to hurt like hell. All of a sudden, he felt enormous pain rip straight through his son's nervous system. He watched as his son asked his teammates if they were all right, listened to the Nins laughing and mocking his son, all the while rage was slowly building up. Right when the Nins began coming closer, red chakra started flowing past the seal with one thought running through his head. Not this time, you bastards. Kakashi's POV. Kakashi was having a bit of trouble himself. He had resorted to using his Chidori much the same way Naruto used his chakra hands, and was cutting through the ninja every chance he got. But it was tiring to keep the Chidori going like that, and he was running low on chakra. He had just got through the last bastard around him when all of a sudden, he heard a scream. Turning around, he saw the Nin shoot a wind justed towards two of his students. He watched in growing horror as they were hit dead on. He saw Naruto hit the guy with a wind attack of his own which killed the guy by beheading, and then saw as he turned his head and immediately became a blur. Kakashi's horror only grew when he saw four swords pierce his sensei's son's chest. Grief and rage built up inside of him when all of a sudden he felt a chakra that had not been felt for close to 13 years. And all of a sudden, hell came to earth to visit. Normal POV. All of a sudden, red chakra formed around Naruto, completely healing his injuries. The ninjas started to get scared and started to back away, but then something happened that made them literally piss in their pants. The chakra took on the form of a fox head and then covered him in what could only be called a cloak of chakra that made the kid look like a giant one-tailed fox. But it wasn't just the appearance that made them scared. It was the feeling they got from it. It felt like the devil himself was there, and they knew they were dead. Naruto stood up and immediately killed the four by slicing straight through them with a horizontal cut, causing them to fall and the two halves of their bodies to separate on the way down. Think of what happened to Darth Maul in Episode 1. Out of the 30 ninjas that were at the camp, 12 had not entered the fight yet, hanging back as reserves while the others fought and were the intruders down. Now, while some would call that being a coward, these guys knew they were the weaker group and hung back thinking that they could handle any after the others were done fighting. They laughed when they saw what happened to the three kids and thought to themselves that it would all be over soon. And they were right, just not in a way they thought. They watched in shocked horror when the red chakra came out, and as the blonde kid sliced straight through the other four ninja with nothing but his chakra-covered arm. Their horror grew to extreme levels when the kid that they now knew was a demon in human skin turned to face them. And then there was nothing left of them. The other three members of Team 7 were not sure what exactly had happened. 1 second Naruto was on the branch with his two teammates. The next second, he was next to the 12 ninja that hadn't joined in, with the only thing showing that they were ever actually there a bunch of limbs strewn about. A second later, the red chakra went back into Naruto's body, and he dropped to a knee and started panting. He took a few breaths and headed back to his two teammates who just looked at him in amazement and with just a small bit of fear. Kakashi came over as well and started looking at his charges. Realizing that while some of the wounds were certainly severe, given proper first aid they were not immediately life-threatening. He and Naruto started patching the two up the best they could before taking off as fast as possible to the leaf with the two on their backs. En route to the hidden leaf village, 1 hour till arrival. Naruto and Kakashi were using as much speed as they could to get their teammates to safety. Whereas it had taken them more than a day to get to the camp, they were now running like they had hounds from hell on their heels, cutting the travel time down to 5 hours. Mato and Hiza had been slipping in and out of a type of semi-unconsciousness. They were both trying to figure out what had happened to their best friend while they were awake. Finally, Mato couldn't stand it anymore and asked from Kakashi's back what happened. Naruto sighed since this was definitely not how he wanted his friends to find out about his adopted father. With a heavy heart, He told the two about what really happened almost 13 years ago, and about how he had gotten training from the QB, who was now more like a father to him than anything else. The two were shocked about what Naruto had been hiding from them for all those years, but realized it explained a lot about the blonde, especially the looks he used to always receive from the villagers, and how he always seemed to heal so quickly. Naruto told them that he would understand if the two no longer wanted to be his friends, which immediately shocked the two to their core. Hisa's response was one that Naruto really needed to hear, and that Mato could only nod his head while agreeing with her. Why would we want to no longer be friends? You are a jail, not the prisoner. And by the sounds of things, that prisoner didn't do what he did on his own free will either. You both have gone through so much that has not been your fault. It wouldn't be right to leave you, nor do we want to. Both Naruto and the QB inside of him were grateful to the two. Naruto and Kakashi continued on their way, both glad to have heard what they did. Hidden Leaf Hospital. As soon as they got to the gates, the two still standing ninja were immediately escorted to the hospital, where doctors quickly took the two wounded and started working on them. The copy Genin and his student then waited for a few hours for the doctors to come out. When they did, they gave the two news that shocked them to their very cores. Mato and Hisa had taken too much damage to their bodies. While the arrows and lightning-style Justu attacks certainly did a number on them, it was the final wind Justu that was the straw on the camel's back. It had cut through the muscles and bones, making their arms and legs practically useless. While the doctors had been able to heal their injuries, the damage had been done. While the injuries were healed, they had been so severe that it would be at least a year before the two could even think about doing more than a D rank. And even that wouldn't be for at least 2 months while their bodies were taught how to properly move around again. There was actually a 5% chance that the two could never actually be ninja ever again. Naruto was shocked to hear this and went into a state of depression afterwards, blaming himself for what happened. And I know that some of you are wondering why the two did not body flicker to the village. The reason is simple. The Shushine technique is not a long-range teleport technique. It has a limited range. It would not make sense to make jumps with the technique when they were in an extreme rush and could better use their chakra the old-fashioned way. In flashback, Naruto's mind was a mess. QB was about to drag his son into his mindscape and smack some sense into the kid when both demon and host sensed a familiar presence come close. All of a sudden, the two felt a pair of slim, yet well-built arms wrap around the blonde's waist. Hinata had heard what had happened when she overheard her classmates Sakura and Ino talking about how Ino had seen a blonde kid and a silver-haired Jounin racing to the hospital with 2 kids on their backs. She had immediately ran to the hospital, and when she found Kakashi sadly leaning against a wall, asked just what had happened. Listening to Kakashi, she immediately grew shocked at what had happened. She knew about the QB since Naruto would sometimes take her into his mindscape to train with the fox, since the big guy thought he could show her a few things while he was in human form. She had been shocked to learn the boy she had become so close to Hell the demon she was taught was killed in school. It didn't change how she saw him though, for which he was grateful. After her talk with the scarecrow-like Jounin, she went looking for her favorite blonde-haired friend only to find him leaning against a window with his chakra pulsing, occasionally with a red tint whenever someone got too close. Somehow instinctively knowing what was going on, she walked over to her first real friend and wrapped her arms around him, causing him to tense slightly. Rising a little on her toes, she whispered into his ear, "Don't worry, Naruto. Everything will be all right. I'm here for you." Hidden Leaf Village, day after bandit mission. Word of what had happened to Naruto's team got around the village fast. People were wondering how a mission could have such bad intel for it. Almost everyone was wondering how a Genin team that has only been together for just around a year could have gotten out of that without actually any of the Genins dying. Most of the younger groups figured that Naruto had proved his nickname of one-man army and simply swamped the missing Nins with so many numbers that they had to fall. Most of the older ninjas, however, had another idea. They believed that Naruto had somehow tapped into the QB's power when things got rough. When some of them confronted Kakashi about this idea, they were shocked to find they were right. There would have been a mass panic except for the fact that Kakashi told them exactly how it happened. When the older shinobis heard about the conditions they were in at the time, they realized the blonde had no choice in the matter. And while they were concerned that he had done it at all, They were relieved to hear that he dropped the chakra cloak as soon as all the enemy Nin were taken care of. They all agreed to keep the fact that Naruto had used the Kyuubi's chakra to themselves, and that they would do their best to make sure the actual truth was not made known to the younger group by encouraging the Shadow Clone Army rumor. It goes without saying that when Naruto heard of this, he was extremely grateful to them. Meanwhile, the Hokage had decided that Naruto was not mentally fit to be on active duty right now and gave him and Kakashi the week off so that he could cope. Speaking of Naruto, he was handling what happened reasonably well thanks to Hinata. The two had a long talk the day he got back, and she was able to get him out of his depressed state. The two started spending so much time together that they actually moved from just friends to something more. And while it wasn't a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship yet, they were definitely getting close. In the afternoons for the next couple of weeks, Hinata and Naruto were almost always seen together, whether they were training or just hanging around the village. MIZUKI and Iruka helped out as well. Both had their own talks with the blonde, while MIZUKI took it one step further by helping Naruto pull off a few pranks to blow off some steam. What really did the trick for him was when he painted the Hokage monument, so that each face's hair had a different tie-dye color to it. No one knew how he managed doing that without being noticed until he was done, though some wondered briefly if he could do Jinjutsu after all. There was one other person that really helped Naruto pull through: Rock Lee. Lee would challenge Naruto at least once every day and would really put the sapphire-eyed boy through his paces. This was good for Naruto because it not only made him take his mind off the mission, it also pushed him to get better with each match. By the end of the week, the blonde was back to the way he was and was ready for active service again. But although Naruto was mentally ready to be back on active duty, he and Kakashi were only a two-man team, meaning they could only do D ranks until they got new teammates. And while Naruto had been relieved to hear his two teammates would be fully recovered in a year at most, neither one wanted him or Kakashi to wait for them. So it was decided that Kakashi would receive two of the academy students that would be graduating in a week. Naruto was hoping to get Hinata as one of his new teammates, but unfortunately the council had other ideas. They had basically ordered Kakashi to take on the last Uchiha due to the fact that he had the Sharingan. This in itself wasn't the problem though. The problem was that Sasuke was Rookie of the Year, and the top kunoichi always went with it in team selections. And while Hinata had been progressing quite rapidly, she was still just behind another girl, one by the name of Sakura Haruno. Naruto was convinced the council was out to screw him over after he found out. He had asked Hokage if it was possible to get the Hyuga heiress on his team, but when the Hokage took it to a council meeting, the council said that rules were rules. Now normally, Naruto would have been fine even with the Uchiha. Sure, he was an arrogant jerk with a worse superiority complex than his classmate Neji. But Naruto was sure he could knock some sense into the so-called genius if he really had to. No, what really made Naruto pissed was that according to Hinata, this Haruno girl was the worst kind of kunoichi out there, a fangirl. Groaning when he had heard this, he had asked to see the girl's stats from Iruka, who when told that she was going to be his teammate let him see the girl's records. Naruto was not impressed when he saw that she was only the top kunoichi due to her book smarts. However, Naruto was willing to give the girl a chance and hopefully be able to get her out of her fangirl stage. Because besides oath breakers, the worst type of ninja in his book was someone who became one to chase after someone else. In Naruto's book, if you become one to prove yourself, fine. But do it to try and get a boy or girl, and you're a waste of the teacher's time and energy. While both Hinata and Naruto knew that they couldn't be on the same team, they agreed to get together as often as they could in between training and missions. Naruto told Hinata that if she ever needed help in her training to keep coming to him whenever he was in the village. With the graduation exam coming up, and being 2 members short of being able to take missions outside of the village, Naruto and Kakashi decided to give Hinata special training each day after the academy, getting her ready for the big day, which Hinata greatly appreciated, and by the end of the week, she felt ready to take the test head-on. Day of graduation, Team 7's training grounds. The day was pretty much the same as the rest of the week had been for Naruto and Kakashi. One thing that was different was that Naruto had walked Hinata to the academy that morning. When the two reached the academy, Naruto had wished her luck and pecked her on the cheek. This made Hinata go into a heavy blush since she was still amazed of Naruto at times. Seeing her blush made Naruto chuckle, and he sent her off with a quick goodbye and give them hell. This made Hinata break out of her blush and giggle a little before nodding and walking into the academy ready for whatever it would bring. Naruto had noticed MIZUKI leaning against a wall when this happened, who happened to be grinning his head off while he watched. Naruto just cocked his eyebrow as if to ask what, causing MIZUKI to burst out laughing. Rolling his eyes and shaking his head a little, Naruto had waved and headed out to meet with Kakashi at the training grounds. Which leads us to the present. Naruto and Kakashi were both panting while standing across from each other. Ever since the two had met up at the training grounds, they had been going at it with each other all morning, stopping only for a quick lunch before starting back up. While this in itself wasn't too unusual for them on some days when they would be working on taijutsu, today was almost pure ninjutsu, and the two had never gone on this long with just that form of combat. While the two hadn't used any killing moves, they had used so many justice per minute that anyone passing by would think that the fourth great shinobi war was taking place. This was the scene that Hinata walked in on with a smile on her face, which quickly turned into a look of complete awe when she watched. Hinata's POV. I was walking from the academy to Naruto's training grounds feeling real good about myself. I had passed with flying colors in the graduation exam, and I couldn't wait to tell Naruto and Kakashi sensei. When I got close, I could hear that the two were going at it with ninjutsu, but didn't really pay any mind to it since I just figured they were keeping their skills up. That all changed when I walked in with a smile on my face, only for my eyes to open wide at what I saw. Naruto had just launched a huge water dragon at Kakashi sensei, who quickly used a water wall to defend and immediately sent out water bullets to counter Naruto's attack. Naruto countered with an earth wall and, taking a page out of his sensei's book, sent earth bullets at his teacher, who countered with a lighting move that looked like a bunch of Senbon needles shooting out. Think Sasuke's Chidori attack when fighting Deidara. While most of the needles were stopped when they collided with the earth bullets, a good number kept coming towards Naruto, who quickly used one of his wind justice to knock out the jutsu. When Kakashi saw this, he took advantage of the wind by sending a fire jutsu towards his student. Just as the fire reached him, Naruto summoned a water wall, which the fire immediately made contact with, causing Naruto to be encased in a cloud of steam. All of this happened in about 15 seconds, and I was amazed at the speed that their hands were moving and the hand signs they were using. Normal POV. Naruto was using the steam cloud as a chance to catch his breath for a second. As it dissipated and he began ready to go at it again, he noticed Hinata standing at the entrance to the training grounds. Kakashi noticed where he was looking and saw Hinata as well. Naruto just looked at Hinata before asking what. Hinata shook herself out of her stupor and said, "Sorry, it's just that I've never seen anyone use justice that fast before." Kakashi chuckled and said, "Well, Hinata, if you thought that was fast, you should see Naruto when he gets serious." Hinata gasped and looked at Naruto, who had the decency to blush a little while scratching the back of his head while laughing a little. Don't listen to him, Hinata. I'm not that fast." Kakashi just chuckled but left it at that. Remembering why she came, Hinata told the two about how well she did in the exams, and the two told her that they never had a doubt how well she would do. Deciding to celebrate, the three took off to Ichiraku's Hidden Leaf Village Academy, day of team placement. It was the morning of the team placements, and Hinata couldn't help but sigh while she was sitting down, thinking about how it wasn't fair that she couldn't be on Naruto's team. At least she knew that her other teacher, Kurenai, would be her new sensei. She was always a mother figure for her after her mother had died. She sighed again as Sasuke's two biggest fangirls, Ino and Sakura, got to the door and were arguing about who would get to sit next to their Sasuke. Hard to believe that Sakura will be on his team instead of me. Though I bet she will be happy to know that her precious Sasuke will be on her team. Hinata thought to herself while putting her head on the desk waiting for Iruka to come in. It wasn't long before he did, and when he got everyone's attention, he started giving the speech he always gives his graduating class. Afterwards, he started listing the team placements. Everything was going good till he reached Team 7. Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, said Imo looked up, and Sakura Haruno. Iruka said only to be interrupted by a yell from Sakura, something about true love prevailing. After getting a glare from not only Iruka, but also most of the girls, she sat down and Iruka continued. Due to certain events, you two will be joining the members of last year's Team 7. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hitaki, and your fellow Genin will be Naruto Uzumaki. I suggest you two listen to both of them. At the name Naruto, the whole class started whispering while taking occasional glances at Hinata, who, getting a little nervous from all the attention, sunk down a little into her seat. Sasuke and Sakura were thinking to themselves that it was odd that they were joining a team that had been made last year, and were wondering just what had happened to the other two members. Wonder why it's just these Naruto and Kakashi people. Sakura thought. Naruto and Kakashi, yeah? Looks like I get to have some training with the guy after all. Sasuke thought, remembering what Iruka and MIZUKI had said about Naruto a while ago when Hinata had wiped the floor with that fangirl. Iruka finished explaining the team formations and told them that they had 1 hour break before needing to be back in class to meet their new Jounin instructors. Hearing this, Hinata did a shushin out of the classroom, surprising the hell out of everyone else. When did she learn to do that? Iruka thought before remembering Naruto telling him about how Kakashi had taught him, Mato and Hiza how to do it, but that they only did it when they were in a hurry. Guess Naruto and Kakashi taught her more than just taijutsu, he thought with a chuckle while leaving the classroom. Outside of the classroom in a branch of a tree, Hinata watched the reactions of the class and smiled. Damn, that felt good, she thought to herself before jumping down to go find her two new teammates. By the way, in case you haven't noticed, Naruto's pranking side has rubbed on her a little. 1 hour later. After the hour was up, the class was all back in the classroom waiting for their new instructors. It was only a minute or two when the first one showed up, and boy were the class surprised. Instead of an adult walking in through the door like they expected, a blonde-haired boy with whiskers on his cheeks and the bluest eyes they have ever seen came in and went to the teacher's desk. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Will Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno please come with me? While he said it politely enough, almost everyone heard the undertone that told them it wasn't a request. While the two students were getting up, the two had different thoughts. This is the one who trained the Hyuga? He don't look like much. Sasuke thought to himself, thinking that he could take him. Not in your lifetime, kid. He looks kind of cute. Oh, who am I kidding? He's hot. But not as much as Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought to herself while her and most of the girls noticed a very well-toned muscled body which spoke of years of training. While the two were stepping down to the level Naruto was at, he was looking around the rest of the classroom. Spotting Hinata, he gave her a small smile which she returned. When the two rookies got to him, he nodded to Hinata before leading his new charges out of the classroom and into the village, thinking to himself, this should be interesting. Hidden Leaf Village, en route to Memorial Stone. Naruto led his two new teammates out of the academy and started heading towards his training grounds, or more specifically, the Memorial Stone that is next to it. As they left the academy, Naruto decided that he should give the rookies a fair warning about what to expect about him and Kakashi. As they passed the gate, he started talking, gaining the two's attention. Alright guys, since we're going to be a team now, there are a few things you should know about me and Kakashi-sensei. First and foremost, if we tell you to do something, you do it. We won't be trying to make you go through any sick initiation rites or anything like that. We personally find them a waste of time. That being said, if we tell you to do 50 jumping jacks while singing the alphabet, we expect you to do exactly that. Both rookies looked at like he was crazy, but Naruto ignored them. Second, and you will have to forgive us for this, but we are still recovering a little bit about what happened to our team. Sakura took this as a chance to ask what had been on her mind when she heard that they were joining an older team. Naruto, I've been wondering, what happened to make your team lose 2 teammates? Naruto got a hard look on his face before continuing, bad intel. Now don't interrupt me. As I was saying, Kakashi and I are still handling it, so you will have to deal with a few perks. While I've been able to cope a lot better, Kakashi has taken to short periods of brooding, though not often. One other thing, Kakashi will probably be an hour late at most meetings, and before you ask, it's because he is remembering things. Me and my teammates had gotten him out of that in the past year, but with what happened 2 weeks ago, he slipped back into it. Although fortunately, it's not as bad as before. I'm still working on getting him out. But know this, once he gets his head on straight, he is one hell of a teacher, and he does not take upstarts lightly. At this, he glances at Sasuke and continues, neither him nor I care for names. You earn your place with us. Don't expect us to baby you either. You better know right here and right now that I will make your life a living hell if you don't pull your own weight. Sasuke just scoffed at this, thinking that there was no way Naruto could pull through with that threat, while Sakura was starting to get nervous. That said, he continued, if you do what we tell you, I guarantee that you will come out a lot better than you came in. After that, he grew silent while they kept walking to their destination. I know it is a big change in attitude for Naruto, but remember that he just lost his two best friends as teammates and really doesn't like Sasuke's I'm better than you attitude. Meanwhile, Kakashi was at the memorial stone thinking about how he had lost his own team and now almost lost two of his students in a similar fashion. I promise, Obito, I will do my best to keep your nephew safe, and I won't let anything happen to your son either, sensei. He thought to himself while also promising himself to do the best he can for his students. Suddenly, he sensed a presence that he has grown to care for, like that of an uncle to a favorite nephew. Naruto was here. The Genin and two Genin hopefuls came to the training ground of Team 7 to see Kakashi kneeling down next to a memorial stone of some sort. Even though he knew his teacher knew they were there, Naruto spoke up. Kakashi-sensei, I brought our new teammates. Kakashi just gave a slight nod showing he heard and took a few moments to collect his thoughts. Standing up and then turning around, he gave a quick eye smile to Naruto, who returned it and then looked at his new charges. My first impression of you two, you got a rude awakening ahead of you. The two hopefuls looked startled and Sasuke immediately got angry. And what's that supposed to mean? He asked with an edge in his voice. He immediately regretted asking when Naruto swept his legs. Looking up, he saw Naruto looking down at him with a frown. It means that you have a long way to go, Uchiha, and I would watch what you say around us. Sakura watched with a frown, thinking that Naruto was being a little rough, but put it down to missing his former teammates. Kakashi just sighed and helped Sasuke up before turning to Naruto and said, I'll take him. To which Naruto just nodded and put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. Before she or Sasuke could ask about what they were doing, the two shooshined their new charges out of the area. Rooftop of the academy. We're back at the academy. Sakura noticed when the smoke cleared. Kakashi and Naruto walked past her, and Naruto hopped over the back of a bench that was there and sat on the end, while Kakashi walked around and leaned against the rail facing him. Boy, this brings back memories, Naruto said softly, to which Kakashi nodded. Then when they both realized the two hadn't followed, Kakashi asked, well, aren't you going to join us? Both hopefuls started and came to sit next to Naruto with Sakura in the middle and Sasuke on the end. All right, you three, let's introduce and talk a little about ourselves so that we know a little bit about each other, Kakashi said once they were all seated. What do you mean, sensei? Sakura asked while Naruto slightly rolled his eyes. How thick can you get? I can't believe she was the top ranked in book smarts. You know, your likes, dislikes, dreams, and hobbies. Stuff like that, Kakashi said. Why don't you go first so that we get an idea? Sakura said. Kakashi and Naruto shared a look at how ironic what Sakura and Hiza had said were. Both thought the same thing. At least Hiza just wanted me/sensei to go first to get to know me/him. I know. It is always the girl, isn't it? But trust me, that is as far as the similarities between her and Hiza go. Oh man, sensei just gave it to her as plain and simple as possible, and she still doesn't know? How did this girl ever survive the academy? Naruto thought to himself. Kakashi had similar thoughts but decided to play along. Very well. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I'm the kind of person who doesn't feel like talking about his likes and dislikes. My dreams for the future are none of your business. But anyway, I have lots of hobbies. Sasuke and Sakura both sweat dropped, while Naruto burst out laughing. He said so much, but we only learned his name. The two thought. Naruto had a much different thought. I so should have seen that coming. Never let it be said that Kakashi-sensei has no humor. Kakashi, having a good idea about what Naruto was thinking, chuckled as well, while the other two were wondering just what kind of team they were in. Sakura finally couldn't take it anymore and asked, what's so funny? The two older guys stopped laughing and Naruto said, inside joke, and left it at that. All right, now that I've gone, it's your turn. Why don't you start, Pinky? Kakashi said, which earned a glare from said pink-haired girl. All right, my name is Sakura Haruno. I like, glances at Sasuke with a blush. I dislike Ino. My hobby is, again looks at emo kid this time with a blush. My dream. Again looks at duck, but, and lets out a small squeal. Great, she's worse than I thought. Naruto thought, while Kakashi thought along the same line. Looks like Naruto wasn't kidding when he said we had a lot of work to do on this one. You with the duck, but hairdo. Kakashi said, pointing to the Uchiha, which earned him a glare from said emo and a chuckle from Naruto. And before you guys say anything, yes, I am being cruel to him, but in truth I can sometimes picture a story where he and Naruto are best buds and even brothers in all but blood. It just depends on the story. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. There are plenty of things I hate, but I don't see that it matters, considering there is almost nothing I do like. It seems pointless to talk about dreams, that's just a word, but what I do have is determination. I plan to restore my clan, and there's someone I have sworn to kill. He is so cool. Sakura thought looking at him. Kakashi and Naruto just shared a look before Naruto said under his breath, "Idiot." Unfortunately, everyone heard him and Sakura got mad and tried hitting Naruto on his head only to have him grab her wrist even before she raised it all the way. What really shocked the two hopefuls though was that he did it without ever breaking eye contact with his teacher. Sasuke was shocked thinking that if he could do that without looking, then what else could he do? But soon his pride took over, and he said in a dangerous tone of voice, "Care to repeat that, Uzumaki?" Said blonde just sighed. "I said you are an idiot." When the Uchiha continued to glare at him, he continued, "I know that you lost your clan and that you are in pain and angry at the one who did it. But having nothing but hate gets you nowhere. I will respect your wish to get justice for what has happened, but if you can't find something to protect in the meantime, then you are only limiting yourself." Sasuke couldn't take it anymore. Grabbing Naruto's collar, he jerked the blonde across the front of Sakura and got right in his face. "What would you know of my loss? You lost two teammates who, I might add, are still alive. What do you know about losing your whole clan? Or about the pain of being alone? Huh? Answer me." Sakura was shocked at the outburst and starting to get scared while Kakashi had one thought. Now he's done it. Naruto looked into the last Uchiha's eyes and gently, but firmly removed the heir's hand from his collar and with a calm voice that made even Kakashi shudder said, "I know what pain is, Uchiha. I have grown up without knowing either of my parents. Know who they are, yes. But getting to know them, no? You at least had your family for a while before they got taken from you. As for being alone, for most of my life no one in this village would ever give a damn about me. Most of the villagers had hated me, and some even tried to kill me once. So believe me, I know what pain feels like, but I did not submit to it, and you have no right to throw a pity party about it. You have always been adored and given attention, and yet you claim to be alone? Don't make me laugh." Naruto calmly sat back down while Sakura and Sasuke were in shock. Sakura because of how her new teammate was apparently treated at one time in the past, and Sasuke due to what the blonde had said about not ever knowing his parents. Kakashi sighed and decided to get his team's mind off of these dark thoughts and steered them toward clearer skies. Well now that we have that out of our systems, it's time to talk about the test you two must take. And Naruto, you will be taking it as well. I know you passed before, but this is a new team, so you have to take it again. Naruto nodded at this since he figured he would have to do it again when he picked the two up from the academy. Sakura looked to their teacher with a confused look on her face. "Test, sensei." While Kakashi nodded, it was Naruto who answered, "He's talking about the test to see if you will be Genin or not." Sakura was shocked. But we already took one at the academy. I thought that was the test." Naruto shook his head and explained to the two how the academy test was just to see if they had what it took to be Genin, and that this test saw if they were actually ready for it, or if they should be sent back to the academy for another year to learn what they had missed the first time. Kakashi then told them to be at the training grounds they were at before at 7 a.m. and then dismissed them. Sasuke and Sakura left right away with Sakura tried getting a date out of the last Uchiha, without success. The two veterans just sighed while watching them leave, and Kakashi turned to Naruto. "How you holding up, Naruto?" he asked his younger companion. Naruto just sighed and said, "Mato and Hiza, those two are not sensei. They seem to be more trouble than they are worth. The Uchiha has superiority issues while Haruno seems to be way too interested in him to actually concern herself with training. To be honest, I don't even know if I could work with them tomorrow for the test. Although knowing the council, they will probably give us hell if we don't at least pass the Uchiha. Kakashi sighed at that. I'm afraid you're right, Naruto. Especially about the council, I'm afraid. Just try and do your best, and we'll try to get them in the best shape we can afterwards. Make sure you get a good night's sleep tonight. Something tells me we're going to need it. Naruto nodded, and the two went their separate ways to prepare themselves for the next day. Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto's apartment. Naruto was currently asleep in his bed, or at least that is what anyone who was watching him would see. But in truth, he was having a talk with his father while the two were training together. Naruto's Mindscape. Naruto and the Kyuubi were having a mainly ninjustice-sparing match much like the one Naruto and Kakashi had that day. The two were mainly using fire and wind-style justice, while also using a couple of taijutsu moves if the two ever got close enough a couple of times. The main difference was whereas with Naruto and Kakashi their hands were a blur, the two fighting now were moving their hands so fast that even the longest chains of sequences only took a second or two. All the while the two were talking about the test that Kakashi was obligated to give and all the problems involved with it. You know, that council really pisses me off. I just know that they are putting that stuck-up prick on our team just to spite me. And they expect me to work well with the brat and help him pass as well. That's like asking me to jump straight to the moon. Naruto said while launching a large fireball at his adopted father, who expertly jumped over it and sent a wind blast at his son, while making sure none of it touched the fireball passing under him. When the wind got close enough, Naruto manipulated it into a tornado and sent it right back at the big guy. I know how you feel, son, but we are just going to have to find a way to get him and that pathetic excuse for a kunoichi to pass. The good news is that at least that girl might have a chance at being reached and brought to a more suitable level. Though I stress might. As he was saying this, the tornado came right at him and he started to spin. When he came out of it, he had spin-kicked the tornado, sending it off to the side where it started to fluctuate, before completely bursting, sending wind everywhere. Naruto shook his head when he saw that, and said, I can't wait for you to show me how you do that, father. Said Fox just grinned, and said, in time, my son. Before launching a fireball himself at the blonde who to his small amount of surprise, saw his son create another tornado around him that turned into a fiery vortex when the fireball hit it. The fox got a proud grin as he watched his son maintain the funnel without it touching him, and he started building its power up. Then with a motion of his arm, the blonde gestured to the fox, and the funnel bent, and rushed the fox turned human. The fox just stood there, and then absorbed the fire into his body. Hey, no fair, Naruto said playfully. His father just laughed, and said, you're just jealous. You got that right, Naruto said with a grin, before they decided to call it quits for the night. Naruto sighed. We still have no idea what to do about the test tomorrow. I mean, Kakashi told us it would be the same test as before, but how the hell am I going to get the Uchiha to listen to me? I can't even do the same thing I did last time since I'm sure Kakashi won't have that book with him, so I can't blackmail the guy to make it easier on all four of us. The Kyuubi nodded before saying, maybe you should knock the kid out and fight with a shadow clone transformed to look like him. Naruto considered in for a moment before sighing and shaking his head. No good. That would just make it even harder to work with the guy when we do pass. And I doubt his fangirl would appreciate it either. The fox sighed knowing his son was right, and just said that they would have to figure something out in the morning and bade his son good night. After returning the gesture, his son left the mindscape and truly went to sleep. The next day, Training Grounds 7. Naruto woke up at 6 the next morning and got ready. Half an hour later, he was out of the door heading to the training ground at a reasonably fast pace across the rooftops. While he knew that Kakashi might be at least a little late, he knew it would still be a good idea to get there a little early. At the very least, he could set a few traps up. He got there 10 minutes early and created 10 shadow clones. Nodding to the original, the group began unsealing shuriken and kunai launchers that Naruto had built himself with the help of his former classmate Tenten. They made sure that the launchers they used were chakra-triggered instead of tripwire-triggered since they were not sure how good the two rookies were around traps, if at all. Approximately 5 minutes later, everything was set up and the clones dispersed themselves, giving the original the memories of where the traps were placed. Just as this happened, Sakura and Sasuke entered the training grounds, with Sakura once again asking Sasuke for a date and getting the usual response from the emo kid. When the two looked to the training grounds, they saw Naruto and headed over to him. Naruto was currently drawing on a copy of a map of the area he had made after the first bell test to help when he, Mato, and Hizo would play war games with Kakashi. Right at the moment, he was marking where all the clones had set up traps, thinking that he could try and get Kakashi boxed in close to one of them with help from the other two, although he personally wasn't holding his breath. As the two approached him, Sakura suddenly remembered something. Naruto?" Said blonde looked up from what he was doing, and Sakura took this as an invitation to continue. "I just remembered something, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke-kun." Naruto's got an irritated look for a quick moment at the word kun. "And I had talked about ourselves yesterday, but we never did hear about you." "Yes, I will admit I forgot him, but now that I think about it, this actually works good for the story." Naruto just looked at her for a moment before realizing that was the truth. "Very well," he said. "As you know, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like reading and playing the occasional prank, though I don't do it as often nowadays." Both raised their eyebrows at that. "I swear, it's a recurring theme with these guys. I also like hanging out with my friends and the occasional meal of ramen. I dislike bullies and those who think they are better than others just because of who their parents were." A pointed look at Sasuke. "I also dislike those who become ninja just to impress someone." This time a pointed look at Sakura. Sakura was starting to get edgy while Sasuke was starting to get mad. "And I really hate traitors and oath breakers, as well as those who make assumptions without getting all the facts. As for hobbies, I like to learn how to play different instruments." Another eyebrow raised by the two. "I am a semi-amateur gardener and like learning new justice. As for dreams, I want to make my parents proud of who I am and become Hokage." Sasuke snorted and Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. "How can someone like you be Hokage?" Sasuke asked. Naruto just shook his head and said, "That is what I hate about Uchihas and most Hyugas. You all make assumptions without all the facts." He left it at that when Sasuke got angry and tried to get in a fight again. But Naruto just unsealed the guitar to the surprise of the other two and started playing Cliffs of Dover by Eric Johnson. In a branch nearby, Kakashi listened with an eye smile. He had of course seen what Naruto's clones had done, and he approved of the choice to use chakra trip launchers instead of trip-wired ones. He had also seen Naruto draw on a copy of the map he had made of the area and knew that he was going to share the info on the traps with the two hopefuls once the test started. He also had a feeling that Naruto knew he was there, but he just sat there listening to the music since it wasn't very often he actually heard Naruto play. And besides, he was just as good on a guitar as a violin or Native American flute. When the song ended, he shoeshined to a spot directly behind the hopefuls, making them jump. Naruto of course knew his sensei was there ever since he himself had came to the training grounds, which surprised him, but he figured Kakashi just wanted to see how he and the other two would interact while they waited. Deciding to play along, he had kept the fact that he could sense his sensei nearby a secret, although he did make sure not to set up any traps where his teacher was. Didn't want Kakashi getting any ideas about messing with them after all. So it was no surprise to him when his sensei appeared right between the two who he had been forced against his better judgment to help pass what was to come today. He secretly enjoyed seeing the other two jump while looking at Kakashi with an even look before deciding to have some fun and adapted a look of surprise. "Kakashi-sensei, you're actually on time. Is it going to snow today?" Naruto asked, getting weird looks from Sasuke and Sakura, while Kakashi, who knew exactly what his favorite student was doing, decided to play along. "Why yes, didn't you get the weather forecast? There is going to be a huge blizzard in a couple of hours." Naruto just grinned and said, "Well then, I guess we should hurry and get started then." The other two realized that they were having a fast one pulled over them and started getting mad when the other two burst out laughing at the looks on their faces. When the two got serious, Kakashi told them about the test with the bells, which Sakura had immediately pointed out there were only 2 bells, but 3 of them. "Very good, Sakura. You obviously had no trouble in math class. The reason why there are only 2 bells is that the one who doesn't get a bell by noon goes back to the academy. Not only that, but you will be tied to one of those poles over there and watch while I eat my lunch. Oh, and Naruto, I didn't bring my book, so don't even think about pulling that stunt again to pass. Sakura was angry at the first sentence, but she and Sasuke both got worried looks at the second sentence, which quickly turned to confusion when they heard the final sentence. Turning to Naruto, they saw him grin while he looked like he was remembering a particularly funny memory. Finally, Sakura let her curiosity get to her and asked, Naruto? What is Kakashi-sensei talking about? Naruto burst out laughing much to the chagrin of the Cyclops in the group and just said, well, let's just say last time I showed my appreciation for a book series he likes to read and leave it at that. That only served to get them even more curious, but neither of the veterans, would explain further. All right then, now that you know what this test entails, it's time to begin. Oh, and one more thing, Naruto. Try to limit yourself to low Chunin levels. At this, the other two looked at Naruto, who just nodded while the two shared a thought limit. Now then, you may begin now, Kakashi said, and instantly shoo-shined from the area, and Naruto immediately noticed that he had completely masked his presence like only someone of a Jounin level or higher could do. Frowning a little bit, Naruto gestured to the two hopefuls and led them to the closest cluster of launcher traps, which were set up to cover the 4 main compass points. Once they sat down, Sasuke immediately asked Naruto, what are we doing here, dope? Why are you wasting my time when I should be getting one of those bells? Naruto raised his eyebrow at the word dope, but let it slide, thinking that Sasuke was in denial about what Kakashi had said about limiting himself to low Chunin levels. Shaking his head, he simply said, and you are Rookie of the Year, why? Sasuke got mad, but before he could say anything, Naruto continued, Kakashi-sensei is a Jounin, and one of the best in this village at that. What makes you think that you, who I might add are not even a proper Genin yet, can take him on by himself? I've been with him for almost a full year now, and I know almost exactly what that guy can do. And let me tell you, he could wipe the deck with you in less than 10 seconds. Sasuke got even madder and said, oh yeah? And you think you have a better chance? Oh, if only he saw the two go at it on the day of graduation. Naruto just chuckled and said, maybe. Now do you want my help or not? Not, Sasuke said and left. Sakura looked torn between following him and sticking with Naruto, who just shook his while thinking how stupid it was to let pride get in the way of a mission. Sakura decided to ask Naruto what he had in mind, and Naruto explained how he had led their teacher into a corridor minefield the first time, and how he hopped to do the same with traps he had set, showing her where they were marked on the map, but told her he wanted to see how the Uchiha did before they did anything. With that said, he rolled up the map and sent a shadow clone henge to look like a small fox to follow Sasuke and see just how bad he was humiliated. Kakashi, who had seen the whole thing from a branch, once again knew that his blonde student most likely knew they were being observed and realized that the blonde had indirectly asked him to show Sasuke he wasn't as good as he thought he was. Taking off in the direction Sasuke went in a roundabout way, he thought to himself, if only he had seen Naruto and me sparring 2 days ago, he would definitely have a different opinion. But Naruto really isn't one to show off to others just to prove a point. I'll let your imaginations come up with for what happens next. Once the shadow clone had dispelled itself, Naruto just sighed and shook his head in a dejected manner. When Sakura asked what was wrong, he just got up and told her to follow him. They walked at a relatively slow pace for about 10 minutes until they came upon a small clearing. Walking in, they saw Sasuke buried up to the top of his neck in the ground and looking royally pissed off about something. While Sakura looked shocked at him, Naruto just slowly shook his head and walked towards him. Kneeling down, he asked, you going to listen to me now, or should I just leave you here? Sasuke just glared at him even more. Naruto just sighed and said, come on Sakura, let's go. Sakura looked shocked, we're just going to leave him there? Naruto once more sighed and said, if he's not going to help, then he is not worth digging out. Maybe while he is doing it himself, he will realize that the only way we can get the bells is together. With that, he took off into the forest again, using his nose much the same way he did in the previous test to start looking for his sensei. While it is true he could have done this in the beginning, he had decided to try and get the other two to work as a team together first. Sakura didn't seem to have a problem listening to someone with more experience than her, but Sasuke was just too proud and stubborn. Taking a page from his student's book, Kakashi had left a shadow clone to see what happened when Naruto and Sakura showed up. When it had dispelled itself, Kakashi just shook his head. Sakura wasn't as much of a lost cause as the two vets had thought, but the fact that he had so soundly beat the Uchiha, and he still wouldn't accept help frustrated the two to no ends. If this keeps up, we're going to have to all-out fail him. I hope Naruto sealed a ton of aspirin this morning because we are going to need it when the council learns we didn't pass him. Like the last time, he quickly realized how Naruto was tracking him and decided to save them both time by heading towards one of the traps he had saw Naruto marked down on his map. He wanted to see how Sakura would handle working with Naruto when under fire. Naruto smelled Kakashi heading to one of the traps and was grateful that his sensei had decided to spare them the charade since while last time this had been a proving ground, this time when it came to Naruto's tracking skills, it was just redundant. Leading Sakura, he got into position and made sure she knew what to do. When he was sure she did, he triggered the trap, launching a ton of kunai at Kakashi. As soon as Kakashi was done dodging, he went at him with Sakura at his side and started a taijutsu match with Kakashi and him both, keeping their fight down to low levels to give Sakura a chance. I'll give her this, she's determined not to lose. Kakashi thought as he dodged a badly thrown punch from the pink-haired girl, though she really needs to work on her taijutsu. All of a sudden, Naruto widened his eyes and jumped back, turning in the process to be facing the same direction as Kakashi was, and used the same tornado just as he had used during his and his father's spar, just as a fireball shot by overhead. Catching the fireball and turning it into a vortex, he looked forward to see Sasuke's surprised face while the vortex continued spinning around him. Sakura was surprised as well, while the two vets were just disappointed. Naruto then stopped the wind in the vortex and using the heat it had generated then caused a few clouds to form with highly condensed moisture, and using his water manipulation caused it to rain to finish extinguishing the flames around him. Both hopefuls grew even more shocked when he did this while Kakashi had one thought to himself. Show off. Though if that didn't get Sasuke's attention, nothing well. Naruto glared at the Uchiha and said in a dangerous tone of voice, Sasuke, while using us as a diversion might be considered teamwork, it is only so when planned and especially not when you shoot a fireball right over our heads. Do something like that again, and I'll make certain you end up in the hospital. Sasuke scoffed at the butt before he could say anything. The timer rang and the test was over. 5 minutes later, the four of them were in the main clearing of the training grounds. Naruto and Kakashi were standing with their arms crossed and looking at the last Uchiha, who they had no qualms of tying to the middle post in the clearing. Both shared the same thought. What the hell are we going to do with this guy? Sakura was currently standing off to the side while looking down a little bit. While she was upset about how Sasuke was being treated, she was still amazed at what Naruto had just done. I can't believe he did that. Not only did he catch that fireball with a tornado, but he also made a small rain cloud to drench the flame. Kakashi started shaking his head. Sasuke, what on earth are we going to do with you? You are the only one who did not realize the true purpose of the test. And not only that, you put your teammates in possible danger while you were at it. Sasuke just glared at him and Naruto. Kakashi sighed and said to the three, Right, well Naruto and Sakura, go ahead and have your lunch, but make sure not to give any to Sasuke. We will try this again in 15 minutes. But if you can't work as a team, then I'm afraid Sasuke will have to go back to the academy. With that, he grabbed a lunch and shoo-shined out of the way. Naruto once again could sense that his teacher had just gone to the edge of the woods to see how they would interact and realized that he wanted him to try and get Sasuke to understand before the test started again. Sighing to himself at how hopeless that particular task seemed, but remembering his words about the council last night, he grabbed a lunch and sat down next to the tied-up Uchiha. Sakura looked uncertain, but soon followed. Opening his lunch, he took a look at Sasuke, and for what seemed the 100th time shook his head. Now do you see why I asked you to work together with us, Sasuke? Said Emo just looked at the blonde speaking, and said, Why should I listen to you, dope? Naruto raised an eyebrow, and said, Who is the dope really, Uchiha? 'Cause from where I'm sitting, the only one who was dead last in this test is the one who is currently tied to a post without a lunch. Sasuke growled, but before he could say anything, Naruto continued. You are going to learn eventually that you are going to have to work with others sometimes. No one can ever truly be a one-man army. Not even me with my shadow clones. Even if I had 1,000 clones out, I'm sure I would miss something someone else would have no trouble spotting. Please, Sasuke, just this once, let me help. Sasuke kept glaring at him for a minute. Finally turning his head, he said one word. Fine. Kakashi popped in and said, glad you two finally came to an agreement. Sakura and Sasuke, you two pass. Kakashi untied Sasuke and turned to talk to all now 3 official Genins. Alright, now that Team 7 is official again, Sasuke and Sakura, be here at 8 every morning unless I say so. Naruto, I would like you to do the same thing for Mato and Hiza if you don't mind. Naruto didn't look too happy at that, but nodded anyway. What do you mean, sensei? Sakura asked, noticing the look Naruto got. He means I will be the one doing most of the teaching in the morning before we all meet up for missions. Naruto replied. Sakura had no problems with this since Naruto obviously knew what he was doing. Sasuke, however, was furious at the thought of being taught by someone who was only a year older than him. But he kept his mouth shut since he didn't want to ruin what he had just got. With that, the team split off for the rest of the day. Hokage's office. All of the Jounin who had agreed to take a Genin team were in the Hokage's office waiting for Kakashi to show up before they got started. With a pop and a small bit of smoke, Kakashi appeared in front of the Hokage's desk. Raising a hand and saying "Yo" in greeting, he went over to a wall and leaned against it. The Hokage nodded to him before beginning. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. How did the new teams do? Teams 1 through 6 all failed, with the hopefuls either being downright hopeless, just needing a little more time at the academy, or just simply quitting being a ninja altogether. When it came to Team 7, everyone looked at Kakashi, wonder how his mixed match team had done on the first day. Sighing, Kakashi said, Team 7 passed, barely. The rest of the group were surprised when they heard this. They all knew about how good Naruto was and couldn't figure out why a team with him on it would almost fail, especially when that team had the top 2 rookies on it as well. The Hokage was curious as well and said, Kakashi, if I may ask, why did a team which should have been one of the best teams made this year almost fail? Kakashi sighed and explained what happened between Naruto and the rookies. Sir, things did not go very smoothly between Naruto and the rookies. The Uchiha has a superiority complex, while the Haruno seems to be more interested in chasing the Uchiha than being a ninja. While Naruto was able to get her to work with him, Uchiha kept butting heads with him numerous times. It took me and Naruto tying him to a post to even consider working together. And even then he barely gave in. That boy is just too prideful for his own good. The other Jounins listened and were surprised to hear that Naruto had such a hard time. Normally, he could win anyone over. They knew this because most of the Jounins with teams decided to have a series of small war games, and Naruto was always chosen as the leader of his team. Sarutobi sighed and said, by the sound of things, Naruto should be able to help Sakura with her problem, but the Uchiha might be a bit of a problem. We will just have to hope that he can get Sasuke's head on straight. Now then, what about the rest of the teams? The other 2 teams had also managed to pass, although it seemed they did a lot better. Once everyone was finished, Sarutobi thanked and then dismissed them. When they were gone, he sighed as he leaned back in his chair while looking out at the village. Taking a drag from his pipe, he thought to himself, Naruto, I'm sure you will be able to get through this. Hidden Leaf Village, en route to the Hokage's office, directly after bell test. Naruto was angry. Actually, angry didn't cover it. He was downright pissed. Sakura, he could see doing his best to help out with training. Sasuke was another matter entirely. It wasn't just the fact that he had that superior attitude that Naruto knew had no right being there. It was the pride as well. Sasuke, in Naruto's opinion, would always try to prove that he was better than him. For Naruto, the problem with that was not his own ego telling him to beat down some upstart that threatened him. No, what really made Naruto mad at the Uchiha's attitude that made him want to beat the kid to the ground right now was the fact that that kind of thinking got people killed on missions. He was going to the Hokage to explain this to him, and he was hoping to get his approval to use any means necessary to get the kid's head on straight. Because if he didn't give the so-called genius a much-needed wake-up call in the safety of the village, it would happen outside on a mission and the poor fool might not survive. He and his father were currently discussing ways to get the kid to wake up, but they realized that anything too serious would get the council mad at them even with the Hokage's approval. Unfortunately, it seemed to them that they would end up needing to do some pretty drastic things to get the kid to wake up. And even though father and son agreed most of the members of the council could go straight to hell, it did not change the fact that although they were a pain in the rear, the blonde had to listen to them, hence his pissed-off state. Hokage's office. Sarutobi was sitting at his desk looking out the window. The Jounins had finished their reports on the Genin test and had all been dismissed 5 minutes ago. Kakashi had been one of the last ones out and had told the Hokage that Naruto might be swinging by later to give his opinion about the test as well. Sarutobi knew that would most definitely be the case. Naruto was a good ninja and liked to solve his own problems, but he would sometimes come to his former teachers or him for advice if he ever needed help. And Sarutobi knew that Naruto would definitely need help dealing with the Uchiha, since the council seemed to adore the last loyal Sharingan user. Especially since Naruto made it clear numerous times that he did not like people who let pride or those with well-known last names get to their heads. Sarutobi was sure that the next few months at least would really put his favorite blonde ninja to the test. Just as he was thinking about this, there was a knocking at his door. He wasn't surprised when said blonde came in when invited, and leaned forward as Naruto took a seat. Gesturing for him to speak, said blonde sighed and decided to not beat around the bush with his leader and grandfather figure. Hokage-sama, I'm afraid I'm going to need your help with something. My 2 teammates leave a lot of things wanting. Sakura Haruno, although seems more interested in chasing our teammate than becoming a good ninja, has at least shown signs she can be helped, that I can handle on my own. What I really need your help on is dealing with the other new member of Team 7. Naruto paused to gather his thoughts. Even though he and the Hokage were close, he knew this was a delicate matter and so chose his next words carefully. I can clearly see that Sasuke Uchiha and I will constantly be at odds with each other. He has allowed the village's worship of his clan get to his head and has proven multiple times during the test that he will not or cannot work as a team player. The reason he has done this is that, as he himself has stated, he strongly believes that he is superior to everyone else and does not need help. I have tried multiple times reaching out to him, but failed all but once. The second to last time, Sasuke actually put not only me and Kakashi-sensei in danger, but his classmate as well. The only reason he even agreed to work with us last time was because we threatened to send him back to the academy, which if the council was not so interested in him, I would have done anyway. The boy needs a wake-up call, sir. And I'm afraid only a rather rude one will have any effect whatsoever. However, like I said, the council has interest in him. Therefore, I need your approval for me to do what I feel is necessary to open his eyes. Because if it is not done in the safety of the village walls, but outside during a mission, I cannot guarantee that the Uchiha will survive. The Hokage listened with his full attention and knew that Naruto was serious about this 110%. He agreed completely with him, especially about how the council was interested in the Uchiha and what that implied. Nodding his head when Naruto had finished, Sarutobi said, I have heard your case, Naruto, and I agree to it. Do what you feel is necessary to set Sasuke Uchiha on the right track. I will do my best to keep the council off your back while you take care of this problem. Just make sure not to kill him. They both chuckled a little at that. Naruto then thanked the Hokage and left the room. Unknown to the other, both had the same thought as he closed the door. This is going to be interesting. Team 7 training grounds the next day. Just as the day previous, the 2 rooks came to the training grounds 5 minutes early. What they came across astounded them. Naruto was sitting in a meditative position doing breathing exercises. This was not what shocked them though. What did was the fact that he was currently 3 feet of the ground, and they could clearly see the wind forming a small funnel that was no bigger or smaller than Naruto himself. Sakura thought to herself, I've never seen such perfect chakra control before. I wonder how someone only a year older than us got that good. Sasuke just thought that he was doing it to show off. Sensing their presence, Naruto opened his eyes and dropped the miniature tornado underneath him, landing lightly on his feet with his knees slightly bent. Glad to see both of you have a good sense of time, he said, and then continued. Today is going to be mostly about figuring out where you stand. After that, we will deal accordingly. We will skip Taijutsu since I have seen you both in action. So let's start first with ninjutsu. After that, we will cover jinjutsu. Then come weapon usage, and finally chakra control. Once all that is done, I will figure out what our main focus will be on and how we can improve those areas that need it. Any questions? Sakura decided to ask a question. Naruto? I know it's not related, but how did you get such good chakra control? Naruto just chuckled and started rubbing the back of his neck. Shadow clones. He replied, to which Sakura and Sasuke got a confused look. Naruto explained how he had too much chakra to do the regular clone jutsu properly, without overloading it. He then told of how, when they were going over the jutsu at the academy, how MIZUKI and Iruka decided to teach him shadow clones instead, and how the clones would transfer memories, including progress on chakra control, back to the original once dispelled. He also explained how he had used this information to get where he was today. Sakura was still confused though. But Naruto, from what you said, you have gained years of knowledge. How could you do that with only 1 or 2 clones at a time? Naruto got a fox grin and formed his favorite hand sign. Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. He called, and right after, a fog surrounded them. When it cleared, there was a sea of blonde surrounding them. Seeing the shocked faces of the 2 rooks, Naruto dispelled the clones and explained how he had enough chakra maintain that number for a full day at least. Sakura and Sasuke were shocked that someone Naruto's age could have so much chakra to use. After that, Naruto decided to get things started. They started with ninjutsu. Naruto was not surprised to see that Sasuke only knew fire styles. It was what the Uchihas were known for after all. Sakura unfortunately only had the 3 academy justice, but Naruto knew that even those came in handy to have. After the demonstration, Naruto gave both of them a chakra card and explained how it worked. He gave one to Sasuke to see if he had more than just fire for his nature, and Sakura one to find out what hers was. It turns out Sasuke had a small affinity for lighting as well as fire, which led Naruto to believe that he had the possibility of being like Kakashi. Sakura turned out to have not only water as a primary, but earth as well. Naruto was extremely pleased with this since because he had primarily wind, between the 3 they had all 5 elements. He knew that little tidbit would come in handy at some point or another. Moving on to Jinjutsu, he led them over to Kurenai's training field and asked her to perform a test for him, which she agreed to do. It turned out Sakura was a lot better at detecting and breaking Jinjutsu than Sasuke was. When they got back to their own training grounds, he tested them on weapons. He had them perform not only stationary tests, but moving tests as well. He would throw a shuriken or kunai across the field, and the 2 would have to hit them with their own. Sasuke did better at this, although Sakura was not far behind. After that, they came to Naruto's final and favorite test, chakra control. He showed them the kunai balancing technique and had them balance as many kunai on their fingers as possible. Sakura again did the best by balancing kunai on each of her fingers, while Sasuke could only manage 7, and that was only for about 10 seconds at most. Needless to say, he wasn't very happy with that fact. After the testing was done, Naruto had the 2 work on their stamina since both were lacking in that department. Sasuke resented being told to do push-ups and squats, especially when Naruto told him he was physically the weakest in his class, but did it when Naruto proved his point by arm wrestling him when he had his weights set to 25%. In case you forgot, that makes it 250 pounds for each limb. Even with so much weight on his body, Naruto still soundly beat Sasuke. Naruto joined them, but went at a much faster pace than the 2 and doing at least twice as many as they were doing. It was to this scene that Kakashi came upon at noon when he came to the training grounds. En route to Hokage Tower. Team 7 was heading to the tower to start on some D-ranks. They had stopped at Ichiraku's to get a quick meal before continuing. It was roughly 1 o'clock when they reached the floor where missions were assigned. Iruka and MIZUKI were currently working the desks like they usually did, while the Hokage was there as well. Seeing Naruto come in, the 3 started grinning. Naruto knew what that look meant and prepared himself to use a lot of clones today. Stepping up to stand beside Kakashi, Naruto asked, "Judging by your looks, old man, you guys must have quite a few D-ranks today." Sasuke and Sakura were shocked to hear Naruto talking to the Hokage like that. Said old man chuckled and said, "You could say that, Naruto. We are really just glad that you're back with us. The village just doesn't look the same without you doing all those D-ranks you used to. But now that you're back, We can get a lot of stuff out of the way now. Also, a client specifically asked for you. You remember Mrs. Aryan, right? Naruto nodded. Mrs. Aryan was a widow from the QB attack. Unlike others who had seen him as the QB first, Mrs. Aryan saw him as a hero. She had one rather large garden in her backyard that she liked to maintain herself. However, her arthritis would sometimes flare up, and she would call in a Genin team to give her a hand. She and Naruto hit it off relatively well, and Naruto learned a good deal more about gardening than he had before he met her. I take it her arthritis is acting up again? He asked, to which Sarutobi nodded, and Iruka tossed the mission scroll to the blonde. Anything else? He asked. Iruka nodded and gave Naruto 2 more mission scrolls. Both maintenance missions. Nodding. He and Kakashi left the room and led the rooks to where they were going first. On the way, Naruto explained to them who Mrs. Aryan was and why they were helping with the gardening. Sasuke was disappointed that for at least a week or 2 they would only be doing these so-called D-rank missions, but kept his thoughts to himself. When they got to Mrs. Aryan's, they found her sitting down in a chair on her porch. Seeing Naruto come into her gate, she got up and gave him a hug before saying, "Thanks for coming, Naruto. I heard about what happened to your team. Will Mato and Hiza be all right?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, they're all right, but they will be out of commission for a while." The old lady nodded at this and led the team into the backyard. Sakura was amazed at how big the garden was. Turning to the client, she asked, "Do you really usually maintain this garden by yourself?" Mrs. Aryan chuckled and said, "Yes, although when my arthritis acts up, I'm afraid I have to hire a team to help. Ever since last year, I've been having Naruto come to do it. His ability to create shadow clones really helps when it comes time to weeding and transferring plants." Naruto just rubbed the back of his neck at this and created about 20 shadow clones. He then waited as Mrs. Aryan explained to the new guys what they should do and had them start weeding. Naruto left some clones with them to work on that, while 10 others got started on transferring some plants into pots with fresher soil in them. While they were doing that, the remaining 2 clones went with Naruto and Mrs. Aryan to work on her rose garden, where they began cutting off the dead parts. Reaching into his pouch when they reached the roses, Naruto pulled out a scroll and unsealed a pair of gloves along with some clippers and a couple of garbage bags. His clones did the same, each one unsealing what they would need. After they were ready, Naruto and Mrs. Aryan got busy going through the rose bed. Mrs. Aryan hung back, letting Naruto do most of the work since he knew what he was doing. She would sometimes step in to pull a weed or 2 that had somehow managed to grow there, or tell Naruto to clip a certain part of the plant. It only took him and the clones 5 minutes to work through the bed of 20 roses, which were lined up in 2 rows of 10 split in the middle. Once that was done, the clones went to the ones transferring plants while the original tied up the bags with the dead roses in them and brought them to the gate of the front yard where they would be picked up by the garbage collectors. Coming back around the house, Naruto saw that the plants were done being transferred and that the rest of the yard was pretty much weed-free. Stepping up to him, Mrs. Aryan smiled and said, "Ah, the wonders of shadow clones." Naruto chuckled and helped the others bring their bags up to the gates. The total time the team was there was only about 10 minutes. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Aryan, the team took off to their next assignment, while Naruto had a shadow clone head to the Hokage with the now finished mission scroll. The next assignment was a rather simple one as well. All they had to do was paint a fence. What was so special about this fence was that it was a good 200 feet long. Naruto was sure that the group at the mission's desk had held on to this one especially for him to do. Not that it really bothered him. It wasn't exactly the first time he had painted, and just like with gardening, he had actually gotten quite good at it. On the way there, he had a shadow clone go get the paint supplies from the shed where they are normally kept. The clone and team met at the fence roughly a minute apart. Turning to Sakura and Sasuke, he then explained how the best way to paint the fence was to do an outline or cutting, actual term, the edges of each picket while demonstrating, and then using another brush to quickly fill in the rest. Sakura got an exasperated look. "But Naruto, that will take forever. And why did your clone only bring 3 cans of paint?" Naruto just grinned and said, Sakura, I thought you were a quick learner." Seeing her confused look, he grabbed a cutter's brush as well as a regular brush along with one of the 3 paint cans and with them in hand called out, "Shadow Clone Justu." Roughly 100 clones stood standing around them with the brushes and paint cans in hand. Looking at Sakura and Sasuke's surprised looks, Naruto continued to grin and said, "Oh, the wonders of shadow clones." He told Sakura and Sasuke to start on this side and to individually work in 5-foot gaps. He and his clones then left to the other side, which was actually down another street that connected to this one. He knew if there were problems that Kakashi could handle them. As he walked towards the end, he started positioning clones where they would best be placed at. He began placing them at the halfway point and gave each clone group a 5-foot section. When the clone group was finished with their section, they would leapfrog to the next available section. With how many clones he had produced, he figured it would only take him about 10 minutes to get everything done and double-checked. Still grinning, he himself reached the very beginning and got started. Back with Sakura and Sasuke, the two had both just finished their first segments and were working on the second when Team 10 walked past. Ino noticed how it was just Sakura and Sasuke doing all the work and immediately thought, "Look at her, so smug being next to Sasuke-kun. I bet she's loving every minute of it. Hey, wait a minute. Where is that blonde-haired kid that picked them up at the academy 2 days ago?" Deciding to get some answers, Ino said, "Hey Sakura, you know that job's perfect for you. By the way, where's your other teammate? I thought you were supposed to do missions as a team?" Sakura looked over her shoulder at Ino and scowled at her. "Gee, thanks Ino. And for your information, Naruto is at the other end and working towards us." Ino just raised an eyebrow, as did Chuji and Shikamaru. Ino decided to try and get a rise from her. "Gee Sakura, what did you do to force your poor teammate to leave you and Sasuke-kun alone?" To which Sakura could only laugh, which only got Ino mad. "What is so funny?" she asked with a vein starting to appear on her forehead. Sakura just looked back at her one-time friend before turning back around and finished working on the fence. Taking a breath before answering, she said, "I didn't push Naruto anywhere, Ino. He assigned us to start here, and he and his shadow clone started on the other side. Now if you will excuse me, I really need to get this done." Ino was about to retort to that when Asuma stepped in and told them they needed to keep going to the tower. Turning at the corner, the three Genins saw a rather unusual sight. The fence was in an L shape with Sakura and Sasuke working on a 30-foot area that left roughly 170 feet for Naruto and his clones to work on. And work they had. There were now only 20 clones, and the original in the area bunched together in groups starting at the corner and ending about 20 feet from the corner. One clone would cut the picket and continue to the next one, while another clone would fill in the rest of the picket and continue as well. Finally, a third clone would come up and make sure that there were no missed spots. Two of the clones were working with the original, who was cutting heading away from the corner on the first 5-foot segment. Sensing Asuma's presence, he looked up from what he was doing and said, "Going to start your team on missions, Asuma?" Asuma nodded and said yes. "Although with you doing missions like this one again, I don't see what the others will be doing. Not that the other Genin squads are complaining, I bet." Naruto just chuckled while the Genin looked at the interaction going on and wondered just what was going on. Ino then had a thought. "Your name's Naruto, right?" Naruto looked back and nodded. "That's right," he said, before turning back around and moving on to the next picket when he finished cutting the one he was on and moving so the clone beside him could work on it. "Was it your idea to pair Sakura and Sasuke-kun like that back there?" Ino asked. The three males of Team 10 were frowning, knowing where this was going. Naruto just asked the clone who was spotting to take over, which it did, and turned around to look at her. "Is there a problem?" he asked. "Yeah, there's a problem. What were you thinking putting those two together?" Ino all but shouted, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow, which only got her even more upset. Naruto calmly unsealed one of the paint brushes that he keeps with him in case the others are being used by another team and started checking to make sure all the needles were straight. "Last time I checked, what I have my teammates do is none of your concern, Yamanaka." That did it for Ino, but before she could strangle this jerk of a blonde, Naruto turned off his chakra weights and in a blur had painted every inch of the outside of the clothes the Yamanaka heir was wearing. Ino just stood there shocked as Naruto admired his handiwork for a second before making some hand signs and using his water manipulation skills, had every single drop of paint leave Ino's clothes and go back into the paint, and leaving no trace it had actually happened. Both Chuji and Shikamaru watched this and had one thought. That was cool. Naruto just looked at Ino and said, Miss Yamanaka, if that will be all, I really must be getting back to work. At her nod, he turned around and started spotting. Asuma decided to get going and left with a wave to Naruto, who returned it. The three Genin left knowing one thing. Don't mess with Naruto. Once they were gone, Naruto finished up and went around the corner, where he was pleased to find that the two rooks were almost done. Having a few of his clones help finish, he walked past the two and went to talk with Kakashi. Noticing the grin on his face, Sakura asked what was so funny, to which Naruto simply replied he had an interesting chat with Team 10 and left it at that. Unlocking the Sharingan. Hidden Leaf Village. Team 7 had just finished painting the fence, and Naruto had sent a clone to the tower like before, as well as another to clean their supplies and then put them back in their storage area. Now they were heading to a moderately sized stream just outside of the village walls. Think of the stream they cleaned up as part of their D ranks in the anime. Sakura was looking around, since this was the first time she had been this way before. Sasuke was just moping at the injustice of the whole world for making have to do these pathetic excuses for missions and having to do what, in his opinion, someone inferior to him told him to do. Naruto himself was wondering what he could do to get Sasuke's head out of the clouds. Kakashi was following up in the back, watching the team interact, or the absence of interaction. Roughly 10 minutes after leaving the South Village gates, they came upon the stream that they were supposed to clean up. The group could see some trash on the bottom of the stream. Well, I've seen it in worse shape, Naruto thought to himself. Turning to the rooks, he said, All right guys, this is what we are going to be doing for the rest of the day. That being said, he unsealed a box of garbage bags as well as 2 baskets that had straps on them. Again, the same they used in the anime. He then again gave them an area to work at by tying 2 ropes to trees on both sides in a 50-foot area. Sasuke decided to be a smart aleck and asked, You don't honestly expect me to clean up another person's trash, do you? Naruto was starting to get ticked, but kept his cool. Instead, he decided to return fire. What's the matter, Sasuke? I would have thought that this would be no problem for the great Uchiha. Don't tell me you're afraid of getting a little wet? Or is it that you can't swim? Sakura got angry at this and said, Of course he can swim. Sasuke-kun can do anything. Naruto just snorted and said, Good. That means he should have no problem with this. Now if you will excuse me. He crossed his hands, and large group of shadow clones appeared. Turning to them, he said, All right guys, you know the deal. Nodding, the half of clones on the right side each unsealed their own box of garbage bags, and the clones headed off in pairs. Most went upriver while a few went downstream towards the waterfall to get that area and the area beneath the falls. Turning to the 2 rooks, he continued, I want this area spotless when I come back. Oh, and Sasuke, I'll be leaving a clone here, so I will know if you work or not. Not giving the emo kid a chance to reply, Naruto left and went to catch up with his clones upriver. The clones close to the ropes were already at work. One clone would be in the water picking up trash, while the other clone was standing by him, holding the garbage bag for him to put the trash in. The clones would all nod to Naruto as he kept heading upstream, which he returned. Heading to where the end of the chain was, he took off his pants and shirt, leaving him in nothing but his boxers, and joined the last couple of clones. Unlike the rest of his clones who would dispel once they were done with their area and had taken their bags to the disposal area, Naruto and his group would clean an area and continue upstream. About half an hour later, most of the clones had finished their task and started bringing their bags to where they were supposed to take them for disposal. Sasuke and Sakura finished shortly after that, and the clone watching them asked one who was on its way to take their bags with it, which it agreed to do. It then told the 2 rooks to wait on the bank while the boss and others finished. While moving to the bank, Sasuke grumbled about having to listen to more than one annoying blonde a day, to which the clone just manipulated the water around Sasuke's feet, causing it to knock his feet out from under him. The clone then simply told him to watch where he stepped, since the bottom could be slippery in some places. Sakura tried to help him up, but he ignored her while glaring at the clone, who raised an eyebrow at the Uchiha, clearly asking what. Kakashi from his position on a tree branch looked up from his book, but just sighed and shook his head before going back to it. It was another 15 minutes before the original decided they had gone far enough upriver and his group headed back to where his clothes were. Putting them on, he and his group headed back. When the clone who was assigned to watch the two saw him, it dispelled itself and Naruto got its memories, including what happened 15 minutes ago. Shaking his while softly chuckling at what had happened, he walked over and said, "All done here." Sasuke just glared at him, while Sakura simply nodded to him. Nodding, he led the group back to the tower. Back at the tower, the group got their pay for the missions, and Naruto told the rooks to be at the training grounds at 7 the next day, and then dismissed them to do what they wanted to. He sighed to himself when the door closed after them, which his leader and former teachers noticed. "You all right, Naruto?" Mizuki asked, noticing that Naruto was a little high-strung up. Naruto just turned around and nodded. "Yeah, it's just that dealing with that Uchiha can be a real pain sometimes." The two teachers nodded, knowing exactly what the blonde was talking about. The old man just watched before asking the question the whole group was wondering. "Do you think you can help them, Naruto?" Naruto sighed again and said, "I will do my best, old man, but it is really up to them. Sakura I can see wanting some help, but the Uchiha will most likely be too stubborn to take what I give him at face value." Nodding at this, the Hokage then asked Naruto to do the best he could, to which he nodded and was then dismissed. Turning to Kakashi, he asked, "I hope there weren't too many problems today." To which Kakashi just shrugged and said, "Went about as well as expected, sir." The Hokage nodded again and dismissed Kakashi as well. When Kakashi came out, Naruto was waiting for him, and the two went to get their pay before heading out to grab a quick bite to eat. While Naruto told Kakashi about the test he had the two rooks do to get an idea of what they could really do and how to help. They then discussed what Naruto should do to help the two before heading to their training grounds and started training themselves. Team 7 Training Grounds. The next day, Sakura and Sasuke showed up to what was to them an unusual sight of seeing two virtual armies doing battle with each other in a straight taijutsu battle. Now, normally this wouldn't have been strange to them since they had seen that Naruto could create a lot of clones. However, the clones were moving at such a speed that it looked more like a bunch of blurs moving at high speed with the occasional poof of smoke than an actual battle. Naruto himself was currently doing sit-ups facing his clones while they had their little taijutsu war game. Noticing the two rooks when he was in the down position, Naruto sat up and whistled. Hearing the whistle, the clones that were still fighting stopped and dispelled themselves. Standing up after absorbing the clones' memories, Naruto turned to the rooks and said, "Me and Kakashi sensei decided that it would be best if we started you off with a warm-up routine before we start training each day. Starting today, you will be doing a set number of push-ups, sit-ups, jumping jacks, and laps around this clearing. After that, we will work on whatever I decide for the day. Is that understood?" The two rooks nodded, and the three got started. After they were done with the warm-up, Naruto led them to where the tallest trees in the training ground were and said, "All right, I've decided to mainly work on your chakra control this week. To begin with, I am going to teach you to climb trees." He paused, knowing what was going to come next, and he was not disappointed. "Climb trees? We already know how to climb trees, dope. We could do that since we were 5. Naruto looked at the Uchiha, and a grin appeared on his face. Time to really start putting him in his place. "Maybe with your hands, Uchiha, but can you do it with only your feet?" Seeing the confused looks on the two's faces, he then walked up to a tree and placed a foot on the trunk. He then proceeded to walk up the tree and underneath a branch about 20 feet off the ground and stopped facing the two with a grin still on his face and said, "You got a long way to go, Sasuke. I learned how to do this when they taught us how to make clones in the academy, and my two teammates were right behind me when I showed them. They only took half a day to get it down. I'm betting it takes you at least a week." Sakura was just surprised and amazed that you could actually do that using chakra, while Sasuke was just mad. "Oh yeah, dope. Well, I'll have that down by the end of the hour." Big words coming from someone with the worst chakra control on the team. Naruto frowned at the Uchiha at the dope comment, but let it slide since he knew that he could kick the Uchiha's ass whenever he wanted to, and explained how you had to focus chakra to the soles of your feet, and how you had to have the exact amount or else you will either slip off the tree or blast off it. He also said it would be best if they started at a run. Taking a couple of kunai from his pouch, he tossed them into the ground in front of the two and told them to use them to mark their progress. Sasuke took the kunai, thinking to himself that he would show the dobe just what he could do, while Sakura was looking at the tree with determination. They took off for separate trees next to each other and started running up. Sasuke got about 7 steps up before he suddenly felt the bark give. He quickly marked his spot before the bark exploded and he was pushed off the tree. Flipping, he landed on the ground and took a look at the tree. He smirked, thinking that he did fairly well for the first time. Naruto just watched and shook his head. He had seen how Duckhead had done, but had also seen Sakura to the exercise and knew just how to get Sasuke's head back down to earth. Not bad, Sasuke. Sasuke got a smug look. But are you sure you are a Uchiha? I thought that you guys were supposed to be the best. With that, Naruto pointed at Sakura, who was currently sitting on a branch at the same level of Naruto's with a grin on her face, pleased with herself. Seeing Sasuke's face, Naruto got a grin and said, "You know, Sasuke, it's kind of sad. At the rate she's going, Sakura here will have this down within an hour, whereas you will probably still be doing this for at least a couple of more days, if not the rest of the week." Sakura felt proud that Naruto had that much faith in her, but frowned when she heard what the blonde said to Sasuke. Said Emo glared at Naruto before giving the tree another go. Chuckling to himself, Naruto thought, well, that got him motivated. He then noticed 2 people enter the area they were in that he was very happy to see. Grinning to himself, he dropped to the ground, flipping to land on his feet. He told the 2 to keep at it and created a shadow clone to watch their progress, while he himself went to talk to the 2 waiting a short distance away. Sakura and Sasuke noticed where he was headed and wondered who he was going to meet, but had no time to think about it since the clone told them to get back to work. A pair of brown eyes, another of dark blue, met his own light blue as he walked up to his former teammates. "They finally let you out, huh?" Naruto asked while hugging his friends. Mato nodded and said, "Yeah. And let me tell you, that physical rehab was a huge bore fest." Naruto and Hiza chuckled with him, while Naruto asked what had been on his mind for the past 2 weeks. "So how long until you 2 can be back in action? It can't be too long if you're already walking again." The 2 looked at each other before sighing, and Hiza answered, "We may be walking, Naruto, but it will still be a while. We only just finished rehab this morning, and that was just for getting our bodies to do everyday things and walking. It'll be another month at least before we can do anything strenuous, and even longer to get our chakra abilities back to regular Genin levels. I'm afraid we won't be back to where we were before for the whole year like the doctors thought." Naruto frowned upon hearing this. He was really hoping his friends would make a faster recovery. Although it was good to hear that we would be able to start training again in a couple of months at least, the thought of having to work for so long to get back to where they were was killing him inside. He could only imagine what those 2 were going through. Noticing the look and knowing what his friend was thinking, Mato said, "Cheer up, Naruto. It could have been a lot worse. Besides, now we've got plenty of time to do what we want to. I've made amazing progress with sealing now that I don't have to do any missions or anything like that." Naruto frowned, since in his opinion, his friend was just fine at sealing and that it wasn't really a good thing that he felt he needed to be injured, like he had to get better at it. Hiza, also recognizing her friend's look and thinking that her other friend's way of relieving the stress wasn't exactly the best way to do so, decided to change the topic. "So how are the new guys? Are they any good?" Naruto just laughed at that and said, "Are you kidding me? How they ever made it out of the academy is beyond me. Sasuke Uchiha has a superiority complex and believes that whatever I can do, he can do better. Never mind the fact that he's got a problem with working with others. He can't get it through his thick skull that there are others his age that are better than him. He's worse than Niji. At least he had a reason to be so cocky, but this guy must have used his name to get through and get the title Rookie of the Year. That's the only way he could have possibly passed this year. Sakura Haruno is just as bad. She's a fangirl of the Uchiha." At this, the 2 winced, knowing how Naruto hated fangirls. The only thing she's got going for her are book smarts and extremely good chakra control. Other than that, she's got nothing. The only thing that doesn't make her worse than the Uchiha in my book is that she seems to be willing to listen to what I tell them. The Uchiha couldn't give a rat's rear end about what I say. Mato and Hiza looked at each other again and then turned back to Naruto. "Well, at least you've got Kakashi-sensei as a teacher. Imagine if you had to get a new one that idolized the Uchiha." Mato said, and Naruto immediately paled at that thought while picturing it. Looking Mato in the eye, he calmly said, "Don't even joke about that." The two then moved on to talking about how the D ranks went with the new guys. Both Hiza and Mato burst out laughing when they heard what Naruto did to Ino when she confronted him about putting Sakura and her Sasuke together while painting the fence, and laughing again at what the clone did to Sasuke at the end of the cleanup mission. Afterwards, they talked about the rehab and what the two were doing in between sessions. After a while they stopped talking and the two left to go do their own things. Heading back to his charges, he was pleasantly surprised to see that Sakura had in fact made it to the top in the time that he and his friends were talking. She was currently resting on a tree branch close to the top, panting a little. Looking down, he noticed that while Sasuke had made progress, it was nowhere near what Sakura had did. The Uchiha was probably a quarter of the way up the tree, and he was currently glaring at the tree as if he would like nothing better than blast it with a fireball just to. Shaking his head, he dispelled the clone he had watching the two and walked over to the Uchiha. "Need help?" he asked, even though he knew from the clone's memories that the kid would refuse. He felt that the kid just might have a different reaction if it was the original asking. Unfortunately, Sasuke still refused, and Naruto just shrugged, thinking it was no skin on his back if it took the kid a little while to get over his pride. He and Kakashi had planned on spending most of the week working on this after all. Noticing Sakura looking down at him with a proud smile on her face, he grinned up at her and jumped up the tree using the branches as steps. Landing next to her, he handed her a canteen that he had brought with him and told her to have a drink, which Sakura gladly did. "Good job, Sakura," he said. At Sakura's nod of thanks, he continued, "After you're done resting, I want you to try and walk up the tree next. Do it until you can get up and down twice without resting. This will not only help improve your control, it will also help you expand your chakra reserves. If you finish today, I'll show you the next step." At this, Sakura nodded and returned Naruto's canteen and laid back down. About 5 minutes after Naruto went back down, she followed and started again, this time trying to walk up the tree. It was roughly 11 o'clock when Naruto called an end to the exercise. Sakura was able to walk up and down the tree once before she needed a rest, and Sasuke was now just over halfway up the tree. Coming back down, Sakura asked why they were stopping so early. Naruto told her that there was no point pushing themselves too hard, and that they would continue where they stopped tomorrow morning. He then told them that he was going to take them to lunch before they got started on the 3D ranks for the day. Sakura nodded at this, and when they reached the first clearing at the entrance to the training grounds, decided to ask what was on her mind at the moment. "Naruto, who were those two you were talking to? You seem to know them real well." Naruto nodded and said, "My former teammates. They just got out of normal rehab today and are going to start ninja rehab tomorrow." "Oh, I see," Sakura said, and then grew quiet, thinking that it should have been fairly obvious to her considering what she had seen before. Sasuke snorted and said, "If they were your teammates, then no wonder they got hurt so badly." Naruto instantly stopped and turned around to face the Uchiha. "Care to repeat that, Rook?" he said in a dangerous tone of voice, causing Sakura to take a step back. In the seal, Kyubi lifted his head from the nap he had been taking when he felt his son's anger start to rise. That Uchiha just crossed the line, he thought as he watched to see what his son would do. Sasuke just looked at Naruto calmly with a small smirk on his face and said, "You heard me. I said that it was no wonder they got hurt so badly." Naruto stepped right into Sasuke's face and said in a level tone, "Talk about my friends that way one more time like that, team, and I will personally help you achieve all 3 levels of your Sharingan. Mato and Hiza were easily 10 times better than you were. I seriously doubt you could have survived what they did on that mission." Turning around, he started walking away. Sasuke got angry at the statement about those two being better than he was, and against what most would consider common sense said. They couldn't be that strong if they ended up in the hospital. Are you sure that Kakashi-sensei didn't just save all 3 of your pathetic rear ends on this mission where you got so-called bad intel? Sakura got wide eyes while father and son shared one thought. That does it. He is so dead. Turning around, Sasuke caught a glimpse of Naruto's eyes flicking once for a split second from blue to red before Naruto cried out, "All right, that does it," and launched himself at Sasuke. There was so much killer's intent that Sasuke's Sharingan immediately activated to level 1. Not that it did any good, as Naruto used his speed and strength to turn Sasuke into a punching bag made of meat. 10 seconds in, Sasuke's Sharingan went to level 2 while he desperately tried to avoid Naruto's punches while Naruto came at him even faster when he saw it happen. 10 seconds after that, the Sharingan went to the third and final level. Not many Uchihas get the Manjiko after all. It didn't do one bit of good, however, since Naruto went even faster and kept pounding away at the Uchiha air for another minute before stopping. When he was done, Sasuke had broken bones in both of his arms and one broken leg. He was also covered in bruises with a black eye as well as a broken nose. Naruto stood over the broken Uchiha glaring down at him while he got his breathing under control, not from exertion, but from anger. Turning to Sakura, who had watched the whole thing with wide eyes, he calmed himself down and said, "Sakura, please take Uchiha to the hospital to be treated. After that, you are dismissed. We will not be doing missions for the day. Please be back here tomorrow morning at 7. Sakura nodded, and as she was bending down to help Sasuke, he looked back at him and said, "Well, Uchiha, I hope you learned your lesson." Ignoring the glare given to him, Naruto turned and started walking, thinking to himself that he didn't care what the council said, that it felt damn good giving the Uchiha what he deserved. His father could only agree. Kakashi, who had watched the entire scene from a nearby tree and could only be glad that Naruto had stuck to Taijutsu alone and that he hadn't killed the poor fool of a genius. The Hokage had been watching using his crystal ball and frowned, knowing that there would be hell with the council for this, but knew that the Uchiha had brought this upon himself. It wasn't long after lunch when Naruto was called to appear before the council. Standing outside, he steeled himself to deal with a council made mostly out of complete idiots, especially the civilians. Taking a deep breath, he then opened the doors and entered the chamber, stopping in front of where the council was seated, and said, "You wish to speak to me?" Almost the entire council was glaring at the blonde except for a couple of the clan heads, especially Hayashi Hyuga, who was glad to see the so-called mighty Uchiha humiliated. The council had heard what had happened, and some of the clan heads found it not only fitting that the Uchiha be shown his place, but funny as well. One council member glared even harder at the blonde at the tone of voice he took and said, "Don't take that tone with us, demon. Do you have any idea how much trouble you are in? How dare you send your teammate to the hospital? We should have you stripped of your shinobi status for this." Other members nodded while others, mainly the Hyugas and the old Ino Shikacho group, rolled their eyes at this declaration. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this and said, "Really? I would have thought the council would have been glad that I had helped their precious Uchiha unlock his Sharingan." At this, the council members who were glaring at them started to unleash killer's intent at how he acted towards him. He just looked at them all for a second. Shrugging to himself, he decided to show that they didn't scare him. It wasn't ki or bloodlust he pulsed at the council. It was the sense of sheer power, telling the council that compared to him, their ki was like a kitten next to a tiger. Most of the council gasped at the power they felt coming from him for that brief moment, while the rest raised an eyebrow or even grinned. A moderate council member decided to prevent a fight while she still could and spoke up. "Uzumaki, while I agree that according to testimony by your teacher that the Uchiha stepped out of line, it would have been better if you handled the situation a little more delicately. Although I will admit that it is good to know that the last Uchiha has now unlocked his Sharingan, the method used to do so is generally frowned upon. That being said, please try to withhold any such actions in the future whenever possible." Smooth talker, that one. Did you notice how she acknowledged both sides without saying either side was completely right? Kyubi asked his son, who mentally nodded. The council members calmed down a little at this when Naruto nodded, saying he understood before asking if there was anything else the council needed from him. Knowing that Naruto had the approval of the Hokage to do whatever he felt was necessary to deal with the Uchiha, the council dismissed him since they knew they really couldn't do anything to him but give him a warning. Naruto walked out while thinking to himself, "Well, that went well." His father only snorted before agreeing with him and going back to sleep. The medics at the hospital were able to fully heal Sasuke, so he was able to show up at the training grounds in the morning with Sakura. After the warm-up routine, they started working on the chakra control exercise where they had left off the previous day. Sasuke was decidedly frosty when dealing with Naruto, but did what he was told and avoided any conflicts. Naruto had just shaken his head and gave advice where needed while working on his own exercises. By the time the morning was over, Sakura could walk up and down the tree twice without having to rest, and Sasuke was almost to the top. They went to get their 3D ranks for the day and completed them without incident. After getting their pay, Kakashi and Naruto dismissed the rooks and left for their training grounds for some one-on-one training. Team 7 Training Grounds. It was the 4th day of the new Team 7's training, and Naruto decided to go ahead and start working a little on ninjutsu and taijutsu. First order of the day was taijutsu, with Naruto going over different strengths and weaknesses of the rather large collection of styles he knew about. After he explained what to look for in ways of getting past a style, he then created a couple of shadow clones and had Sasuke and Sakura fight them while the clones would use the different styles he had explained. To make things fair and keep him from growing too dependent on it, Naruto had Sasuke not use his Sharingan for this exercise, much to the emo kid's displeasure. After 15 minutes of watching the two and seeing what they were doing right and wrong, Naruto called a stop to the spars and dispelled one of the clones while ordering the other to help Sasuke fill in the gaps of his taijutsu skills, since his interceptor fist style relied too much on the Sharingan in his opinion. The original left with Sakura to another clearing and started working with her. He started drilling fighting moves into her like a drill sergeant, teaching her everything from grappling to different types of attacks used while dropping in on an opponent. While he was doing this, he recommended her to get a set of weights to not only increase her strength, but also her speed as well, and offered to go with her after missions were over for the day to get some, which she agreed to. An hour before lunch, the two groups met back together at the main clearing, and Naruto started teaching ninjutsu. He started off with a couple of basic survival justice, such as a water condensation trick to refill cantinas when there wasn't a ready water supply, and others that came in handy when hiding traces of a camp. He explained what each justa did and its importance to know. Sakura took to it like a sponge, while Sasuke just scoffed and claimed that they were below him. Naruto got a tick over his right eye when he heard this before a gleam came to his eyes, and he started smiling evilly. Sakura, who had heard rumors over the last couple of days about her veteran teammate, which she picked up whenever she heard his name now that she had a face to go with it, saw the look and took a few quick steps back. Sasuke, who had also heard the rumors but didn't pay them much mind, just looked at Naruto, silently daring him to try something. Naruto's grin got particularly nasty before his hands flew in a rapid sequence of hand signs. Right after he finished, the air condensed around Sasuke, and what looked like 5 gallons of water suddenly dropped on the kid's head, completely drenching him from head to toe. Inside his mind, Naruto could hear his father bursting out in laughter, most likely causing internal damage, rupturing his spleen from laughing so hard. Sakura just stared for a second before getting angry and demanding why Naruto had done that. Naruto simply raised an eyebrow and replied that if he could use that simple of a justa to make that much water, then it would be easy to use water justice anywhere, even to an extent in a desert, so that jutsu really should be learned. Sakura realized where he was getting at, and so became quiet again, while Sasuke just fumed at Naruto while he gave a Cheshire Cat's grin at him. Moving on from there, he gave Sakura a few more basic water justice and showed Sasuke a few lightning-style justice, as well, figuring that the kid probably didn't know as many as those as he did fire-style justice. It was this scene that Kakashi, Guy, and Lee showed up to watch around lunchtime. When the two rooks noticed the matching sensei/student duo, they immediately made the mistake of asking who they were. After a bit embarrassing introduction, Lee turned to Naruto and said, "Yash, Naruto, are you ready to have our youthful weekly spar?" Sasuke and Sakura just stared at the kid, while Naruto grinned like the fox he had in him. "You sure you are for this, Lee? I increased my weights again by another 100 pounds total. You might not be able to keep up." Lee just grinned and said, "That is a most youthful thing for you to do, Naruto. But I have also increased my weights this week." Naruto grinned, thinking that the two rooks would be in for one hell of a show. Now Sakura and Sasuke were watching this, and both had different thoughts going through their heads. Those two guys are really weird. I can't believe Naruto and Kakashi-sensei would even think about talking to them. Sakura thought to herself while shuddering a little at the sight of all of that green spandex. Sasuke had different thoughts. Maybe now I can use my Sharingan and actually get something out of these lessons. Naruto and Kakashi knew that Sasuke would try to copy what he could, So the two had met up with Guy and Lee the night before and explained that they didn't want Sasuke taking the easy way, to which both beasts agreed. Therefore, it was no surprise to Lee when Naruto looked him straight in the eye and said 3 words. Take them off. Lee nodded and reached into his leg warmers and pulled out the weights. Grinning, he dropped them, and they created small craters in the ground, making the 2 rooks' eyes bulge out. Naruto, also grinning, disengaged his chakra weights, leaving him feeling like he was lighter than air. Nodding to each other, the 2 immediately went at it, while their teachers quickly followed. The group of 4 were moving too fast to be anything more than blurs, even for the Sharingan, much to Sasuke's shock and annoyance. All around the 2 rookies, blasts of air and small craters started appearing as the 4 gave it their all in a rare, all-out Taijutsu 2-on-2 battle royal. The fight went on for a good 2.5 hours until the 4 stopped fighting, all 4 breathing heavily. Surrounding everyone were craters all over the place, some still smoking. Guy turned to Kakashi and said, "Well, Kakashi, my eternal rival, that was a most youthful display of skill from you and your student. I look forward to our next match." Kakashi nodded and said, "That was a good one. Thank you and Lee for agreeing to this type of match this time." Guy just struck his nice guy pose and said, "Of course. Anything to show these youthful new students of yours what they can achieve with hard work." Said student's sweat dropped at being called youthful, but didn't say anything. In the meantime, Naruto and Lee were a few feet away and having their own conversation. "That was a good combo you did at the end, Lee," Naruto said while swiping his brow with his forearm. Lee just nodded and said, "Thank you, Naruto. You also had some good combos. And by the way, good luck with training your new teammates." Naruto nodded and said, "Thanks, Lee. I know I'm going to need it." At that point, Guy called to Lee, and the 2 took off, leaving a smoke trail behind. Naruto shook his head and headed over to where his teammates were, and said to Kakashi, "That took way too long. We'll probably only have time to do 1 team mission today, since we haven't even had lunch yet." As if to agree with him, Sakura and Sasuke's stomachs chose that moment to growl, embarrassing the 2. Kakashi nodded and said, "You're right, though I got to admit that was a really good workout." Sakura and Sasuke's sweat dropped when they heard that that war they had just witnessed was simply a workout. Naruto grinned while nodding his head, knowing that Kakashi was messing with the rookies' heads, and the group left to get lunch and then a mission. 1 month later, forest just outside of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto had his back against a tree, looking around it. "About time we got this mission," Naruto thought to himself before shrugging. "I guess the Hokage wanted to break in the new guys without vets on their team first. Makes sense, since we will probably be doing this most of the time again." Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he heard his sensei's voice from his radio. "Team, this is leader. What is your status?" "Over." "Gold in position," Naruto said. "Onyx in position," came the bored reply from one of his teammates. "Pink in position," came his other teammate's voice. "Very well then, team. Engage," came Kakashi's voice again, and Naruto turned around the tree and jumped to a branch in a nearby tree and watched the show. Sasuke and Sakura had launched themselves at a dark shape on the forest floor, which turned when it heard it coming after them. Hissing, it jumped straight up in the air, causing Sasuke to land on his face on the ground. Sakura actually rolled when she landed so that she ended up on her feet and looked around trying to spot the animal now identified as a cat. Sasuke got up and quickly spotted the cat from hell and growling, chased after it. Naruto was laughing his butt off while he followed, watching as Sasuke and Sakura rushed after the cat for about 5 minutes before the cat suddenly turned around and launched itself at Sasuke, starting to scratch and bite all over the place, beginning where the sun don't shine. After a few minutes, Naruto decided that Sasuke had suffered enough and dropped down to the group. He then called out, "Tora," while shaking a small cat toy filled with catnip. The now identified cat broke off its rampage on Sasuke and quickly leapt into Naruto's arms and began purring when he started scratching the cat behind his ears. Sasuke got up off the ground covered in scratches while glaring at the cat. He then sent his glare at Naruto, who raised his eyebrow, clearly asking non-verbally what. Sasuke got even angrier and said, "Don't look at me like that. Why the hell didn't you step in sooner if you could catch it that simple?" Naruto just grinned and said, Because you would never learn that way, Sasuke. You gotta learn that there is more than one way to skin a cat. Or in this case, catch one. Now come on. With that said, Naruto turned around and led the group back into the village with Tora in his hands still purring, while Sakura was trying to get Sasuke to let her put some ointment on him. Kakashi joined them from where he had been waiting and chuckled under his breath at Sasuke's condition, earning him a glare from the last Uchiha. Back at the tower, Naruto was shaking his head when Tora jumped into the fire daimyo's wife's arms and started purring again while she petted him. I still find it hard to believe she trained that little guy for attacking any poor Genin who got assigned the job of finding him every once in a while when he runs off. Definitely a good substitute for training for a situation of being attacked in enemy territory, he thought while watching them leave. I am convinced that in the manga and anime the wife did that to the cat on purpose to train rookies. I just made it more believable in my FIC. Watching the daimyo's wife leave the room, Sarutobi turned to the group and said, "Well done, Team 7. Now then, for the next mission, we have cleaning out the Inuzuka's kennels, babysitting for a council member, or cleaning up one of the rivers in the training grounds." Naruto and Kakashi noticed the look on Sasuke's face and both mentally counted down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "No," Sasuke said, clenching his fist. Sakura looked at Sasuke in shock while Sarutobi, Mizuki, and Iruka looked up from the tables they were at, and Sarutobi asked, "Something the matter, Sasuke?" Sasuke stood there glaring at the Hokage and said, "These tasks are beneath me. I want something more challenging." Shaking his head, Naruto and his father had one of those moments where they thought the same thing. "Idiot." Sighing, Naruto turned to his teammate and said, "Sasuke, if these missions are beneath you, then why do you look like you just came out of Blender?" Sasuke glared at Naruto, but before he came up with a reply, the Hokage addressed the blonde. Naruto. When he saw that he had his grandson in all but title and blood's attention, he continued, "You have been on more missions than either of your teammates. You have also mainly been the one training these two. Knowing what you do about what these missions usually entail, do you believe they are ready for a low C rank?" Closing his eyes for a minute, Naruto had a short conversation with his father, getting his opinion while the two went over what they knew. Opening his eyes, Naruto gave a small nod and said, "If it really is a low-level C rank mission, they should be able to handle it without too much trouble. And if not, Kakashi-sensei and I can pull them out." Sasuke got a glare, but once again, before he could say anything, the old man nodded and said, "Very well, Naruto. I will trust your judgment on this." Seeing Naruto nod, he continued, "Iruka, please pass over the C ranks." Iruka nodded. While he was concerned about Sakura and Sasuke going on a C rank so soon, he knew Naruto and Kakashi could handle anything that came their way. Handing over the mission folder, Iruka then sat down while sharing a look with Mizuki that clearly said, "This is going to be interesting when he gets back." Mizuki grinned and nodded, knowing what his friend had said. Naruto, meanwhile, had caught Iruka's look and Mizuki's following nod and slightly grinned as well. Sarutobi looked through the folder while this was going on and stopped at what he thought would be the perfect mission. Looking up, he said, "Your mission, should you choose to accept it. I know, too much like Mission Impossible, but I saw the second one, and it was really good. Is to escort a bridge builder from the land of waves by the name of Tazuna back home so that he can finish his bridge while guarding him until he completes it. You can expect a few bandit attacks, but nothing else. Do you accept?" Naruto and Kakashi both saw Sasuke's look at them and decided to humor him. Both nodded, and Kakashi stepped up to the desk and looked at the mission details while Sarutobi asked for the client to be brought in. Naruto heard the door open and turned around to see an older guy with a bottle of sake in his hands who had a bit of a drunk smell to his sensitive nose. Looking at the man, Naruto realized that while this guy's body language to most people would look relaxed, the guy was definitely tense for some reason. Taking a quick swig from his bottle while he looked at the team, Tazuna snorted and said, "This is the team that is supposed to be protecting me? They're just a bunch of kids. How am I supposed to know if they won't abandon me at the first sign of trouble? Especially the blonde brat. Oh, cue thunder clouds rolling in. LOL. Now a normal person hearing this might have gotten angry at that remark, and maybe in another life Naruto would have, but he just got a grin on his face before moving at a speed the civi couldn't keep up with, and had a kunai to the client's neck with the ring touching the man's Adam's apple, while he himself held the blade in a firm but light grip with his thumb on one side and his fingers in a fist on the other. Not once losing his grin, Naruto said, "One of the first rules about dealing with a ninja, never underestimate us." Tazuna just nodded while Naruto pocketed his kunai and went to stand next to his teacher. Mizuki chuckled a little while Iruka, Sarutobi, and Kakashi just rolled their eyes a little about how Naruto had gotten his point across. Turning to the scroll, Kakashi said, "All right, team, this looks like the mission will take a few weeks to complete, so I want you to go home and pack for a long-term mission. We will meet at the main gate in 1 hour." Dismissed. With that, the team split up and got ready for their mission. As he was going through the door, Naruto took a quick look at Tazuna and thought, "I just know things are going to get pretty interesting." Shock and awe. Hidden Leaf Village Gate. Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, and their client were waiting at the gate for Naruto to show up with 5 minutes to spare. Naruto walked up with a particular expression on his face. When Kakashi raised his eyebrow at him, though, Naruto just gave a look that clearly said, "I know something you don't. Do I even want to know what you did as a farewell gift for this village?" Kakashi asked, chuckling. Naruto's grin just got even wider while Sasuke and Sakura could only look in confusion. 5 minutes out the gate, they suddenly heard Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke flinched at the anger they could hear in that scream and how loud it was. Kakashi just sighed while rolling his eye and turned to Naruto. "Okay, what did you do?" Naruto burst into laughter and then said, "I had a little run-in with the Yamanaka heir on the way here. She wasn't really polite, so I stuck a small explosive note on her back that would cover her in paint once I got far enough out of the village." Kakashi just looked at him, while Sakura burst out laughing while Sasuke wondered if this was the same guy who constantly was pushing him past his limits. Tazuna was wondering what he had gotten himself into, but remained quiet. The rest of the day passed on quietly, and they set up camp for the night. The next day, the group was traveling in standard diamond formation with Naruto at point and Sakura and Sasuke flanking at right and left respectively, with Kakashi in the back. Shortly after lunchtime, Naruto noticed a puddle further along the road they were taking. Both he and his father noticed, and both came to the same conclusion: ambush. Naruto, seeing that Kakashi hadn't made a move yet, decided to better position himself as they began to pass the puddle. "Hey Sasuke, let's switch." Sasuke didn't understand why they were changing formation, but did so anyway. While they were switching places, Naruto was debating with himself whether or not he should disengage his weights. He could both smell and sense by the chakra that there was 2 people waiting for the ambush, but he could tell that they were Chunin level. Deciding that since he could disengage his weights at a rapid speed, he would hold out on that. Turns out there wouldn't be a need. Kakashi had taken 5 steps away from the puddle when 2 figures started to rise from it. As soon as they were completely out, they started to run towards Kakashi with a chain between them. Started being the key word because as one Kakashi and Naruto turned around and blurred behind the pair, knocking the 2 nins out. Kakashi looked to Tazuna and his gaze hardened as he said, "I thought you said the most we could expect was bandits, Tazuna. We'll talk in a minute." Turning to Naruto, he said, "Naruto, if you would do the honors." Naruto nodded and walked around to where one of their attackers' head was and kneeled down. While he was performing a few hand signs, Naruto thought to himself, "Those mental justice I found at the shinobi library sure come in handy." Naruto found himself in the ninja's mindscape and proceeded to look through the memories. He was surprised at what he learned and left to report what he found. Outside, Sakura and Sasuke were wondering just what their teammate was doing when Naruto took a deep breath and stood back up. Turning to Kakashi, he jerked his head to the forest, and Kakashi nodded. Turning to the rooks, Kakashi said, "Stay here and keep an eye out. We'll be right back." He then proceeded to follow Naruto a short distance away. Naruto decided to get right to the point. "I thought something was off back at the old man's office, and it looks like I was right. Those 2 ninjas are known as the Demon Brothers. They work for a missing mist nin named Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen, or as we know him, the Demon of the Mist. He was hired to take out the bridge builder by a man named Gato. I can only assume it is the same Gato of Gato Shipping Industries." Kakashi's eyebrow raised but noticed that Naruto had more to say. Kakashi-sensei, I saw something that really disturbs me. That guy had been in Tizuna's hometown just recently. The whole town is in shambles. It looks like everyone is dirt poor and it is only getting worse. It is obvious to me that the bridge the old man is working on is the last remaining hope these people have. I know you, and I might have trouble with Zabuza, but I really want to help these people. Kakashi looked into his student's eyes and saw the determination there, and knew that Naruto would continue even if the rest of the team went back. Sighing to himself, Kakashi nodded and said, "Very well, Naruto. You and I will continue. But we have to inform Sakura and Sasuke of the danger and ask if they wish to carry on. If not, you can summon a shadow clone and have it escort them back to the village." Naruto nodded, and the two went back to the others. When they got back, Kakashi looked at Tizuna and said, "Start talking." Tizuna gulped and started to explain about how Wave used to be a prosperous place before Gato came. How the man was sucking them dry. How the bridge was his people's last hope, and how Gato would stop at nothing to see it never be finished. While this was going on, Naruto was watching the two rooks' body language to see how they would turn. He noticed that both took on a look of determination towards the end and nodded to himself. He knew their answers. Kakashi, just to be formal, told Tizuna that he and Naruto would be staying, much to the old man's relief, but that when Wave was back on its feet, it would have to pay the rest of the cost. Turning to the two new guys, he then asked if they wanted to continue with them or if they wanted Naruto to create a shadow clone to escort them both back to the village. Both declined the offer and opted to stay as well. With that out of the way, the group continued towards Wave. They were about 5 miles from the old man's house when they were attacked again. They had just gotten off of a boat piloted by a friend of the bridge builder 5 minutes ago and were walking down the path. All of a sudden, the wind changed just enough for Naruto to catch a heavy scent of metal nearby while he was breathing through his nose to check the wind. Naruto's eyes widened. That scent had told him there was enough metal for a small armory or a very big sword. Naruto, without breaking stride, disengaged his chakra weights and went on extra alert. All of a sudden, he felt the smallest slivers of a chakra presence a short distance away. Acting on pure instinct, Naruto's hand blurred as it grabbed a kunai and launched it into the bushes. Sasuke and Sakura jumped at the sound and looked at him, while Kakashi tensed and also went to a higher alert status. Naruto visibly relaxed as a white rabbit ran out of the bushes, scared out of its mind. While Sakura started badgering Naruto about harming bunnies and Sasuke was snorting at what the blonde did, both Kakashi and Naruto eyed the rabbit while they had the same thought: white fur during the summer. That means, "Get down." Naruto and Kakashi shouted at the same time as the two heard the sound of a sword spinning its way in the air towards them. Kakashi grabbed Tizuna while Sasuke grabbed Sakura on their way down. Naruto took a different approach, turning as he jumped not down, but up over the blade while throwing a kunai along the line the blade had made. He figured it wouldn't do much, but that it might catch the guy off guard anyway. As the blade passed under him, he completed his spin and landed in a crouch with one knee on the ground and looking at where the blade had dug itself into a tree. There he saw someone who he had really hoped he wouldn't be meeting. One Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza looked down at him and said, "Not bad, kid. That was pretty impressive thing you just did, but it's not enough when facing me." He then looked at Kakashi and said, "Well, now isn't this an honor?" Kakashi of the Sharingan. Sharingan. Sasuke thought, "Is he a Uchiha?" But before he could ask, Zabuza started talking again. "While I would love to stay and chat, Kakashi, I have a job to do, so why don't you hand over the bridge builder and we see a dash." He never got to finish the sentence as Naruto appeared right behind him with his right foot parallel to the sword at the same level as Zabuza's head as Naruto spun in the air and knocked him out of the tree, and he slammed into the trunk of another. Sasuke and Sakura were amazed. They didn't even see their teammate move. One instant he was right beside them. The next he had been right behind the big guy with his foot already putting a dent in the guy's skull. Naruto landed on the sword his opponent had been standing on in a crouch and stood up looking at the bare-chested guy as he slowly got up, turned, and glared at the blonde. Naruto could practically taste the ki coming from the demon of the mist. Sasuke and Sakura stiffened while Kakashi tensed ready to step in if needed. Naruto, though, had other thoughts. Blitz or Barbie? He thought to his father. He's a water user. Blitzkrieg the guy's ass. QB said through their link. Naruto nodded and thought back. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Naruto then used his lightning manipulation, and a second later, bands of electricity appeared from his feet and started traveling along his body before disappearing just under his eyes. Think of one of those antennae things that have a single band of electricity starting at the base in the middle of the two sticks that travels to the top and disappears before repeating. Same concept, only instead of one band, there's 10 evenly spaced. Everyone besides Kakashi was shocked at this, while the silver-haired Jounin just raised his eyebrow at his student. Naruto then got a gleam in his eye while he brought his right hand to his left shoulder. He then grinned like the professional prankster he was as he shot his right arm forward, so his hand was pointing right at the missing Nin. Right as his hand got in position, all of the bands of electricity shot down his arm at high speed and hit Zabuza right in the chest, in quick succession. Zabuza spasmed as the consecutive strikes tore his nervous system to pieces. He then slumped to the ground. Before he could say anything, however, he grunted in pain when Naruto appeared with his left hand coated in wind chakra sticking into his shoulder while the blonde was kneeling to his left. Looking into the so-called demon's eyes, Naruto leaned in and said, "You chose the wrong side." He was about to swing his arm and behead the man when a pair of Senbon needles suddenly shot into the other side of the man's neck. Naruto jerked slightly before looking up at what appeared to be a young hunter Nin from the Mist Village in a tree nearby. I didn't even sense him. Naruto and Kakashi thought to themselves. Thank you for your help. I've been looking for a chance to take him down for a while now, the boy said while jumping down from his perch next to the body. Now, if you will excuse me, I must go and dispose of the body properly. Warning bells shot into instant action in Naruto's head when he heard this. Hunter Nins were supposed to dispose of bodies on the spot. Narrowing his eyes slightly in suspicion, he said, "Here, I know a fire justu that will help." Right after he said it, his hands blurred in the sequence. But just as the fire stream left his mouth, the hunter had left via sunshine, and all Naruto ended up burning was a small patch of ground. He was surprised when he heard a popping sound behind him. He turned around and saw that the sword was gone as well. Damn, he muttered while walking back to the group. Reaching them, he said, Zabuza got away. That hunter ninja was obviously a fake one, and his helper to boot. I saw where he put those needles of his. He most likely put the guy into a near-death state. We got a week at most before they can be ready to try again. Kakashi nodded, agreeing with him, while Sasuke and Sakura were still trying to figure out what had happened. Sasuke was looking at Naruto in awe while thinking, how the hell did he create that lightning on his body? I need to learn how to do that. It would really come in handy against my brother. Sakura was also in awe at her teammate and said, "Wow, Naruto, you really beat that guy hands down." Naruto shook his head and said, "I wish you were right, Sakura. Truth is, I should have killed him as my first move. I only was able to do that because he didn't know I could do what I did. Now he will be able to possibly counter it. Plus there was that fake hunter Nin. He was a lot stronger than he looked. I'm afraid things only got harder now." Kakashi nodded, knowing his favorite student was right. Tazuna then decided to lighten the mood. "Come on," he said, "my house isn't very far. We can rest up there. My daughter and grandson are sure to be glad to see me back." With that, the group left while Naruto thought to himself, definitely interesting. Wave, Tazuna's house. It didn't take long for the group to reach Tazuna's house. When they got there, they were introduced to Tsunami, his 28-year-old daughter. She quickly ushered them all in, and they sat around the living room. As soon as they were settled, Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, how did you do that move with the lightning bands? I didn't see you create any hand signs for a justu." Naruto chuckled and said, "You wouldn't. That, Sasuke, was the wonderful art of elemental manipulation. Sure, you can perform a justu related to your element, but if you make it truly yours by learning to manipulate it properly, you can do things that you never imagined. For instance, at this, Naruto held up his right arm a little in a fist with his wrist bent, snapping his fist open so his fingers were spread out and flicking his wrist back at the same time. His entire hand became coated in fire. Naruto enjoyed the looks on the two rooks' faces for a moment before he extinguished the flames and continued. Elemental manipulation is one of the hardest things for a shinobi to complete depending on what their nature is. While I have obtained mastery over all 5 elements, it is only because I have had an army of clones to work on it almost nonstop for a year and a half straight. He started the same year he learned shadow clones and finished just before graduating. And believe me, it was hard. Part of the problem was that wind, which is my natural element by the way, is the hardest to learn. Fire came a lot easier due to the fact that wind powers fire, but the rest were also extremely hard to do. While you two most likely won't be able to master any elements besides you natural ones. Once you do master, your elemental justice will be even more powerful. Sasuke got a gleam in his eye and asked, "When do we start?" Naruto and Kakashi both chuckled at this before Kakashi said, "Not for a while, I'm afraid. The soonest would be after we return to the village. While it is true we could start now, it would take too long to finish and we need to get you and Sakura in better shape for when Zabuza and that fake hunter Nin show up. Naruto, do you think you could make them an advanced set of chakra weights?" Advanced simply means that instead of a set of weights, one for each limb and chest, that there is only one seal for the entire body. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, I can have them made tonight." Kakashi nodded while Tazuna and his daughter just looked confused. Sakura and Sasuke were wondering what their sensei had planned but didn't say anything. Afterwards, the team went and put their equipment in a spare room, and the team just relaxed until dinner time where they met Inari, Tazuna's grandson. Things didn't start off very smoothly with him and Naruto, to say the least. Kakashi and Naruto were discussing different ways of getting their 2 charges up to spec as much as they could in the week-long grace period they had while said rooks were eating dinner and listening. Inari had been hiding behind the door to the kitchen listening when he heard enough and showed himself to the group. "Why do you even bother? You're just going to die anyway," Inari said while looking at them. "Inari," Tsunami said before Tazuna calmed her down. Naruto took one look at the kid's eyes and thought, "He has the same eyes I used to. I wonder." Naruto got up from where he was sitting next to Kakashi and walked over to the kid and kneeled down to be eye level with him. After looking into his eyes for a few seconds, he asked, "Who did you lose?" Inari and Tsunami gasped while Tazuna looked shocked. Sakura and Sasuke looked confused. Inari then got a hard look in his eyes and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto sighed and said, "I know those eyes, Inari. They are the eyes of pain. I will ask again, who did you lose?" Inari just got mad and said, "You know those eyes? What would you know of pain? You live in a village where you don't want for anything. You probably have both your parents waiting for you when you get back and take care of you. You're not even from around here, so what would you know about losing someone and suffering?" The kid was screaming at this point. Sakura and Sasuke got nervous because something like this had happened before. Sasuke was especially nervous since he remembered when he had asked the blonde similar questions. Naruto just continued looking into the kid's eyes for another 5 seconds, making sure he was done, before he said calmly, not raising his voice, "Contrary to what you seem to believe, Inari, you are not alone in the pain department. I grew up as an orphan, never knowing either of my parents. Sasuke here lost his entire clan in one night. I have been beaten and had assassination attempts simply for bearing a burden that I never had a choice in having since the day I was born. I know what pain is, Inari, but I also know that you cannot let it get to you. You must instead take into stride as much as you can and learn from it. Unless you do this and become a stronger person because of it, you will only allow the pain and suffering of that event grind you down into nothing. Believe me when I say that whoever you had lost would not want you to become nothing but a shadow of yourself. Talk to me, Inari. You will be amazed how much a simple thing as just talking about it can help. So I will ask one more time. Who did you lose?" Sakura and Sasuke let out the breath that both never realized they were holding. They were expecting Naruto to explode and were glad he hadn't. Tsunami and Tazuna looked on in amazement, while Kakashi just smiled at his blonde student. Inari looked into Naruto's eyes and saw all the pain he had suffered. But what he saw even more than pain was hope, strength, and the largest thing of all, determination. Straightening up, Inari took a deep breath and said, "I lost my father. He was the only one to stand up to Gato when he came, and Gato had him killed. When he came to our family, he was always so strong, but Gato's men killed him to make an example. That is why I think you don't stand a chance." While Inari was saying this, tears were coming to his eyes, and he looked down. Naruto put his hand on Inari's shoulder, causing the boy to look up. Naruto then said, "Inari, I cannot say that I know what it feels like to lose a parent, but I do not think that your father would want you to be like this. Try to be strong like he was. Can you do that for him?" Inari just nodded and said, "I'll try." Naruto nodded as well and said while putting his hand on the boy's head, "That's all I ask, Inari," before getting up and left the room, calling over his shoulder, "I'm going to go ahead and get those weights ready. Sakura and Sasuke, prepare for hell tomorrow." The two rookie Genins paled when they heard this. They already thought that their teammate was a slave driver when it came to training. They were extremely afraid about what the blonde would do to them in the morning. Kakashi, meanwhile, was silently approving of how Naruto had handled the situation with the boy, while Tazuna and his daughter were amazed at the change they could already see in their grandson. Tazuna turned to Kakashi and said, "Your student really has a way with words." Kakashi smiled and said that he does. With Naruto, he heard in his mind, "Well said, son." Naruto smiled and thanked his father as he went upstairs. Once he got to the room his team would be sharing, he grabbed a blank scroll and cut 2 squares out of it before starting to write the needed seals on it. An hour later, he finished and went to sleep. The next morning in the forest nearby. True to Naruto's word, the next day was hell for Sakura and Sasuke. Kakashi and Naruto woke up before the crack of dawn. The two got dressed, and Naruto created a clone, which went downstairs to wait for Tazuna to wake up and go with him to the bridge. The two then grabbed the 2 rooks' change of cloths before going over to the still sleeping rookies. Kakashi knelt down next to Sasuke and lightly put a hand down on his shoulder, while Naruto did the same to Sakura. Nodding to each other, the 2 shinobi shoe-shined with their charges into a large clearing in the forest close to the house, with a river nearby. Standing up, the 2 once again nodded to each other before both started a sequence of hand signs. Immediately, a gallon of water condensed from the moisture in the air above the heads of the rooks and immediately dropped on the still sleeping kids. Naruto and Kakashi grinned as both of their students shrieked at the rude awakening. In his mind, Naruto could once again hear his father dying from laughter as he rolled around his cage inside Naruto's mind. Sputtering, Sasuke and Sakura sat up and looked around. Sasuke saw the grins and looked daggers at his teachers and said, "What the hell is wrong with you people?" Kakashi and Naruto burst out laughing before tossing Sasuke and Sakura a towel, each along with their day-to-day clothes. Naruto then said, "Here, dry yourselves off and get changed. I'll seal your sleepwear and we can get started." As he finished speaking, he used a small earth-style justed to raise walls around the rooks with a wall separating the 2. He caused the walls to go back down when he heard both say that they were changed. He wasted no time sealing their night, into a scroll he had with him. He then took out the seals he had made yesterday and said with a grin, "All right, privates. Welcome to boot camp." Sasuke and Sakura looked at him like he was crazy. Kakashi just grinned as well before opening one of the scroll holsters on his Jounin vest and flipped out a scroll. Turning around before placing the scroll on the ground and opening it, he then poured some chakra into it. With a poof, a large smoke cloud covered the area behind the Genins. Turning around, the 2 looked in horror to find one of the biggest obstacle courses they've ever seen, including a 100-foot rock climb and 100-foot cargo net climb with 2 firemen's poles on the other side. There was also a 50-foot monkey bar set as well as a 90-foot tire run. For those who don't know, a tire run is 2 rows of tires next to each other that you run through. A 50-foot rope climb, a 25-foot pool, don't ask. And what obstacle course is complete without a 75-foot balance beam? Seeing their faces, Naruto chuckled before going into drill sergeant mode. "All right, troops. Today's objective is to get from the start of this course to the end without stopping and at the same pace as our warm-up jogs. You must do this at least 5 times consecutively or till sundown. You will be using these chakra weight seals," he held them up for them to see, "to double your weight. Tomorrow we will be adding another 50 pounds. After that, you will start having to perform this course in a set amount of time. Each day will have a shorter time." Sakura and Sasuke paled upon hearing this, and both gulped. Sasuke suddenly shook his head and turned to Kakashi before screaming, Why the hell do you have the Umbu's training obstacle course with you? Kakashi chuckled and said, sometimes on a mission there are some slow periods, so me and Naruto would sometimes use this course to pass the time. Truth be told, he had sealed the course just before they left since he knew they would be in ways for at least a week, and it would be good training. The chakra weights were just an added bonus to help speed up the process, but they didn't need to know that. Naruto grinned while Sakura and Sasuke's jaws dropped to the ground while they both thought the same thing. What the hell are these two? After putting the seals on his teammates, Naruto created a shadow clone and told it to stay and watch before he turned around and started walking away. Sasuke asked, "Where are you going?" Not sure he wanted to know if the original was going somewhere else to do even more insane training. The blonde's answer confused him though when he said that he was going to go collect some information. The blonde wouldn't explain though, and soon was gone from sight. The clone then activated the seals and Sasuke and Sakura literally dropped to the floor from the suddenly doubled weight on their bodies. Kakashi took out his favorite book and while walking to a tree on the edge of the clearing said, "You better get started. The sooner you both complete the course 5 times without stopping while doing it, the sooner you can go back to the house." The two rooks just looked at him like he grew a second head before looking to the course. The two started the course but took their time doing it the first hour since they weren't being timed right now and just wanted to see if they could even complete it in the first place. Back with Naruto, he was walking through the village asking around for information on Gado's organization. He had decided last night as he was working on the seals that he would put some pressure on Gado and show the man that the bridge wasn't the only thing he should fear. He began asking people about any of Gado's men who hung around the village and where they usually could be found. After an hour of info gathering, he headed to a tavern near the market district which had been completely taken over by the man's goons. Walking into the building, he headed over to the bar while sensing every head turn and watch as he got the barkeep's attention. "I'd like a shot of whiskey, please," Naruto said to the barkeep. Remember, a ninja is considered an adult as soon as they graduate from the academy. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink. And with QB sealed inside him, it takes a lot of alcohol to make this blonde drunk. The barkeep just laughed and said, "Don't you think you're a little young brat?" Naruto just pointed to his headband with his thumb and said, "Old enough to kill, old enough to drink. Besides, what do you care? I'm paying for it, aren't I?" He suited action to words by pulling out a few bills. The barkeep just shook his head with a whatever before taking the money and pouring the blonde a shot. Taking it, Naruto shot the liquid into his mouth, swallowing it in the same motion. Inwardly, he shuddered while thinking, "Man, that stuff's terrible. How anyone can drink this stuff is beyond me." Slamming the glass on the counter, Naruto turned around and was about to slip off the stool when he noticed most of the occupants in the room coming towards him. One of the thugs who was closer to him than the rest decided to be the spokesperson for the group. "Hey kid, I see you have quite a lot of money on you. Mind sharing some to help pay for our tab?" The rest of the group got evil looks in their eyes. Naruto just calmly looked at them all before saying, "Sorry guys, but my mom said it's not a good idea to talk to strangers." The group started laughing. Once they were done, another person close to Naruto said, "You got spunk, brat, but I don't think you understand. That wasn't a question. Now hand over your money, and we might let you walk out of here in one piece." Naruto got his fox grin on his face and said, "Let's see you try it." All of a sudden, he disappeared from sight, causing everyone to wonder where he went before they heard the sound of the door slamming shut behind them. Turning around, they saw Naruto standing in front of the closed door with his arms crossed, grinning at them like a madman. Uncrossing his arms, Naruto formed a familiar hand sign before saying, "Let the fun begin." Right after he said that, 10 clones poofed into existence. Each clone had the same grin on their faces while the thugs started to get scared, as one of the Narutos launched themselves at the group. Outside, the citizens of Wave Country suddenly heard shouts of pain and for mercy while seeing the building start shaking and bouncing around while hearing cartoon fight sounds from inside, including an elephant trumpet. Always wanted to write a scene where a cartoon fight went on. Inside, the Narutos were tearing through the thugs, breaking limbs, tables, and pretty much anything else that was in their way. The barkeep had dropped to the floor just as the attack started, and was trying to crawl away from the scene when a pair of feet suddenly landed in front of him. Looking up, he saw a pair of legs in forest green cargo shorts followed by an upper body in a gray t-shirt. Finally above that was the original Naruto's face grinning at the barkeep like Anko would grin at a prisoner about to be interrogated. The barkeep started whimpering as Naruto grabbed the poor soul's shirt and started dragging the guy out the tavern through the back door, while his clones continued to beat the snot out of the rest of the thugs. Outside, Naruto jerked the man up and slammed him into the wall. Both of them could hear what was going on in the tavern, and Naruto was looking at the man with a look that promised pain if he didn't get what he wanted. Leaning in right into the guy's face, he said, "All right, I know that you use that tavern as a staging area for operations in this region. Start talking. I want to know about storage areas and shipments." The man just trembled while looking at Naruto and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I just manage the bar." Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, really? Well, even if that is true, which I doubt by the way, I'm sure you still hear plenty. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what you heard?" The man said, "You're crazy. Those guys didn't say anything that I heard about that kind of stuff. Please let me go." Naruto got fed up with this crap and knocked the man out with a chop to the neck. Creating the same hand seals he performed after knocking out one of the demon brothers, he entered the man's mind and found exactly what he needed. After leaving the man's mind, Naruto just shook his head and said, "Stubborn old goat, weren't you?" before dispelling the clones that had been causing mayhem in the tavern before walking away. Once the screaming and other sounds of fighting ended in the tavern, the citizens who had been standing outside cautiously went in and gasped at what they saw. While every person in that room was still alive, every single one of them had at least 2 broken limbs and were missing every single tooth in their mouths. Every single table and chair were smashed into little pieces, and every single bottle behind the bar was broken. As for the bar itself, it had quite a few human-sized holes inside of it, with a few people even still laying where they had been smashed through it. In short, it looked like the Tasmanian devil had been through there. Back with Naruto, the blonde was walking through the village towards the warehouse that was close to the outskirts of the village, considering his options. There were 3 warehouses on this island alone. This didn't count the primary dock that was stationed on the side of the village that was about a mile away from the warehouse. There were a good number of ports and storage areas among the other islands as well. Add to the fact that Naruto now knew of what ships were carrying drugs, women, and other illegal contraband that would be coming in throughout the week, and Naruto had literally 100 ways of pissing the multi-billionaire off. Right now, he was heading to the closest warehouse to scout it out, and then he would head to the docks and do the same before he came back that night and infiltrate them. He also thought that it would be best to take out the 2 ships carrying drugs that were supposed to come in the morning while they were still out at sea. Briefly, he wondered if he should target those first before dismissing that thought, since they would be further out. He then decided that he would hit the warehouse first, then go after the dock before heading to open waters and sinking the ships. In his mind, he could already picture the midget's face when he learned about what Naruto had done, and he and his father chuckled at the thought. Buying a fruit from a vendor along the way, Naruto then started planning his attacks on the other islands in the archipelago that was called the Land of Waves. It was shortly after lunchtime when Naruto finished scoping out his first 2 targets for that night and headed back to the bridge builder's house. Greeting Tsunami, who was in the kitchen, and Inari, who was in his room, Naruto went into the guest room and laid down to get some sleep. God knows he would need it for tonight. That night during dinner time, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Naruto's clone walked into the kitchen. As soon as it stepped through the door, the clone dispelled itself, and Naruto got his memories. He noted that the rooks had completed their task before they had left and nodded to himself before looking at the 2. They really are a mess, he thought before saying to them, "Had fun, guys?" while grinning at the 2. The 2 glared at him but didn't have the energy necessary to do anything more before they dropped like a sack of potatoes at the table and started eating. Naruto chuckled and finished his meal before standing up and heading outside of the house. Inari looked up and said, "Where are you going, Naruto?" Naruto just replied to the roof. "I like looking at the moon sometimes." True to his word, Naruto leapt up to the roof once he was outside and just watched the moon for an hour while getting ready to do what he had planned. After that, he went to bed with the rest of the team. It was around 11 o'clock when Naruto got back up and started getting dressed. Naruto slipped out of the house as quietly as he could, but stopped when he heard his sensei's voice behind him. "Where are you going, Naruto?" Naruto turned around and saw his teacher leaning against the front wall of the house looking at Naruto. Deciding to be honest, Naruto said, "There are a few things I need to take care of, Kakashi-sensei. Gato needs to learn that the bridge isn't the only thing he should fear in Wave." Kakashi narrowed his eye at the look of determination in his student's eyes before sighing. "This wouldn't by any chance have to do with all that mayhem you caused earlier today, would it?" Seeing his sensei's son's nod, the Jounin just sighed and said, "I know I can't stop you from doing this, Naruto, but please be careful out there." Naruto nodded and said, "I will, Kakashi-sensei. I'll see you in the morning." He then turned around and walked away into the night. Kakashi just sighed once again before shaking his head while heading inside and mumbling about blondes and their need to take on the world by themselves. Like father, like son, the Cyclops thought as he laid down to get some more sleep. Naruto's POV. After leaving Kakashi-sensei at the house, I made my way quickly and quietly through the village towards the warehouse, slowing down to a leisurely walk when I got within 25 feet of the building. I channeled a little of my father's chakra mixed in with some of my own to my eyes like he had taught me, and the night instantly turned brighter. As I kept walking, I took notice of the two guards that were stationed in front of the sliding doors into the warehouse. I created a clone, and as soon as it appeared in a poof of smoke, me and the clone launched ourselves at the guards before they could react to the sound the clone had made when it was created. We took them out without a sound and lowered their dead bodies just as quietly. I then focused on what I had learned about the warehouse and remembered that there were two more regular entrances on either side. Gesturing to my clone, I told it in battle sign language to head around one side and infiltrate there while I did the same on the other. The clone wordlessly nodded before giving me a salute and headed towards his entrance. I headed to my own entrance and took out the guard on my side just as quietly as the previous two. Not bothering with the door since I didn't know how much noise it would make, I used a phasing just to walk through the door like a ghost would. I then almost literally walked straight through the person guarding the other side of the door a few feet away from me with his back currently turned away. Keeping myself from making a sound in slight surprise at the presence of the second guard, I then thought about how it was a good thing I didn't open the door. Unfazing myself just as I reached the man, I pulled out a kunai before clamping my hand over his mouth and slicing his throat. I silently lowered the man after he stopped moving and looked around. The door I came through was mostly hidden from view of the rest of the warehouse by a long stack of very large 10-foot square crates in a row from one end of the warehouse near the double doors to the other side. I mentally whistled at the size of the crates and how much drugs must have been in them before silently jumping to the top of the row and looking down. There was another row of large crates on the other side mirroring my own row, and I saw my clone also looking around. In between the two rows were about 5 rows of smaller 5-foot crates that were arranged in rows with gaps in the middle of each row. Catching my clone's attention, I again signaled to continue taking out the people inside that it finds. After receiving a nod from the clone, I dropped down and began hunting the remaining people in the building. I came across 10 more people in my half of the building and took care of them the same way I took care of the guard on the inside of the door. Once that was finished, me and my clone met up by the double doors, and we could finally talk. "You know what to do," I said, and my clone nodded before pulling out a rather large stack of paper bombs. I exited once again using my phasing just to pass through the doors and head to a safe distance. 10 minutes later, I felt the clone dispel itself telling me that it had finished placing the paper bombs where needed. Nodding to myself, I sent my chakra to the pieces of paper and watched as the ensuing fireball took place. Grinning as the entire building was consumed by the fire, I then used a water justa to put it out when I figured it had burned enough. Didn't want any of the other buildings nearby to burn as well now, did I? I then rushed to the dock as quickly as I could and repeated the operation. When I was finished taking out the guards around the dock and the ship that was currently docked there, I had more clones set up even more paper bombs strategically aboard the ship, while having others use small level fire justice to destroy the drugs that were being stored there. I would have used paper bombs on the buildings, but I wanted to leave this dock more or less intact, so that the people of Wave wouldn't have too much to rebuild when the bridge was finished. Once everything was taken care of and the ship was sinking while burning, I took off running on the water out to sea to take out the two ships that were now considerably closer to the shore now than when I started. Regardless, it took me an hour straight of running before I came to the first ship. Good thing it was a clear night and I could count on using the stars for navigation, because I traveled hard and fast. Luckily, the two ships were together, so I wouldn't have to worry about finding my way back to the island after traveling between the two ships. Even though we were out at sea, I killed the ship's crews just as silently as I did on land, and an hour later I had the bombs set to blow. However, instead of sinking these ships, I had the bombs set to just burn them. I wanted Gato's men to find the burned-out hulks and know that not even those ships that were not in sight of land weren't safe. Running away from the ships back to land, I blew the bombs and smiled as the view in front of me lit up as the ships turned into huge floating bonfires. As I reached the shore, I thought to myself, not a bad start. I could hear my father agree before falling back to sleep. I then made my way back to the old man's house and quietly entered and went to sleep. I could still catch about an hour's worth of sleep, and I planned to do just that. It was the morning after Naruto's self-imposed Black Ops mission. He planned to continue the mission in a not-so-Black Ops manner in a little bit. But first, he and his teacher had something to take care of. Once again, Kakashi and Naruto were standing in the clearing with their students blissfully asleep. Kakashi was just about to start the hand sequence when he caught Naruto holding his right hand up in the universal sign to stop and shaking his head. Kakashi's look of confusion quickly turned evil as Naruto pulled two air horns out of the pockets of the cargo shorts he was currently wearing. Glad I took that box of air horns I found in that cabin on board the ship in port, Naruto thought as he tossed one of the horns to his teacher. He could hear his father chuckling evilly in agreement. This is going to be so good, the fox thought to himself as both vets leaned down and placed the horns right next to the rook's ears. Looking at each other, the two nodded and held their other hands up with 3 fingers raised and started counting down in perfect sync. 3, 2, 1, 0. Both sleeping Genin shot up like a rocket screaming. The 3 older occupants of the clearing burst out into laughter. Sasuke glared at the two before screaming out, "What the hell is wrong with you people?" This just made the 3 laugh even more. Naruto and Kakashi fell down on the ground holding their sides laughing their rear ends off, and Naruto swore he heard a thud as the great 9-tailed fox did the same in his cage rolling around nearly dying from laughing so hard. Naruto heard his father gasping between laughs and said, "Ah kid, that was priceless," before even more laughter followed. Naruto mentally agreed with his father before standing up again. Kakashi soon followed suit and said, "Okay, now that you two are awake, let's get started, shall we?" Naruto nodded and once again tossed the rooks their clothes before creating the earth walls. After the two were dressed, he sealed their nightwear in a scroll as Kakashi unsealed the obstacle course again. Naruto then created a clone and left it in the clearing as he left to finish his little personal crusade that he had started last night. Back in the village, Gato was not a happy man. He had been rudely awakened early this morning when one of his lieutenants had barged into his room shouting about how the main island's primary warehouse, the dock, and the ship that had been in port that night were completely destroyed. Oh sure, the buildings on the dock were still intact, but everything that had been in them was burnt to a crisp. Damn it, there was a lot of valuable goods on this island. Just who the hell did this? The only people I can think of do be able to do all this are ninja, but the only ones here are that so-called Demon of the Mist, his apprentice, and that hidden leaf team that Momochi failed to kill. Gato refused to believe that a team of snot-nosed brats could have done this, even with a Jounin with them, and Zabuza was bedridden. So who on earth did this? Unfortunately, Gato's mood wasn't about to improve as one of his subordinates nervously walked up to him. Gato, sir?" the lackey said. "What?" Gato asked in clipped tones. The man swallowed before saying, "There were 2 ships that were supposed to be here in the morning. When they didn't arrive on time, we tried to raise them on the radio, but they never answered. So we sent a boat to look along the route they took. The boat found the 2 missing ships, but they were completely destroyed. It's a wonder that they are still above water." Gato's eyes widened, and he turned and grabbed the man's collar and pulled the man's face level to his. "Get a boat over here and take me to them," he growled out. The man could only nod before running away. Back with Naruto, he had just reached another clearing in the woods far enough from the rest of Team 7 and anyone else who would come out. Looking around, he nodded to himself before he sat cross-legged in the center of the clearing. Pulling out a map and unrolling it in his lap, Naruto studied it for a short moment before he then closed his eyes. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto opened his eyes seeing that he was inside the Kyuubi's cage. He noticed that as he hoped, the map was still on his lap. He calmly placed the map on the ground. Looking up and over his right shoulder, he noticed his father in fox form standing behind him and looking down at him smiling. Forming a smile of his own, he said, "Well then, father, now that we have had our fun with our younger teammates, why don't we get down to business?" The fox chuckled and said, "Sure thing, son. So what's the plan?" As he said that, the fox laid down so that his head was slightly to the right over his son's, so he could see what he showed on the map. Naruto nodded, took out a red marker, and started drawing. "Okay, here's the plan. By now Gato has got to know about the attack on that warehouse and the dock. Possibly even about what happened to those 2 ships that I took out at sea. That being said, I don't believe that being sneaky anymore will make any difference, seeing as how he will increase the security now. At least, it's not much point in our case considering the other ways we can destroy those other storage areas." The fox nodded his head at this since the blonde below him was, while always good at stealth, more inclined to the destructive side when he could. Naruto then began drawing lines from the island they were currently on towards the islands nearest them, circling where the bases were on each one. "I plan to create an army of shadow clones and send them out in groups to the rest of the islands, as well as a small group to take out those other 2 warehouses on this island. After each island has been taken, the groups will move on to the next in an island-hopping maneuver. As they are doing this, they will board any ships they find. If the ship has drugs on them, they will proceed to sink it. If it is one of the ships carrying slaves on board, they will commandeer the ship and bring the boats to the nearest harbor on the main side. I plan on having them reach the outer islands before nightfall. While that is happening, about 50% will head out to the main shipping lanes in the ocean near here and take out any ships. They're doing the same thing with each ship as the ones here. I plan on leaving Gato's primary base last. This is more to induce fear than anything else. It tells them that nowhere is safe in this country and that I can attack them whenever I want." Looking up again, Naruto said, "I'm not going to lie to you, father. I'm going to need as much chakra as I can handle to do this. I may be able to create thousands of shadow clones on my own, but I have never tried to send them across an entire country or to a part of an ocean before and held them so long while doing so." Kyuubi nodded and said, "I understand. I think you're right. You have a far greater chakra reserve than most humans alive, but even you don't have enough to keep the clones in existence that far away." As he said this, 7 of the fox's 9 tails turned to vapor and surrounded the blonde. With a final good luck from his father, Naruto sent his thoughts outward, leaving his mindscape. On the outside, Naruto opened his eyes as the chakra cloak began surrounding him, with 7 tails floating behind him, lazily waving as if they were caught in a wind. Naruto quickly rolled up the map that was still in his lap and placed it back in one of his pockets before standing up. Taking a deep breath before beginning, Naruto crossed his hands in his favorite sign before saying, "Mass Army Shadow Clone Justu." Yes, that is a form of the Justu. I saw it in a filler episode. A bunch of popping sounds was heard as a temporary fog covered a large area. When it cleared, it showed around 5,000 clones standing around looking at him. While the chakra cloak was no longer around the original or the clones, if you looked close enough, each clone had a small red ring around their pupils, showing that the chakra had been properly transferred. Naruto looked to his clones and nodded before saying, "You guys know what to do. Try to stay clear of the village on this island or any others. We don't want to freak the villagers out, and we definitely don't want any of Gato's men getting word out for as long as possible. Also, make sure you don't dispel too close together. If you feel a group dispel, wait at least a minute before doing the same. I don't want to be in a coma for a week after this is over." He heard a collective "Roger" from the clones before. As one, they turned outwards and took off. Naruto nodded to himself before he fell on his butt. Although his father's chakra had gone into them to keep them in existence when they got beyond his normal reach, it still took a lot out of him to actually make that many of them. Later, he will be able to make 10,000 if he wants to without even breathing heavily. But for now, 4,000 is the most he can make and still stand. 5,000 is his absolute limit right now. Naruto sat for about 10 minutes before getting up and heading back to where his teammates were. When he got there, his clone nodded to him and dispelled itself. Naruto received his memories as he saw Sasuke and Sakura pause from their training to look at him. Sasuke asked, "Where did you go this time?" Naruto grinned and just said, "I had a bit of personal business to take care of." Sakura just shrugged before getting back to it. Sasuke did the same, but Naruto could have sworn he heard him muttering something about not trusting them enough to train while he was away relieving himself and leaving a clone just to make sure they did. Naruto chuckled as he sat down against the tree his teacher was reading in before closing his eyes. Back in the village, all of the villagers were wondering who had destroyed the warehouse and the ship that had been docked. Word of what Naruto had done in the tavern the previous day had spread, but no one really thought that he had been able to do all of this. At least not by himself. One person, however, knew without a doubt the truth. After all, Inari had not only seen Naruto leave before midnight, he had also seen him come an hour before the team of ninjas left to go train. Back with Gato, he was currently on board a medium-sized boat looking at the two burned-out husks that used to be two of his ships. His face was scrunched up in anger as he thought, whoever did this is going to pay. Back with Naruto's group, Naruto had just finished taking a 30-minute nap. Stretching his arms out, he noticed that Sasuke and Sakura were walking back towards the beginning of the course getting ready to do it again. He decided to go ahead and get some training of his own done. As he walked, he added more chakra to his already engaged weights, giving each one another 10 pounds of weight before taking the starting position and shot off like a rocket toward the rock climb. Sasuke and Sakura just looked on in shock as Naruto ran through the obstacle course like it was nothing in 5 minutes flat. Both shared the same thought, what on earth is he? During the training, Naruto was constantly receiving updates from his clones as one would dispel itself to inform him of each group's progress when they had taken out an army. Normally Naruto wouldn't do this since his clones would most likely need the numbers, but the groups were particularly large, and with his father's chakra in them, they were basically at the same level of skill and endurance as the original himself. The first memories he received were from the clones that had been with the groups taking out the last 2 warehouses on the island he and his team were currently on. Everything was going to plan as he saw memories of the clones spreading out from the island like a giant ripple before either taking over ships they came across or landing on the islands in their path and removing the presence of Gato's men before moving on. To Naruto, this reminded him of a stone dropping in a lake causing ripples to expand out in ever-increasing circles. Just like the lake, the land of waves was invaded by an armada of clones in a cleansing sweep. This land is being cleansed by a baptism of fire. By this time tomorrow, none of Gato's men will be able to sleep at night without fear. Naruto thought to himself as he heard his father agree. Naruto continued to run the course again and again, pushing himself to the limit as more and more warehouses and staging areas were burnt to the ground on the other islands. He realized that though the clones were huge in number, they still moved stealthily through each island they landed on and did their best not to give the people at the bases a chance to react or get word out. A few bases still got word out, however, and when the clones realized that the bases ahead were waiting for them, they took the game up a notch and dropped the stealth approach and opted for more destructive techniques against the warehouses with drugs in them. For those that were housing slaves, the clones disengaged the chakra weights that they had obtained from when the original created them and killed all of the guards and speeds that civilians had no hope of catching. Once the prisoners were free, one of the ships that was commandeered would change course to pick the group up after the clones on board gained the memories of a dispelled clone. These operations continued well into the night as the last few islands fell and the ships with the freed slaves began their final approach to the mainland. Meanwhile, back with Gato, his anger was slowly turning to fear as his men lost contact with base after base. Even the people he sent to check out the disturbances never answered back. It was as if an army was going to each island, and leaving a force behind. Sadly for him, only one clone stayed behind until the next morning. Pretty sad considering how much the man spends on manpower. The only source of comfort was that his primary base had yet to be hit, but even that didn't do much for him since he was sure that at any minute it would be attacked as well. That night at dinner, Naruto had just received another update, and he was bursting out in laughter. Everyone was looking at him curiously. Noticing this, Naruto got up motioning to Kakashi and led him outside. Once they got outside, Kakashi asked, "Okay Naruto, what is so funny?" Naruto got an evil gleam and said, "One of my clones thought it would be funny to dismount the foghorn system on one of Gado's drug ships and sealed it away." Kakashi raised an eyebrow before he realized what Naruto had been thinking but didn't say. He immediately chuckled as the two headed back inside. Sasuke and Sakura heard Kakashi chuckling as he came into the kitchen and asked what was so funny, but he just told them that it was an inside joke. After dinner, Inari found Naruto on the docks staring out over the water. He sat down next to him and said, "Thank you for everything you are doing, Naruto." Naruto just looked confused at Inari and said, You're welcome, Inari, but what am I doing?" Inari just looked at him funny before grinning and said, "No need to hide it from me. I saw you leave the house 2 nights ago and come back in early. And I am pretty sure I know what that laugh at dinner was all about." Naruto chuckled and said, "Oh really?" Inari just continued to grin and said, "Yup. I remember when you explained about your clones that night at dinner. You just got a memory from one, didn't you?" Seeing Naruto nod, he asked what had been so funny, and Naruto told him. Needless to say, Inari had laughed at what the clone had did and asked why he would want a foghorn. His only reply was an evil look coming from the blonde next to him, and he suddenly realized he did not really want to know what his new friend would use it for. Naruto noticed the look the younger kid had on his face and chuckled before saying that Inari didn't need to worry since he would be very far from him when he used it. This calmed Inari down a bit, but he was still worried about what the whiskered Genin had planned. The next morning found Naruto in the training clearing as he was setting up his new foghorn. The last clone had just dispelled itself, reporting that the last boat in the area had docked near the Closet mainland harbor. It had been interesting seeing how some of his clones handled the port authorities and the subsequent unloading of the unwilling passengers. One port had tried giving the clones a hard time. The port officials were obviously on Gado's paycheck, but the clones had used some of his father's chakra to summon more clones and had literally formed a corridor for the women to walk down as the rest proceeded to kick anyone's but who tried to stop them. Shaking his head at that memory, Naruto finished the last hookup just as a swirl of leaves revealed his sensei, with the 2 rooks still sleeping between them. To be fair on their ears, the 2 vets had decided to have the horn pointed in the opposite direction. Naruto lightly jumped down from the platform the clone had sealed for the horn and joined his teacher. This isn't a horn from today's ships. The horn itself is at least 10 feet tall at its end. I think we should give this to the old man after this mission. I'm sure he could put it to good use." Naruto whispered to Kakashi, who nodded while looking at it. Kakashi then turned to Naruto and said, "Well, shall we?" Naruto nodded and sensed his father go into his human form, and along with Kakashi, put his fingers in his ears. Naruto walked over to the switch for the foghorn and flipped it into position for a 10-second blast. He just barely was able to stuff his own fingers in his ears as the horn blared out, waking everyone on the island. Back at Tezuna's house, Inari heard the horn and thought, so that's what he wanted it for. Back with the group, Sasuke and Sakura once again shot up screaming from the sound. Seriously, you would think that they would have learned to wake up early by now. Needless to say, the other 3 burst into laughter again as Naruto shut the horn off since they wouldn't need a second horn blast. Sakura and Sasuke looked at the foghorn their cargo short-wearing teammate was standing beside before Sasuke screamed, "Where the hell did you get that?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Got it off of one of Gado's ships. I figured the Hokage could probably put it to better use than he could, although it did do a good job of waking you guys up." Sakura and Sasuke just looked at Naruto like was insane before the comment about the ship caught their attention. Sakura was the one to speak this time. "Naruto, what do you mean by you got it off of a ship? You were with us all day yesterday." Naruto nodded and said, "I was, but my clones weren't." Sasuke asked, "What do you mean?" I thought your clone was watching Tazuna. Naruto sighed and said, yeah, clone Sasuke. Seriously, you should know by now that I can create more than just one by now. But what was one of your clones doing aboard one of Gado's ships? Sakura asked, but Kakashi cut off any answer that Naruto was about to give. That doesn't matter right now, Sakura. Now you and Sasuke get changed, and we will get started. Once they had changed, Sakura and Sasuke once again put on the chakra weights and staggered at the added weight they were given this morning before gritting their teeth and attempting the obstacle course again. Today would be the first day that they would have a time to try and meet. Naruto once again left a clone with them as he headed to the clearing he had been in yesterday. Once in the clearing, Naruto breathed in through his nose and nodded when he failed to pick up a recent copy of the smell he had yesterday, just before he summoned his clone army. Good, he hasn't been here yet. I thought that since he had been here before I got here yesterday that I would have missed him today. Naruto thought, remembering how he had caught the scent of the fake hunter Nin in the clearing. He was hoping that the Nin would come back today so that he could at least get some information, if not get rid of a threat early. Deciding that there was no point in letting the hunter Nin know that he was actually waiting for him, Naruto went to one of the trees in the clearing and laid up against it and set his body in the breathing pattern people take when they're sleeping. Meanwhile, a boy with long black hair and brown eyes was walking down the path. In his arm was a basket, and he was humming softly to himself. When he entered the clearing, he headed to a group of herbs to pick. A bird landed on the boy's shoulders, and he smiled at it before it took off. Following its path with his eyes, the boy suddenly noticed a figure sleeping against a tree on the other side of the clearing. Frowning softly, the boy headed over to the figure who was sleeping, but narrowed his eyes when he saw who it was. That's the kid who took out Zabuza. The boy thought as he knelt down to the left of the blonde. The boy raised his right hand over his throat while thinking, I should just kill him here. He will only be trouble further on. The boy then sighed and cursed his kind heart as his hand moved to the boy's shoulder. Big mistake on his part, because as soon as his hand touched the shoulder, he found himself up against the tree with his right arm pinned painfully to his back. Word of advice, pal, Naruto said as he kept the pressure on the other boy's arm. You see a headband with a metal plate and a symbol on that plate, then don't try touching the guy wearing it while they sleep. We usually tend to be a bit jumpy when we're out in the field. He then released the pressure and stepped back. The boy took a step away from the tree as well and turned to the blonde while rubbing his right wrist. I'll keep that in mind. I was just worried that you might catch a cold out here, he said while thinking those were some pretty good reflexes. And I've never seen anyone move as fast from a laying down position. Naruto chuckled as he thought sure you were. He had been able to tell exactly where that hand had been a second before it moved due to wine being his primary element. If that confuses you, then let me explain. Air moves in currents around everything. In this FIC, if you train enough in wind manipulation, then you can tell where objects are by reading the air currents around you. He then said, well, while I appreciate the concern, you don't have to worry about me getting sick out here. I wasn't here very long. The boy looked at him and asked, so what were you doing out here? Naruto shrugged and said, just taking a quick break from training. Sort of true. He was going to go back to training after this. The boy then said, training? If that grip of yours is anything to go by, then you seem plenty strong enough as it is. Naruto again shrugged and said, well, yeah, I'm stronger than most people my age, but there is always someone stronger than you out there. The boy nodded and said, that's true. So tell me, is there anyone who is precious to you who you want to protect with your strength? Naruto nodded and said, yeah, I've got a small group of them. In fact, the reason why I want to become Hokage is so that I can protect all of them. The boy smiled and said, well then it sounds like you're on the right track. Naruto smiled as well before deciding to change the topic. Well, we both know what I'm doing out here, but what are you doing here? The boy then looked a little tense for a split second before saying, I'm picking herbs for someone who is important to me. You see, he recently got injured, so I was gathering herbs to make him medicine. Naruto nodded and thought, must be for Zabuza. Didn't think that the damage to his nervous system was so bad. Must be for that hole I put into his shoulder. Want some help? He asked. The boy just smiled again and said, sure, I'd appreciate that. The two then gathered the herbs that they needed, and when they were done, they headed towards the path the boy went down. As they got there, the boy said, "Thank you for your help. I didn't get your name though." Naruto chuckled and said, "The same could be said for you. But my name is Naruto Uzumaki." The boy just nodded and said, "Haku." Naruto nodded and said, "Well, Haku, it's been nice meeting you. Maybe we'll see each other again. Maybe even tomorrow." Haku smiled and said that would be nice. Naruto began walking before he then turned his head over his shoulder and said something that really threw Haku for a loop. Tell Zabuza to get better soon and that he should really think about who he's working for. With that, Naruto took off back to the clearing. The others were at speed while Haku just stared and thought he knew. Forest in the Land of Waves. Naruto was currently running towards the clearing where his teammates were training. Was it really wise to tell him that we knew? His father asked as they came into the clearing. Naruto got a slight frown before responding. Truthfully, no clue. I honestly don't know what on earth made me do that. While it would be nice to actually be friends with him, the truth is he will most likely be an enemy. Although if we follow through with our plan, that should be a moot point. I'm actually looking forward to finding out if he comes again tomorrow. His father nodded before saying, "Well, at least we know that we will most definitely be meeting him in 4 days. By the way, how long do you plan to keep that little blockade of yours up?" He was talking about the line of shadow clones that even now were still in existence, forming a line in between the Land of Waves and the main shipping lane next to it. These clones were the real reason Naruto needed so much of his father's chakra. They were spread out the furthest from the original than any of the others and were staying in existence much longer as well. Naruto considered and said, "At least till we fight Zabuza again. I'm planning on going to Gado's last base on this island and placing a bug on their radio antennae. I'll send whatever info I receive about shipments to them by shadow clone memory. We never know how Gado will change his ship's routes to try and avoid us. Though I am seriously starting to wonder if I should still make him sweat or end it right now. On one hand, it would definitely get rid of the midget quicker. On the other hand, the longer I wait to take out that base, the more ships I can intercept. And not all of those ships are carrying inanimate objects in their cargo holds." Naruto's tone got very dark toward the end of the last sentence. Naruto could sense his father's mood darken as well when he said that last sentence. "Definitely keep them around then. The more ships we capture, the better." Naruto nodded before he once again added another 10 pounds to each of his weights and shot up the rock climbing wall. He didn't stop running the obstacle course for a full hour and a half, leaving his two teammates wondering just what race of superhumans he was a descendant of. During lunch, Naruto left the clearing and headed to the one area he had not stepped foot near. 5 minutes of walking out of the clearing, he went into enemy territory stealth mode, moving fast, yet silent. 10 minutes later, he came upon the building. Naruto cocked his head when he caught sight of the strange building. It was a building that was suspended about 3 stories in the air by ropes to the near trees, with ropes also leading to the forest floor to keep it anchored that way as well. It was about 7 or 8 stories tall, with the first story shaped like a wide soup bowl, with a large ramp leading to the forest floor and an entrance at the second and third stories leading to platforms in the trees. The rest of the stories were shaped like a cone until it tapered off to a flat top. There were only a few windows in the entire building. What really got Naruto's attention was the tree that the place had been built around. It was nothing special, but the fact that it was sticking through the base with just 20 feet at max on the other side of it was just weird to Naruto, who wondered why anyone would even bother building around the tree for that little space. Check Naruto Volume 3, page 19 for the actual picture. What the heck is up with this building? Naruto thought, shaking his head. The shape I might see is just being eccentric, but hanging it in the air when the ground is just fine, and having a tree go through it as well. Who the hell designed this place? He sensed his father mentally shrug and sighed while shaking his head at the apparent idiocy of the place. Shrugging as well, Naruto silently ran up one of the trees that was close to one of the platforms, making sure to stay out of sight of any guards who could be on the platform as lookouts. Once he got high enough, he looked around the tree and saw the guard. Just one guard for this entrance? You have got to be kidding me. Is Gado asking to be assassinated? Although considering the state of the village, I can see why he seems so confident that this place won't be attacked. Would have thought that he would have beefed up security though after what happened yesterday. Naruto then looked up and his face took a more reflective look. Ah, wait a minute. There's kunai launchers a little bit higher up. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a pressure plate right next to the guy. Looks like he steps on the plate, and anyone not standing right where he is gets turned into a pincushion. Well, this sucks. How the heck am I going to take this guy down without ending up with more holes than a guy who just had 50 acupuncture sessions? Naruto then grinned. Wait a minute, I'm going about this the wrong way. I don't need to use the bridge to get on the building. I can climb up the underside of that ramp. Though how am I going to get across to it without being seen? I could run there at full speed, but even I'm not fast enough to get there without being seen first. If you look at the picture, you see that the bridges are actually pretty long and don't actually connect to anything that you see. I'm making my platforms about 1,500 yards from the actual building. Naruto then smacked his head. I'm still going about this the wrong way. All I got to do is use that earth-style Justa to travel to the ramp. Man, I really need to learn not to overthink things. Ignoring the chuckling he could hear from the fox, Naruto ran down the tree as quietly as he could. Once he reached the ground, he formed a quick set of hand seals before sinking into the ground. Once he was below the surface, he moved to the bottom of the ramp and came back out crouching. He then placed his hands on the underside of the ramp and pulled his body up to it with chakra before placing his feet and knees against it, as well adding chakra there also. Naruto then quickly crawled up the ramp, keeping as close to its surface as possible until he reached the top. When he got there, he stood up and ran to the edge of the building that was on the opposite side of the two platforms. He then headed up the wall and was soon on top of the roof. When he got up there, he found exactly what he was hoping was up there, a long-range radio antenna. Acting quickly, Naruto unsealed his spy equipment that he always takes whenever he goes on a mission outside of the village. Never know when you might have to do a bit of spy work to complete the mission. Once he had the proper equipment in place, he quickly resealed everything else and ran back down to the underside of the building. Once there, he made the hand signs for the earth just to again and kicked off of the building, diving into the ground like it was water. 1 mile back towards the village, Naruto poked his head out of the ground and looked around before his arm appeared and he pushed himself out of the ground and into a sitting position. That went rather well. Naruto thought to himself, now we just have to wait. He sensed his father nod as he took off back towards the village, but not before setting his radio. He and his father had already agreed that they would take turns listening out for anything that the radio picked up. That way, even if one of them was sleeping, the other could take proper action. In Naruto's case, it was sending the info to his remaining clones. In Kyuubi's case, it was to wake his son up so he could send the info. With that out of the way, Naruto went back to the clearing. He met Haku and unsealed one of his instruments. He spent most of the rest of the day there playing various instruments, sometimes by himself, sometimes with his clones. The next day found Naruto back in the clearing where he had met Haku. He had headed straight there from the old bridge builder's house, leaving Sasuke and Sakura to Kakashi's mercy. He was sure his silver-haired teacher would come up with an interesting way of waking the two up and didn't need him to create earth-changing rooms. I wonder if he will even show up. After all, we were enemies that day. Naruto smiled as he caught a scent on the breeze. Well, what do you know? He thought to himself as he turned around and saw Haku standing across the clearing looking uncertain. Haku didn't know what to think. He had given Zabuza Naruto's message, of course, but the man had just scoffed at it. But truth be told, he did not think it would be a good idea to go back to the clearing. And yet, he had found himself drawn to the blonde who was both his enemy and his friend at the same time. Naruto had known exactly who he was, and yet he never once made a move to attack him. He needed to know why. After a minute of the two looking at each other, Haku finally asked the question that was driving him nuts. Why didn't you attack me yesterday? Naruto replied with that smile still on his face. We were not enemies then. You have the same eyes I used to, Haku. I would like to know why. It's the main reason I came back here, and I'm glad you also came back. Whether or not we face each other again on the field of battle has no meaning now in my opinion. Can you claim that the same isn't true with you? Haku smiled when he realized that he honestly found that the blonde's words were true. They may possibly be enemies in a couple of days again, but it did not matter. Haku wanted to learn as much about the puzzle that was standing in front of him as the blonde wanted to know about him. I'll tell if you tell, Haku said, Naruto nodded and said, very well. Although a part of my story is a secret of my village, I will tell you what I can. The two spent the rest of the morning talking about their past lives. The next day came, and Naruto knew that the day after would be interesting one way or another. He started making plans on attacking Gado's base when the morning came, and also set up seal arrays under the bridge which would alert him when two specific chakra signatures were in the immediate area. Unfortunately, he couldn't do much else since it would not make sense booby-trapping an area where a group of civvies would be working. That night after dinner, Naruto took Inari outside to the dock to have a talk. As they both sat down, Naruto said, Inari, there's something we need to talk about. Inari looked up to the blonde who had helped him come out of his depression and asked, what is it, Naruto? Naruto seemed to gather his thoughts before saying, tomorrow my team may be fighting Zabuza again. I plan on going to Gado's last base earlier in the morning and finishing what I started, but it is possible that he may already have plans in motion. Those plans may include trying to use you and your mother as hostages against us. I will be leaving shadow clones here like usual, but I want you to stay on guard for anything. As Inari listened to Naruto, he grew slightly afraid at the possibility of him and his mother being attacked. However, looking at the blonde, he grew determined to do what was necessary and stamped the fear back down. When Inari nodded, showing he understood what Naruto was saying, he continued, I'm going to give you one of my kunai. Keep it on you at all times, but don't advertise it. My clones should be able to handle anything that comes, but if not, use it. Just make sure that you do it in a way that they won't expect. Understood. Inari nodded again, and Naruto handed a kunai over. That morning at around 5, Naruto slipped out of the house after forming 2 shadow clones to stay out of the house. He was counting on his seal arrays to tell him if Zabuza and Haku went to the bridge. He wasn't too concerned about them being discovered. He had made it so that his seals wrapped inwards on themselves so that they were no bigger than the ring of a kunai. He had also covered them with small patches of camouflage cloth. Unless you knew exactly what and where to look for, you would not even know they were there. 5 minutes of walking later, Naruto blasted off into the forest, not even bothering with his weights as trees became nothing but a blur as he ran towards the base. This ends now, he thought to himself as he sent the mental command to his clones that were still out at sea to begin drawing in the net towards the bridge. If there was going to be a fight with Gado's thugs like he knew might happen, he wanted backup just in case. Remember, he is a lot more informed about general things than he is in the anime. I just know that Gado is going to betray Zabuza and Haku once they complete their task. I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen. Well, with those clones heading back to the bridge, those thugs we know that will come after them won't stand a chance. But it will take them a while to get back. My chakra in them or not, they are pretty far out. My guess is that they will take at least a couple of hours. Naruto nodded at this and replied, hopefully we can catch Gado unaware and prevent the group from even leaving that base. At least we know that this is the only area they will come from. He heard his father mentally agreeing as he slowed down before stopping behind the same tree he had first climbed 3 days ago. At the base of the tree, Naruto looked up and sniffed the air. Same guard. Oh well, doesn't make much difference to me. With that thought, Naruto ran up the tree, surprising the guard. But before he could call out, Naruto pushed off the tree doing a backflip in midair and landed right on the pressure plate, causing all the kunai launchers to activate, turning the unfortunate soul into a pincushion. Poor bastard never had a chance. Naruto heard his father's words, but could hear amusement in them. Grinning, Naruto jumped over the kunai that was all over the platform to the bridge and shot down at its speed and entered the base. Unfinished bridge. Meanwhile, back with the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna, they had just come to the bridge to a sight that left them both confused and slightly scared. On the bridge were several of the workers knocked unconscious. Bits of blood were everywhere, although the cuts they were coming from did not look life-threatening. Tazuna ran up to a man when he heard him groan and asked, "What happened here?" The man groaned again before opening his eyes and said, "Tazuna, run. There's a demon here." "A demon? How true?" a voice said as mist started rolling in. Back with Naruto at Gado's base. Naruto had absolutely no trouble at the base. How could he when there were only 10 people total in that one building? Looks like he has already moved on. I'll see if he left anything in the safe and then head to the bridge. He thought before the seal arrays he had set up flared, alerting him that both chakra signatures were at the bridge now. Damn, they're already there. I guess the safe can wait, he thought, frowning. Sending a mental inquiry to the clones via shadow clone memory, Naruto learned that his clones were still a good distance away, further than even he was. Deciding to deal with Gato when he showed his cowardly face, Naruto left the base quickly and deactivated his weights as soon as he was outside to increase his speed, hoping that Kakashi and the Rooks could handle things till he got there. With the rest of Team 7, the outlines of two figures could be seen as the voice came again. Hello, Kakashi. Tell me, where is that other brat that was with you before? I would like to fight him again and return that kick of his. As he finished saying this, Zabuza and the missing Nin from before had finally come close enough to be recognized. Both Rooks to either side of Kakashi tensed up a bit as Kakashi calmly looked on before saying, I'm afraid that he has other plans at the moment. Zabuza just snorted and said, Fine then, I'll deal with you and those two runts first and take care of him later. Just as he said this, 6 water clones suddenly surrounded the group. Sakura and Sasuke jerked in surprise, but otherwise kept their battle stances. Kakashi, who had noticed the clones, turned his head to Sasuke and said, Sasuke, if you would please? Sasuke nodded while grinning and said, Of course. Sasuke then vanished while a blur made a 5-second-long circle around the clones, causing them to turn back into water. Naruto could have done it in one. Though he didn't look it, Zabuza was very slightly impressed. Well, brat, looks like you've improved a little. I remember how you and Pinky were trembling last week. Hey Haku, why don't you go and play while I deal with Kakashi? The now introduced Haku said, Very well, before charging. 5 minutes later. Sasuke was panting hard. He was surrounded by a dome of ice mirrors, and he had a good number of Senbon needles in his body. He was able to tell that none of them were in vital spots, but it pissed him off that they had been able to get there in the first place, even with his Sharingan active. He had been able to keep up with Haku fairly easy without it at first, but when those blasted mirrors came up, Haku's speed had increased exponentially. Haku watched from one of his mirrors as Sasuke started pulling out some of the needles from his arms and legs, wincing as he did so. I must admit that I am impressed that you have managed to last this long, but you should just give up now. Sasuke growled at this and said, Like hell I'm giving up. Haku's posture slackened a little, like he was sad about something, before he straightened back up and said, Very well then. Haku burst out of the mirror, Senbon in hand, ready to throw. Halfway to his target, though, Haku's face was suddenly introduced to a foot that sent him smashing through his mirror, causing all the other mirrors to break as well, and landing in a heap about 15 feet away. Sasuke breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw who had come help him. Standing in front of him with his foot coming down from the roundhouse kick he just gave his newest friend was Naruto. Naruto turned around and offered his hand to Sasuke while asking, You all right there, Sasuke? Yeah, was Sasuke's reply as he gladly took the offered hand to help him stand up. I was doing all right till those mirrors came up. Once they did, he got too fast for me, even with the Sharingan. Naruto nodded and said, So I saw just now. Don't take it personally, but always remember that there is always someone who is faster or stronger than you. Seeing Sasuke nod in return, he continued, Head back over to Sakura, Sasuke. I'll handle the rest. Sasuke nodded again while Naruto turned back to his friend and started walking. I'm disappointed in you, Haku, he said. I would have thought that you and Zabuza would have known better. Before Haku could say anything, Zabuza came flying out of the mist and landed a short distance away from Haku. As he was standing up, a cry of lightning style, Lightning Hound Justu, was heard as a canine made out of electricity suddenly shot out of the mist body, slamming Zabuza and sending him right next to Haku as he started twitching a little from the electric discharge from the attack. The mist then lifted, showing Kakashi ready for another round. With Kakashi just before Naruto showed up. Kakashi was standing in the mist calmly waiting for Zabuza to make another move. He had raised this mist to counter Kakashi's Sharingan, but had not realized that Kakashi could smell him. So now the two were trading blows whenever Zabuza got close. All of a sudden, more water clones surrounded Kakashi, but he destroyed them even easier than Sasuke had. Right after, a cry of water style, water dragon Justu, was heard, and the dragon head made of water slammed down on the bridge, just barely missing him as he jumped to the side. All of a sudden, a ball of water quickly rose up around him, trapping him with Zabuza's hand, keeping it together. Zabuza looked at him with an evil gleam in his eye and said, "You fell right for my trap, Kakashi. Did you really think that those clones and the dragon were supposed to hurt you? I've got you right where I want you now." Kakashi just looked at Zabuza before smugly saying, "Actually, Zabuza, it's I who have you right where I want you." Before Zabuza could question the statement, Kakashi used his lightning manipulation to pour electricity out of his body, which traveled through the water straight into Zabuza's arm. Zabuza tried to pull away but still got fried anyhow. Seriously, why didn't Kakashi do this in the manga? He knows elemental manipulation, so it should have been easy. Also, his body is used to lightning chakra since it's his primary element, so it wouldn't affect him as much as Zabuza. As he pulled away from the ball of water, it collapsed, and Kakashi stepped to close the distance before kicking the still stunned Mist Nin out of the mist towards where Sasuke was. Intent to finish this quickly and help out his student, the silver-haired Jounin started going through hand signs before calling out his technique. Lightning style, Lightning Hound Justu. Throwing his right fist in front of him like he was punching someone, a canine made out of electricity shot off and hit Zabuza right in the chest, causing the mist to lift. What Kakashi saw when the mist lifted made him smile. Sasuke was standing next to Sakura as she was taking care of some of his injuries, while his other student was standing in front of the two Mist Nins. So he finally got here, Kakashi thought to himself. Before anyone could say anything, however, they heard. "So once again you failed. Maybe we should change your name to Baby of the Mist." Everyone looked past Kakashi to see Gato standing with over 200 thugs behind him. Zabuza tried to raise himself up as he asked, "Gato, what is the meaning of this?" Gato got an evil grin on his face and said, "There has been a change of plans, and I'm afraid you're not in them. You ninja are too expensive, so I've got these thugs at a fraction of the cost to take care of you and the bridge builder." Naruto started walking towards his teacher past the two Nins and said, "So you finally show your face, Hagato? It's about time I finished what I started a week ago." At this, Sakura and Sasuke got confused looks on their faces, wondering just what the hell their whiskered teammate was talking about. Gato suddenly got scared though. "You're the one who took out my bases?" he asked with his eyes widening. "Yup. Men, kill that brat and everyone else. Whoever brings me his head will get a 50% bonus." All the thugs roared in approval and started to charge. Started being the key word because Naruto suddenly sensed the 50 clones that were the last remaining clones from the blockade coming in fast. A second later, the clones appeared in the air, coming down on the thugs and tore through them as they landed. It was over in 5 seconds, leaving Gato even more afraid as one of the clones turned to the original and said, "Blockade task force reporting in, sir. All of Gato's ships in the shipping lanes have been captured by the rest of the group and brought to the harbors. They are being unloaded as we speak." Naruto nodded and said, "Well done. Go ahead and dispel yourselves." A chorus of Rogers followed as the clones dispelled. Taking a second to assimilate the memories, Naruto then turned towards where Gato was trying to back away without being noticed. All of a sudden, Naruto had vanished. Gato got real scared. That fear suddenly turned into terror as he bumped into someone. Spinning around, his eyes widened even more as he saw the blonde standing in front of him with an evil grin on his face. "And where do you think you're going, HM?" Naruto asked, his grin getting bigger. Please. Have mercy," Gato cried. "I'll give you anything. Anything you want." Naruto just said, "I'm not the one you should beg mercy from. Right, guys?" The last part was shouted to the other side of the bridge where a roar was heard. Standing at the other side was Inari with the 2 shadow clones and the rest of the villagers who were shouting at Gato. Each villager had a weapon of some sort. "Yeah, your time is up, Gato. We're free now. It's time for you to pay for your crimes." These and more were repeated by most of the villagers as Gato started shaking in fear. All of a sudden, Naruto grabbed the midget by his collar and threw him towards the villagers. He landed at their feet in a heap and the villagers closed in on him, beating him into unconsciousness before dragging him off. Naruto walked up to Kakashi as the villagers were dragging the man away and said, "Well, this has certainly been an interesting mission." Kakashi nodded as the two of them started walking towards the mist Nines who had not gotten up from where they were sitting. Once they were next to them, Naruto asked, "So what now, Zabuza?" Zabuza shrugged and said, "Not sure. My contract with Gato is obviously over now. I don't know what I will do now, though." Naruto nodded before saying, "Why don't you stay here for a while until the village is back on its feet? I have enough money from all the missions I've done to pay you for it, if that's what it takes." Zabuza chuckled and said, "That's not a bad idea, but keep your money, kid. Who knows? Me and Haku might even stay longer than that." Haku nodded, showing he liked that idea, and the group headed back to the bridge builder and the two rooks. When they met up, they followed the villagers back into the village. That night, the villagers celebrated their freedom. It was a party like nothing Team 7 had seen before. As they were celebrating in the village center, Gato was gagged and tied to a cross that had been built. He was hanging about 5 feet over everyone's heads, and he would occasionally be hit by a rotten fruit or bottle. It was decided that Team 7 would take him to the Leaf Village for punishment. Naruto planned to seal him into a stasis seal in the morning, but left him there for now, so the villagers could continue. Naruto had also gone back to the last base and brought everything back to the village. This included the deeds to all of Gato's land in the Land of Waves as well as other countries, and a ton of money and valuable objects such as gems, and even a few bars of gold. With that much money going back into the village, the mission was easily paid for along with a bonus for each team member. The next morning came around with a bunch of shadow clones helping on the bridge along with the rest of Team 7 and the villagers. Thanks to the clones, the bridge was completed by nightfall. Don't forget, Naruto has had clones there all week working. The next morning, a large group of the villagers were grouped around the wave side of the bridge to see the group off. "Thank you for everything you've done for us, you guys. You've done a super job," Tazuna said while shaking their hands. "No problem. Besides, we couldn't just leave this land like it was. You call launching an invasion on all the islands and maintaining a blockade for the better part of a week no problem?" Kakashi asked his student who had the decency to blush while scratching the back of his head. Sasuke and Sakura decided that they really did not want to know about what Naruto did when he wasn't training with them anymore. It would allow them not to think he was a half-god or something which was just crazy. Tazuna just chuckled and said, "Have a safe trip, you guys." Inari stepped up and hugged Naruto and said, "Thanks, Naruto." Naruto smiled and ruffled Inari's hair and said, "You're welcome, Inari." With that, Team 7 turned and started walking down the bridge back to their own village. "You know, we still haven't named the bridge yet," Tsunami said. "You're right," Tazuna said, "but I think I know the perfect name for it. The Great Naruto Bridge." The rest of the villagers quickly agreed as the team was soon out of sight. Team 7 passed through the main gate of the Hidden Leaf Village the afternoon of the same day that they left Wave. Thanks to their training from the past week, Sasuke and Sakura were able to keep up with a moderately paced Naruto and Kakashi, allowing them to make good time back to the village. Turning to his youngest students, Kakashi said, "Good job on the mission, you two. Take tomorrow off and meet at the training grounds same time as usual in 2 days." He waited for them to nod before turning to the only student from his former team and said, "Naruto, I would like you to come with me to report on the mission." Naruto nodded and said sure, before the two took to the roofs towards the Hokage Tower. As the two rooks watched, Sakura turned to Sasuke and said, "I don't know about you, but I'm going home. I need a shower and really want to sleep in my own bed again." Sasuke nodded in agreement, and the two split up and headed to their respective houses. It was only as he entered the Uchiha district that Sasuke realized Sakura had not asked for a date before they split up. He just chalked it up to her being too tired, though. By this time, Naruto and Kakashi had entered the tower and were now in front of the door to the room where low-rank missions were normally turned in. Gotta remember it started out C-rank. Walking in, they noticed that once again Naruto's favorite teachers were in the room as well as the Hokage. Besides these three, no one else was in the room. Naruto was glad because this meant he could tell the teachers and Hokage about his personal crusade without anyone else learning about it. The three shinobi behind the desks looked up, and the Hokage smiled before saying, "Ah, Kakashi Naruto. Good to see you back. I take it the mission went well." Kakashi chuckled before saying, "As well as expected given the complications and solo mission Naruto here gave himself." This last statement was followed by Naruto nervously chuckling as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Sarutobi, Mizuki, and Iruka each raised their eyebrows at what the silver-haired Jounin said, especially about Naruto giving himself a solo mission. Sarutobi then said, "Care to explain that?" Before Naruto could say anything, Kakashi went on. "Well, sir, turns out that Tazuna was building the bridge to get his country out from under Gado's thumb. Gado didn't want this, so sent ninja after him. While everything will be in my report, the short version is they came, they saw, and Naruto and I kicked their rear ends back to the mist they came from." The Hokage heard the emphasis put on mist, but did not comment on it. Also, Naruto took it upon himself to royally screw Gado over by launching a shadow clone invasion on the islands and raising a week-long blockade to attack all of his warehouses and ships. The three people who were not on the mission looked at Naruto while their jaws dropped to the desks. Seeing this, Naruto just shrugged and said, "Is it really that hard to believe that I created an army of shadow clones? I could make 2,000 while still back at the academy after all. It really wasn't that hard making 5,000 to handle everything." The Hokage just shook his head at this and said, "I'm not even going to ask Naruto. Still, since you decided to have your own personal crusade, I am going to have to ask you to write up a mission report about this." Seeing Naruto nod, he continued, "Was there anything else you would like to point out?" Kakashi nodded and said, "Actually there is. Thanks to Naruto, the villagers were able to catch Gado. It was decided that we would bring him here to face trial. Naruto sealed him with a stasis scroll for transit." At this, Naruto pulled out the correct scroll and walked over to the Hokage's desk before placing it down and walking back to his teacher to once again face the group. The Hokage sighed before saying, "Very well. I will have someone escort Gado to a holding cell. We can work out the particulars of his trial later. You two are dismissed. Have your written reports in by tomorrow." Naruto and Kakashi nodded, and the Jounin turned around and started walking out before he heard his student speak up again. "By the way, old man, before I forget, I have something that might interest you. I got this off of one of Gado's ships, and I think you could probably find a use for it." As soon as he said this, Naruto pulled out another storage scroll and poured some chakra into it. With a poof of smoke, the foghorn came into existence inside the room. Mizuki, Iruka, and Sarutobi's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Naruto and Kakashi chuckled before both headed out of the room to get some ramen together. The day after was used by the members of Team 7 differently. Naruto woke up at his usual time and did his routine warm-up exercises at his apartment. Just so you know, he was able to greatly improve it with the money from D-Ranks. He then spent the rest of the morning after breakfast writing out a detailed report on what he did during his little crusade against Gado. He included a map of the country showing where all the bases and ships' former locations were before he tore through them all. He included everything that he did, including the tavern fight. The only thing he did not include was the fact that he had used his father's chakra to maintain the clones. He thought that the council would not approve of that little fact, and he and the QB were not looking forward to the hornet's nest that would cause if they did find out about it. He would tell the old man about it in person, though, so that he would know how he was capable of maintaining clones from such a large distance. Remember, shadow clones stay indefinitely, so long as they don't use up all of their chakra, but they are distance-oriented as well to a degree. The group wasn't too far out from the Leaf Village when they encountered the Demon Brothers, since they were traveling at a civilian pace. Also, the blockade was a good distance from the original. After he finished writing his report, Naruto headed to the tower and gave his report to the old man and explained how he maintained the blockade. Sarutobi was impressed with how much of the fox's chakra Naruto could control so far, and stated that the mission would be counted as a low S rank due to how much damage Naruto had done to Gado's business. Naruto didn't think it was that high of a mission, but accepted the rank anyway. Afterwards, he had a quick lunch at Ichiraku's before heading to his team's training ground and decided to have a one-man war game. He made 6 teams of 4 clones with another team with him in it, and had the clones hinge themselves so that each team had a differently themed clone. After that was done, the 7 teams started playing a ninja-style CTF game. Just like Civi style except for the fact that the clones were aiming to dispel instead of capture. Think Call of Duty style CTF, only with Justu instead of guns. After the CTF game was finally over, Naruto left the training ground. He chuckled as he saw a few of the Genin teams that had been attracted to the area due to all the noise staring at all the smoking craters he left in the area, and decided to go talk to Iruka and MIZUKI at the academy. He was able to get there just as the academy let out. He smiled to himself as he saw Konohamaru and his friends running off to pull off a prank on some poor villager. Walking into the academy, he met up with his former senseis and told them about what had happened at Wave. Suffice to say that their jaws dropped numerous times as he explained how he had become Gado's worst nightmare. After they were done talking, the trio went to Ichiraku's and continued talking well through the evening. That night, Naruto returned to his apartment content with how the day went and got ready for bed. But when he went to bed, instead of going totally asleep right away, he spent a few hours in his mindscape talking with his father and having a quick spar. Sakura had woken up that morning and had decided on going to the library to pick out a few books on field first aid since Naruto had told her a week before the Wave mission that while the rest of the members of Team 7 were more heavy assault oriented, she would be more useful as a backup support unit to help out with damage control. He had also told her that with her near-perfect chakra control, she could most likely do a few low-level medical justice rather well. Taking what the blonde said to heart, Sakura spent most of the day at the library looking through what she could. Sasuke had woken up at his usual time and did his morning wake-up routine before having breakfast. Afterwards, he headed to one of the training grounds in the Uchiha district. When he got there, he did a number of warm-up drills that the 2 vets on his team had drilled into him before going through the list of justice that he knew. After he was finished with those, he headed back to his house and began looking through his clan scrolls for the rest of the day. As for Kakashi, once he had his report in, he spent the day with his nose in his favorite book. No surprise there. The next day, Team 7 met at their training grounds at the usual time. Sakura and Sasuke met up at the entrance to the training ground to see a rather amazing sight. Bolts of lighting clashed with howling wind streams as water streams hit flying chunks of earth. Fireballs that were flung from the hands were constantly being redirected with flame-coated hands as if they were nothing but paper shuriken or impacting small floating pockets of water that moved to meet them. In a couple of words, it was pure chaos. What the 2 rookies were currently watching was a large number of Naruto's clones, and the original having a battle royal with Kakashi watching from underneath a nearby tree. But what really got the 2 was the fact that not once did they see any hand sign or hear any techniques being called out. The virtual war ended as the original Naruto jumped into the air, constantly spinning as a large stream of air came from his left hand and fire came out of his right. The 2 rooks' eyes bulged out as the fire hit the air stream, turning it into a virtual fire maelstrom, completely eradicating everything in its path. Naruto ended his spin and landed in the eye of the miniature fire hurricane that he had created. When he landed, he focused on the air around him and condensed the hurricane into a tornado around his body before shooting the entire thing up above his body past the height of the trees in the area and sent it curving into the nearby lake. A large plume of steam could be seen over the trees as Sasuke and Sakura stood staring at Naruto in dumbfounded shock. Naruto noticed the looks he was getting and grinning said, "Pretty cool, huh? Imagine how powerful your justice can be if you can do this without using hand signs to give it even more focus." Sasuke was the first to come out of his shock. "So we're finally going to learn elemental manipulation?" Naruto grinned again and said, "Yup, but I've got to warn you right here and now. This stuff is hard. It could take years maybe, but the end results are worth it. So you 2 ready?" Seeing the 2 nod, Kakashi walked over and said, "Then let's get started." Time skip, 3 weeks later. It had been 3 weeks since Naruto had shown Sasuke and Sakura some of the possibilities of manipulating their 2 elements. The 2 rooks had made good progress on claiming their primary elements as their own. Sasuke was just at the last stretch of the second phase of fire manipulation, while Sakura was right behind him with water manipulation. Naruto was impressed with both of them since he had expected them to take much longer to learn elemental manipulation, especially since they were keeping up with the physical training as well. Naruto and Sakura were currently standing near the marketing district next to a fence talking. Kakashi had met the team at the training grounds and told them to take the rest of the day off. Sasuke, of course, had left right after while once again rejecting Sakura after she asked for a date. Naruto had decided to try and lift her spirits and offered to get lunch together. Sakura had agreed, and afterwards, they had walked around a bit while Naruto talked about the various ways a ninja could put elemental manipulation to use, including combat strategies and getting from place to place faster depending on the environment. If I lost you there, then think of it like this. If you have a fire element, and you're trying to get through a fire to help someone, you could literally open a corridor through the flames. Currently, Naruto and Sakura had switched from tactics to general topics, switching from one topic to another as they just relaxed. All the while a slow but constant breeze blew past the fence they were standing in front of. Naruto's lips twitched as he felt the wind around him die, but saw Sakura's hair still blowing. Chuckling to himself, he said, "You can come out now, Konohamaru." Sakura looked at him confused until three heads popped up at the top of the fence, startling her. The kid in the middle asked, "How did you know we were here, boss?" "We did everything you taught us to do when sneaking up on someone." Naruto smiled and said, "While it is true you guys properly master chakra and scent, you forgot one key thing." Konohamaru and his friends got confused looks as he asked, "What's that, boss?" Naruto asked, "What is my primary element?" The other boy, Undin, said, "Wind, right?" Naruto nodded and said, "And which way is the wind blowing?" The girl, Moegi, said, "Towards you." All three kids' eyes widened when they realized their mistake. Naruto chuckled and said, "Exactly. Always take into account weather conditions, especially wind currents." Konohamaru said, "Don't worry, boss, we will. And next time we'll definitely be able to sneak up on you." The other two nodded at this, and all three jumped down next to the older pair. Konohamaru turned to face Sakura and asked, "Hey boss, who's this?" Naruto grinned and said, "That's right, you guys have never met before. Sakura, allow me to introduce you to the Konohamaru Corps. This is Konohamaru, Undin, and Moegi. I sometimes play a more advanced form of the ninja game with them to help them become better at the academy and sometimes teach them chakra control techniques. Guys, I would like you to meet one of my new teammates, Sakura Haruno." Konohamaru nodded and said, "So you're Hisa's replacement, huh? Nice to meet you." Sakura smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you as well." But what did Naruto mean by advanced form of the ninja game? It seems kind of silly for a ninja to play ninja, doesn't it? Moegi was the one to answer, "Not with the boss playing, it's not. He always makes it interesting by adding lessons into the actual game. It's way better than learning survival at the academy." Naruto chuckled and said, "I explained different survival techniques, as well as how to properly throw kunai and shuriken. I've also taught them how the tree climbing exercise a couple of weeks ago. Speaking of which, how are you three doing on that?" Konohamaru said, "We already reached the top when running, boss, though we can only get a quarter the way up when walking." Naruto was impressed. "That's great, guys. I was expecting it to take you guys a lot longer to reach the top than that. You keep this up and it won't be long till I can teach you the water walking exercise." The three kids' eyes lit up as Undin asked, "Seriously?" Naruto grinned and said, "Yup." The three cheered before saying bye before running away, planning on doing a prank. Naruto just chuckled while Sakura smiled at the scene. They watched the three turn around a corner and were about to start talking again when they heard Konohamaru shout out. Naruto was off like a rocket, running to the corner with Sakura, trying her best to keep up. Reaching the corner, they saw Konohamaru being held by his shirt collar by the right hand of a sand shinobi in a black cat suit and war paint with something wrapped in bandages on his back. Standing next to them was a blonde-haired sand kunoichi with a giant battle fan strapped to her back. Moegi and Undin were closer to Naruto and Sakura, trying to get the shinobi to put their friend down, but weren't having much luck. Naruto took this all in a flash, going instantly into full mission mode. After the split second it took for him to analyze the situation, Naruto took proper action. Oi, leave him alone, pal. If you don't put him down right this instant, I'm going to introduce you to the concrete. The sand shinobi just looked at Naruto and said with a snort, "Oh please, what is a wimp like you going to do, huh?" Sakura and Sasuke, who happened to be sitting in a tree nearby, had the same thought. He's dead. Naruto grinned and said this before following through with his statement. Naruto moved at such high speeds it looked like he teleported. He vanished from his spot only to appear parallel to the ground with his right foot in the sand ninja's face, with his left hand over the hand, holding Konohamaru, pulling it straight, dislocating it. The pain on his wrist and shoulder forced the sand shinobi to release Konohamaru. Grabbing the kid with his right hand, Naruto pushed off with his foot, sending the guy flying. He backflipped once and landed in a crouch as he set Konohamaru down before taking off back to the sand nin, who was still in the air parallel with the ground. Getting to the left side of the nin and facing his head, Naruto slammed his left elbow into his opponent's stomach while bending his knees, quickly dropping into a crouching position while slamming the sand nin's back into the concrete. Time from start to finish, 1.5 seconds. Everyone else who watched were amazed. To them, it looked like Naruto had just vanished, and then he and the sand nin were moved a few feet away from Konohamaru, with Naruto looking down at his opponent with a look that said, "Get up and you'll regret it." Naruto's actions were received by various responses. Sakura and Sasuke were both glad that Naruto was on their side. This was just one more thing that proved to them that you did not want Naruto as an enemy. Sasuke was a bit upset that he couldn't keep up with the speed though. Konohamaru's group was awestruck. Naruto had never shown them how fast he actually was, and they were amazed at what the blonde could do. The sand kunoichi was just plain scared. She didn't even see him move, and there was actually cracks coming from the concrete where her teammate was laying. The sand shinobi was just in pain, plain and simple. And another sand shinobi with red hair, who was on the other side of the tree, Sasuke, was in hiding his presence, narrowed his eyes slightly at the display of speed and power. After a second of looking at his opponent, Naruto pushed off from his crouching position, doing a few backflips until he was close to Konohamaru. Doing a no-handed backflip for his last one, he landed in a taijutsu stance, ready to fight again. Not even looking at the tree where he sensed Sasuke and the other presence, he said, "I know you're there, pal. How long do you plan on hanging on that tree like a bat?" Sakura and Sasuke started, looking at where the third sand shinobi was. Sasuke was tense. I didn't even sense him. The other two sand ninja instantly got nervous. The ninja on the ground started shakily getting up and said, Hi Gaara, what are you doing here?" The now introduced Gaara narrowed his eyes and said, "Kankuro, knock it off." But Gaara, he started it. Kankuro looked like he was getting really nervous, bordering on fight or flee action. And by the looks of things, it was going to be flee. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the exchange. Something felt off about this. There was something familiar about the red head that he couldn't quite place. Gaara narrowed his eyes even further and said, "Shut up. You are a disgrace to our village. If you don't behave, I'll kill you." Kankuro gulped and said, "Yes, Gaara." Gaara performed a body flicker technique to stand next to teammates. But unlike the normal poof of smoke, his technique was a swirling of sand. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw this. He uses sand, and this chakra, father, is he? No doubt about it. I smell tanuki. Be careful, son. This boy is a Jinchuriki just like you. And not just any Jinchuriki either. He has the Ichibi sealed in him. That raccoon is one crazy psychopath. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he heard what his father was telling him. Gaara noticed this, misinterpreting the look, said, "Forgive my teammates' behavior. If you will excuse us, we will be on our way." Naruto said, "Sure, just keep an eye on those two." Gaara nodded and said, "Of course. Kankuro, Temari, let's go." Kankuro and the newly introduced Temari nodded, and the three turned around and started walking away. Konohamaru's group also left, talking about how cool their boss was and how they wanted to be just like him. Naruto saw that Sakura had walked closer and that Sasuke had dropped down beside them as well. When Sakura was about to ask the sand ninja something, Naruto held up his hand, stopping her. Seeing her confused look and having a good idea what she wanted to know, he explained, "To answer your question, Sakura, they are most likely here for the Chunin exams. I saw the hawk over our training grounds, calling Kakashi into a meeting with the rest of the Jounin. It was most likely a meeting for team senseis to nominate their teams if they think they're ready. Before either Sakura or Sasuke could comment on this, a small pug dog wearing a leaf headband appeared in a poof of smoke, surprising the two rooks. Turning to Naruto, it said, "Naruto, Kakashi wants you and the rest of Team 7 to meet him at the bridge." Naruto nodded and said, "Thanks, Pakin. We'll be there shortly." Pakin gave a salute with his paw and then vanished in a poof of smoke. What was that?" Sakura asked, a little freaked out by the sight of a talking dog. "Summoning animal," Naruto said, as he started heading towards the bridge that the old Team 7 would sometimes meet at. Same bridge as the anime. Sakura and Sasuke followed, but the two were still confused. "Summoning animal?" Sakura asked, clearly not understanding. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, they're creatures who have a special contract. If you sign the contract with your blood, you can summon them with a small payment of blood and a certain amount of chakra. The more chakra, the bigger the summon. They're really useful as scouts, messengers, or even helping out in battle depending on which one you summon. The only problem is that the contracts are really rare. They usually stay within a clan. I got mine due to certain circumstances which you don't need to know about for right now though. Kakashi-sensei has the contract with the dogs while I've got one with the foxes. Kakashi-sensei once told me that Guy-sensei has one with the tortoises, but I've never seen him summon one before." Sasuke decided to ask the next question. "Do you know if there are any other people with a contract in the village?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, I met her during my academy years when me and MIZUKI-sensei used to use her favorite training ground. Her name's Anko Mitarashi, and she's got one with the snakes. I'm sure that there are a few others. I know for a fact that each of the 3 Sannin has one of their own, but they usually aren't in the village." "I see," Sasuke said. "Maybe I should try asking Kakashi-sensei to sign his contract or find someone else in the village. It would be good to be able to summon something to help me fight him." It wasn't long before the 3 reached the bridge. They saw Kakashi leaning with his back against one of the rails looking down the channel the bridge crossed. Sensing their presence, Kakashi looked up at them and raised a hand before saying yo. Naruto nodded towards him and leaned against the opposite rail, facing his teacher. Sakura and Sasuke took opposite sides of him, and all 3 waited for their teacher to tell them why they were here. Kakashi decided to get straight to the point. Pulling out 3 pieces of paper from his pants pocket, he walked over and handed them to his students as he said, "I've decided to give you guys a shot at the Chunin exams that are coming up. They will be in 2 days at the academy at 9 in room 301. If you wish to take them, fill out those forms and don't be late. I am sure you will do fine, especially you Naruto. As for you Sakura and Sasuke, make sure to listen to Naruto. He has more experience than you do, and I know that he will lead you two to victory. You guys have the rest of the time till the exam's off. If you want some extra training, feel free to come find me. I will either be at the Jounin Lodge or our training grounds." The 3 Genin nodded to their teacher. Afterwards, the 2 rooks went their separate ways. Naruto stayed behind for a minute. Looking up at his teacher, he asked, "Do you think we're really ready for this?" Kakashi smiled at his favorite student and said, "I do. I know you guys will do well. Keep them out of trouble, Naruto." Naruto nodded, and the 2 split up as well. Time skip, 2 days later. Naruto and the rooks were currently walking towards the academy. All 3 of them were excited to try and climb up the ladder in rank. Sakura and Sasuke more than Naruto, who has known for a long time that even if you stayed a Genin for the rest of your life, you could eventually take on a Jounin. He should know too. After all, he and Kakashi had their own personal 4th shinobi war every time they got serious in their training or really went at it with their spars with the so-called handsome beast duo. Entering the academy, they quickly climbed the steps up. When they reached the 2nd floor, however, they saw a group of people standing around a door with the number 301 over it. Naruto frowned and placed a hand on both of his teammates' wrists. Tapping out in battle code, he told his 2 teammates to not say a word about the obvious Jinjutsu, explaining that if even he could detect it with his horrid abilities Jinjutsu-wise, these guys were nowhere near ready for the test. Seeing the 2 nod, he kept walking. However, when the group got to the next staircase, they found a certain Hyuga looking down at them with his arms crossed on the next landing. The Hyuga had a smug look on his face as he looked at Naruto. So Uzumaki, you are not too hopeless to actually fall for that Jinjutsu. Still, you cannot expect to pass these exams. A failure will always be a failure. Nothing more, nothing less. You cannot change your fate. Sakura and Sasuke were wondering what this Hyuga was talking about since they knew for a fact that even though Naruto was only 1 year older than them, he could probably take on just about every jounin in this village. Naruto just rolled his eyes as he and his team kept walking up the stairs. Once he reached the landing, he kept walking without saying a word, which really pissed the Hyuga off. What do you hope to accomplish, Uzumaki? Surely you must realize that it is your fate to fail? Naruto kept walking but said over his shoulder, "You should know by now, Neji, that I don't believe in fate." Neji frowned but didn't say anything, just watched the blonde and his teammates continue walking. Fool. Back with Naruto and his teammates, Sakura once again let her curiosity get the better of her. Naruto, who was that, and what did he mean by calling you a failure? Naruto sighed and said, "That was Neji, he used to be my classmate. Due to certain parts of his past, he's become a bit fatalistic. As for the failure part, remember how I said I had too much chakra for regular clones?" Seeing both nod, he continued, "Well, you see, before MIZUKI sensei and Iruka sensei taught me how to make shadow clones, I was considered the dead last because other teachers refused to teach me anything." Sakura and Sasuke were shocked. This time, it was Sasuke who spoke up, trying to figure out why a teacher would refuse to teach a student. Why didn't they want to teach you anything? Naruto sighed again and said, "Because they were fools who believed that since I was the only one born on the day of the Kyuubi attack, I was the perfect scapegoat for all their pain and hate. This whole village is full of people who could not let go of the past. Fortunately, that has begun to change in the past few years." Sasuke and Sakura grew, quite remembering Naruto's words that day on the roof of the academy when they first met. Finally reaching their destination, they saw Kakashi leaning against the wall in front of the double doors to the classroom. Seeing him there, Sakura asked Kakashi-sensei, "What are you doing here?" Said Cyclops raised a hand in greeting and said, "To make sure all 3 of you came since the exams must be done in teams of 3. I knew you all would come though. Mainly I'm here to wish you luck. Oh, and Naruto, try not to go overboard in there." Naruto chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I won't." Kakashi nodded and left while the other 3 passed through the door. Chunin exams, getting started. The team of 2 rooks and 1 vet pushed open the door to the classroom and walked in. When they were about 10 feet in, the 2 rooks looked around at the teams. Naruto had started looking around the second he could see in, moving only his eyes. Some of the Leaf Genin who had been in the war games with the former Team 7 nodded their heads in acknowledgement when they made eye contact with him, and he returned the gesture before continuing to look around. Deciding to get whatever intel he could without being obvious about it, Naruto started breathing through his nose, mentally cataloging everything he smelled. Mostly just metal from all the kunai and shuriken in the room. He did pick up a few other scents though, such as poison from a couple of the teams, mainly the foreign ones. He then added chakra to his ears and listened in on the conversations to see what he could learn that way. Not much on that department, mostly just teams saying how good they were going to do and how the rest of the group didn't have a chance against them. Naruto and his father mentally snorted when hearing this. Typical, thinking they're all that just because they've been selected to take the exams. The Kyuubi snorted again in agreement. Naruto focused on his chakra sensing abilities next and saw that while most of the chakras were in the expected range, there were a few that were surprisingly, or not so much if you thought about it, high. One was obvious since it was coming from a fellow Jinchuriki. 2 more came from his teammates. The last one came from a silver-haired guy wearing glasses with a leaf headband on, although he was doing a good job of keeping it from feeling like nothing more than a candle. Naruto, however, could tell that his actual chakra reservoir was closer to that of a jounin. "Remind me not to take that one for granted. He's probably the biggest threat here," he said to his father, who agreed. He took this all in within 20 seconds without his teammates being any the wiser. All of a sudden, a bunch of people came in muttering about a stupid Jinjutsu. Naruto resisted the urge to visibly slap his forehead when he heard this. Mentally, he groaned while thinking to his father, "Okay, Who was the moron who thought it would be a good idea to reveal that? Naruto sensed his father mentally shrug before he sensed a semi-familiar chakra presence coming quickly. Sasuke-kun. He quickly grabbed Sasuke from his right and pulled him out of the way of the girl who had just tried to glomp him from behind. Said girl ended up falling to the floor. Sasuke looked at Naruto silently, saying thanks with his eyes. Naruto nodded and looked down at the now revealed Ino Yamanaka. Meanwhile, Sakura had burst out laughing while thinking, huh, that's what she gets for trying to take Sasuke-kun like that. Having Naruto around sure comes in handy. Still fangirl at this point, but a whole lot better about it than in the manga. Had to be to survive the training the two vets gave the rooks. Ino got up off the floor and turned to Naruto and shouted out, "Why did you do that, you idiot?" Naruto grinned at her and simply said, "When you're on a team, you look out for your teammates." Sasuke smirked as Sakura and the rest of the Leaf Genin who knew Naruto and could hear what he said burst out laughing, while everyone else was looking between Naruto and them wondering why they had such a relationship to an apparent rookie. Ino bristled and was about to return fire before she was cut off. Sigh, troublesome. Naruto turned around to see Shikamaru and Chuji coming in. Grinning, he jerked his thumb toward Ino and said, "I think you guys lost this." Sakura laughed at the shade of red Ino was turning, but before the fireworks could start, they were once again interrupted. Well, it looks like all the rookies are back together. Naruto looked past the first two boys to see Hinata and her team come in. Smiling, he walked over to Hinata, who smiled at him as well before he hugged her and then kissed her forehead, earning a small blush from her. Sakura and Sasuke stared at him, as did all of the other Leaf Shinobi in there, vets included. The vets, of course, had heard about how the girl had helped pull him from his little depression spell after that fateful mission, but they didn't think it had gone that far. Sure, Naruto was likable, but to actually have the Hyuga heiress as his apparent girlfriend was a little much for those who knew the blonde. Kiba had a shocked look on his face while Shino just raised an eyebrow. Naruto sensed all the stares but decided to ignore them in favor of looking at Hinata. Still smiling, he said, "How have you been, Hinata?" Hinata got her blush under control and said, "I've been fine, Naruto. Been a little boring though, without you constantly pranking everyone." Naruto and the other vets chuckled. The vets definitely agreed that it has been quite since Naruto and Kakashi had started training their charges. Naruto just rubbed the back of his head and said, "Yeah, I'm going to have to start doing that after the exams. Got a reputation to uphold after all." The vets along with Hinata laughed at that while the rooks just kept watching, trying to figure out what was going on. The foreigners were just trying to figure out the crazy blonde who seemed to be a bridge between rooks and vets. Some started to glare at the carefree banter going around, while the rest started giving the rooks and Naruto calculated stares. Naruto sensed the silver-haired youth heading their ways before he heard a voice from behind him. "Sheesh, keep it down, you guys. Can't you sense the mood?" The rooks and Naruto turned to the guy and saw where he was pointing. Naruto, who had already sensed the so-called mood and did not care either way, just looked out of the corner of his eye before moving back to his team and looking around the room again. The rooks turned all the way around and started getting nervous from all the glares coming from the foreign ninja and some of the Leaf Genin, who thought that the rooks were thinking they were all that for walking in like they owned the place. Kiba suddenly seemed to grow a spine, and stepping forward he said, "What are you guys looking at? If you want some, come and get some." Instantly, every single vet and foreign shinobi in the room focused on him and blasted him with their killing intent. Kiba started to visibly sweat under the combined ki, while the rest of the rooks besides Sakura and Sasuke, who had felt worse before, started shivering at just being in the same room. Naruto just rolled his eyes as he and his father shared the same thought. Typical rook, thinking he's a gift from God or something. Taking a step forward, he cleared his throat, bringing attention to himself. "All right, guys, cool your jets. There will be plenty of time to show the rook his place during the exam. And as for my Leaf brothers, I would have thought you would have known not to let what a rook says affect you so much." The foreign ninja dropped their ki levels reluctantly, while the Leaf vets realized that Naruto was right and that they shouldn't have let their emotions come to a boil like that. Kiba was about to retort to the statement about him being put in place before Naruto glanced at him and pulsed out his own ki for a second, making Kiba gasp and wisely shut up. Turning around to the newcomer, Naruto said, "Sorry about that. You were saying?" The kid had been watching from the start and thought to himself, "That one seems to be a natural leader." Even the foreigners listened to him. Looking at Naruto, he nodded and said, "Well, I was going to say that they were all a little high-strung and that you should watch what you say around them, but that doesn't seem to be a problem now. You really know how to get people to listen to you, don't you?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head embarrassed and said, "I guess it just runs in my family. From what I found out about my parents from before they died, they both were leader types as well." The silver-haired vet got an look on his face before he continued. "Well, anyway, my name's Kabuto. I figured that since most of you guys were rooks and this is your first time, I could give you some advice. I'm a bit of a veteran when it comes to these exams. After all, I've taken them a few times now." Naruto raised his eyebrow at this, but didn't say anything. Sakura, however, did. "How many times have you actually done this?" Kabuto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment and said, "This will be my 7th time." Kiba scoffed and said, "7 times? Man, you must be weak." Kabuto then got defensive. "Hey, these exams are hard." Naruto allowed himself to narrow his eyes an imperceptible fraction as he thought, bullshit. This guy has chakra levels higher than Asuma sensei, and he claims that he hasn't passed to Chunin yet? It's official now, this guy is not what he seems. I bet Ibiki would love having a little talk with him. He felt his father agreeing with him as he started to growl lowly in his throat. He caught the rest of Kabuto's little tirade as he and his father put their focus back on him. "Anyway, all those times have taught me to gather all the information I could on them and the teams taking them. I've got info on just about everyone here. And I've been able to put all that information down in a way that only I can view it." This time it was Sakura who once again spoke up. "How did you manage that?" Kabuto smirked as he pulled a deck of blank cards out of his pouch and brought them in front of him. "With my ninja cards, they stay blank until a certain chakra frequency is poured into them. These ones are keyed to my chakra, so only I can view them. But like I said, I think I'll give you some advice. If you have anyone you want to know about, just ask and I'll see what I've got. But first take a look at this." With that, he pulled a card out of his deck and poured some chakra into it. With a poof of smoke, it revealed a map of the elemental countries with bar graphs and numbers on it. Seeing that he had everyone's attention, Kabuto continued, "This is a map of the elemental countries and all the number of how many shinobi are taking part from each village. As is usual with a hosting village, we have the most. There is also a new village that sent a team called the Sound Village, though their team might not be much considering they're so new. So then, is there anyone who you would like to know about?" Naruto nodded his head and said, "Yeah, actually there is. What can you tell me about that team sent by the Hidden Sand Village?" Kabuto followed the thumb that had been jerked in the direction of said team before raising an eyebrow. Looking back at Naruto, he nodded and pulled out 3 cards from his deck. "Sand Team it is then. All right, let's see what we have here. The Sand Team's members are Temari, Gaara, and Kankuro of the desert. The 3 are siblings and are the children of the Kazekage." Naruto raised an eyebrow after hearing that. First up is Temari. It says here that she is a long-range wind user. Her Jinjutsu is a little below average though, and her Taijutsu is just above academy level. Her older brother is Kankuro. It says here that he is a puppet master. Looks like his Tai, Jin, and Ninjutsu are pretty much academy level since he uses puppets. Finally, there is Gaara, the youngest desert sibling. Not much known about him, I'm afraid. I did find out he uses sand, as well as an interesting rumor that he has never been injured on a mission. All of the rooks wondered how that was possible, although Naruto had an idea, since he could control sand. Let's see. Mission count for their team is 52 D ranks, 25 C ranks, and well, that's interesting, 1 B rank mission. The rooks were all muttering about how someone like the Sand siblings could have done a B rank, while Naruto just looked thoughtful. All of a sudden, Naruto felt a minuscule spike of ki before sensing high-speed movement coming in on the group's position. Turning his head a fraction, he saw out of the corner of his eye 3 gray blurs on a collision course with Kabuto. Naruto frowned before taking action. As they got close, Naruto formed 3 shadow clones who clotheslined the rushing Nin, who turned out to be the Sound Team. The clones dispelled while the Nin held their throats. Kabuto was caught by surprise since he hadn't expected Naruto to be able to react fast enough to summon shadow clones to do what he had. The rooks, except for Sakura, Sasuke, and Hinata, were surprised at how seemingly regular clones could actually cause physical harm to someone, while the foreigners started looking at Naruto again with calculated stares. Most of the Leaf vets just grinned at each other, commenting on how Naruto hadn't lost his touch since they last saw him. Naruto himself walked in front of the group before crouching down while wagging his finger a little as he said, Now, I thought I told you guys before to cool your jets. You're lucky all I had my clones do was stop you. Believe me, if I wanted to, you guys could be without heads right now." Before the three could reply, a series of poofing sounds was heard in the back of the room as a group of Chunin and a man in a black interrogator's division coat shoe-shined into the room. Looking around the room, the man spotted Naruto standing back up while the sound team slowly did the same. Naruto saw the man and thought, Ibiki Marino, just the man I wanted to see. This is going to be interesting if he's here. Frowning, the man said, "All right, maggots, pipe down. The first exam is about to take place. My name is Ibiki Marino, and I am the proctor for this stage. And you sound ninja. Keep your bloodlust to a minimum. Any further hostile action that is not sanctioned will result in you being thrown out. And as for you, Uzumaki, I appreciate the fact that you took care of your fellow Leaf Shinobi, but next time leave it to us." Naruto nodded before Ibiki continued. "Now then, all of you turn in your forms and take a number. When you have your number, head through the door behind me and take your seat. The written test will begin as soon as everyone is seated, so get moving." There was a general rush as forms were turned in and the Genin got into their assigned seats. Naruto was pleasantly surprised to find himself sitting beside Hinata. The two smiled at each other before Ibiki tapped the blackboard, getting everyone's attention again. "All right, you Genin, listen up because I'm only going to say this once. This written test will have 10 questions and will be a point reduction test. You start out with 10 points and lose a point for every question you miss. You and your teammates' scores are totaled, and if the combined score is below 20 points, then your team fails. 2 points will be taken off of your test each time you are caught cheating. Get caught 5 times, and you and your team automatically fails. The 10th question will be given 45 minutes after the test begins. Now then, get started." There was a sound of a bunch of papers being flipped and pencils being picked up. Naruto turned his paper over and his eyes widened. What the hell? These questions look like they belong on the Jounin exam. There is no way that a Genin going for Chunin could answer all of these, if any at all. Well, except me, maybe Sakura, and definitely that Nara boy. Those guys are freaking geniuses. The only way the others could answer these were if they Naruto had a frown on his face when he first looked at the test, but then his eyes widened slightly before he grinned when he realized what this written test was actually for. Hinata, who had been watching him from the corner of her eye, frowned a little before looking at the test as well. Her own eyes widened slightly before she got started writing down the answers to the questions she could do and partially activating her Byakugan for the few she couldn't. Naruto made sure to cover his paper as best he could so no one could cheat off of him while he worked and finished within 10 minutes. After flipping his paper over, he started drawing on the back side of the sheet, waiting for the rest of the time until the last question to end. Ibiki noticed Naruto finishing before everyone else and thought to himself, "Damn, that was fast. Though I shouldn't be surprised. That kid supposedly read every book in both the civilian and shinobi libraries using shadow clones." Finally, 35 minutes and about a third of the teams failing later, Ibiki told the remaining Genin to put down their pencils and said, "Well, it looks like we have some good test takers this year. Or some good cheaters." A bunch of the Genin flinched at the statement while Ibiki continued. "Now then, there are a couple of more rules that you should know about before we give out the final question. First is that you have an option of whether or not you want to answer the question." He was cut off by one of the foreigners. "Why would we choose not to answer the question?" Ibiki grinned, evilly sending shivers down most of the Genin's spines while Naruto narrowed his eyes, wondering what the interrogator was up to. Anko had told him when he had talked to her sometimes when he and Mizuki were in the Forest of Death that he was the head of the interrogator's division and that he specialized in mental torture. Ibiki continued talking. "The reason why is because of the second rule. If you answer the question and get it wrong, you and your team automatically fail. Also, you and your team will be permanently banned from taking the exams ever again. This was met up with a roar from most of the remaining Genin. Naruto's eyes narrowed even further as he analyzed everything he knew about Ibiki and the test so far. A few seconds later, one shout was heard above the rest. "That's impossible. I've taken this test before, and there was never such a rule before." Ibiki just laughed and said, "That's too bad. I wasn't the proctor those times. But now I am, and those are the rules." Before anyone could chicken out, though, they were jostled out of their panic by the sound of a palm slapping a desk hard. Everyone turned to look at Naruto, who was now standing and looking at Ibiki with a serious look on his face. If that didn't shock the Genin, what he said next sure did. "You don't scare me, Ibiki, and neither do your dumb rules. If you're given a mission that you don't know everything about, can you just play it safe and not take it? Hell no. You have to suck it up and get the mission done. A bit of uncertainty is always present in our jobs. It's part of what makes us ninja. So go ahead and give me the question already, because I am not going to back down." Ibiki stared hard at Naruto before looking out at the rest of the assembled Genin. Seeing determined faces on all of them, he tried one more time to get them to back down. "Are you all sure? This is your last chance to back down." Seeing no one was about to back down, Ibiki smiled and said, "Very well then, you all pass." Naruto grinned and sat back down as there was silence for almost a full half-minute while everyone tried to figure out what just happened before everyone shouted out at once. "What?" Ibiki kept smiling before pointing to Naruto and said, "Uzumaki is correct. If you get a mission that you don't know everything about, you cannot back down. If you did not have the guts to stay for the 10th question, then you don't deserve to be a chunin." Temari then stood up and shouted, "So what was the point of the first 9 questions?" Ibiki undid his bandana-styled headband, and everyone gasped as he showed his bald head with a bunch of scars, burns, and even screw holes. He then continued, "To test your information-gathering skills. In our line of work, information is everything." Before he could say anything else, Naruto felt for the second time that day a chakra presence coming at high speed at the group. One that was very familiar to him. "Oh boy, this is going to be interesting," he thought before the glass shattered as a black ball hurtled into the room before unfurling, revealing a banner that said, "Anko Mitarashi, second proctor of the Chunin exams." Underneath the banner was a purple-haired woman whose outfit was a bit revealing to say the least. The woman who was obviously introduced spoke up as soon as she was revealed. "All right, you maggots. I am Anko, and I'm the proctor for the next exam." Ibiki came around the banner and said with a frown, "You're early again, Anko. Can't you sense the mood in here?" Anko looked at Ibiki, then looked back at the Genin and frowned as she counted. Eyes widening, she turned fully at Ibiki and said, 46 teams? You passed 46 teams? My God, Ibiki, how did that happen?" Ibiki just looked at her before pointing at someone and said, "Ask our future Hokage." Murmuring went through the Genin at what Ibiki said, while people started looking at Naruto, trying to figure out if he had been telling the truth. The Leaf vets who had been under his command during war games knew that it was very likely. Anko's eyes turned to the size of dinner plates before she turned around and saw Naruto grinning at her. He gave her a little wave at the wrist before saying, "Long time no see, Anko." Anko got a grin and started chuckling. Breaking her eye contact with Naruto, she said, "Well, I guess that answers that question, but you guys won't have our future leader with you to pull you asses out of the fire for the next part." Turning towards the window, she said, "Meet me at training ground 44 in an hour," before jumping out. After everyone was gone, Ibiki started picking up test papers. When he touched Naruto's, though, the drawings he had made rearranged themselves into a seal, which glowed before turning into a message. Ibiki, possible traitor in exams. Names Kabuto. Claims to have failed 7 times, but has Jounin level chakra. Also claims to have gathered as much intel as possible. Contact Hokage. Ibiki stared at the message for a minute before taking off to the Hokage Tower. Chunin exams. Second stage / Call of Duty. Brothers in Arms. Naruto exited the classroom and headed towards the forest. His head was lowered as he thought about what he had just done in the classroom. On the second floor, he had told his team to not say anything about the Jinjutsu to keep the competition down. And yet, in the first exam, he had rallied everyone there to stay. He couldn't figure out why he did that, and it was driving him insane. It had just felt right at the time. The QB sensed this and sent a thought to his adopted son. Seems like you allowed your leader side to take over back in there. Your birth father most likely would have done the same. From what I've heard, that man could lead armies to the gates of hell, and they would believe he would get them back out. You are becoming more and more like him in that regard every day, Kit. Naruto absent-mindedly nodded and looked back up. He thought about the message he left to Biki. He then thought about what he knew of the second test. He was sure that whatever Anko had planned in the forest would not be fun for most of the people here. Oh, sure, he could handle it. But that was only because he had practically lived there sometimes when he and MIZUKI would train there during his academy years. And that had not been all fun and games. For the first month, MIZUKI had to constantly save his rear end as the rather large creatures tried turning him into a snack. Oddly, for some reason that neither for the life of them could figure out, the creatures never went after the shadow clones that had been training. After that month, though, Naruto was able to get to the point where he could actually make escaping those monsters' training. And 6 months after they started, he was at the point where if he had to, he could make them think twice about going after him. Naruto thought back on those times and looked at the two Rook teams in front of him. Sakura and Sasuke he knew could hold their own if they ever got separated in there for a short time. He and Kakashi had made a point of making sure they could handle themselves against multiple opponents that were stronger than them until reinforcements could come. But besides Hinata, he had no idea what the rest of the Rooks could do. Naruto frowned as he realized that the forest might be too much for them. Sighing again at how he was letting his leader side once again get the best of him, he called out, "Teams 8 and 10. I need a word with you." Said Rook team stopped and turned around to face him while the rest of the teams gave them a weird look, but kept going. Sakura and Sasuke gave Naruto a confused look, but did not say anything as they caught up with the other Rooks. Before the Rooks could ask what he wanted, Naruto said, "Guys, I don't mean to offend, but I know exactly what is in that forest, and except for maybe Hinata, I don't think you're ready for what's in there." Kiba suddenly interrupted before he could continue. "Are you saying we should drop out? Because if so, then I ought to hit you right now." Naruto sighed and said, "Let me finish in Izuka. As I was saying, the forest might be a little much for you guys, so I was going to give you some help if you want it." This time it was Shikamaru who spoke up. "Why would you want to help us, though?" Naruto sighed and said, "Things are not what they seem, Nara. I want to make sure that you guys don't get too far above your heads. Now, do you guys want my help or not?" Before the others could say they did not need help, Hinata spoke up. "If Naruto thinks that there could be trouble for us, then we should take him seriously. He has trained in that forest for almost 2 years and knows the area better than most shinobi. If he wants to help, then we should accept his offer." Naruto shot a grateful look at her, which she smiled at. The other Rooks muttered to themselves for a moment before they all nodded at him. This time it was Shino who spoke next. "Very well, we accept. What do you suggest?" Naruto then said, "I'll be sending teams into the forest. Expect a squad with a summon escort. They will do their best to help you with the test. In Izuka, keep your nose peeled for foxes. Other than that, all I can say is good luck." With that, Naruto walked past them with Sakura and Sasuke following. Both had just stood there trying to figure out why Naruto would help out the Rooks like that. Shrugging it off as a Naruto thing, they followed him without a word until they reached the forest. 10 minutes later, all of the teams were standing in front of a gate numbered 1 that was part of a really large fence with a forest with extremely large trees. A large roar was suddenly heard from the forest, making many in the group flinch. "On my home away from home," Naruto said, drawing looks from the foreigners as well as some of the Leaf vets who did not know about his 2-year training in there, and most of the Rooks. Anko, who was in front of the group looking at the team, smirked and said, "That's the spirit brat. Now then, first things first, I need you to sign these consent forms." One of the Sand teams asked, "Why do we need to sign consent forms? We already signed those to take the exam in the first place." Before Anko could say anything, Naruto spoke up again. "It's probably so that way the Leaf, and by proxy, Anko here cannot be held responsible for your death. And believe me, that is very possible in that forest. I should know. I spent the better part of 2 years coming to train in that forest with one of my academy teachers. Speaking of training in there, hey Anko, you ever find that 25-foot tiger MIZUKI sensei? and I accidentally let get away that one time we were in the restricted section." Everyone's eyes became wider than dinner plates as he said this. Even Sasuke and Sakura were looking at him trying to figure out if he was telling the truth or not. Meanwhile, the rooks on Teams 8 and 10 were suddenly glad for Naruto's offer. They got their answer as Anko got an evil grin and said, "Yup, take a look at this brat." And with a flourish, she brought out a sealing scroll, and with a poof of smoke, a 5-foot-long tooth was shown. "I really should thank you too. You guys beat that guy up so good it only took me 2 minutes to kill it. I got the bigger tooth mounted in my bedroom." Naruto noticed all the looks he was getting and said, "What? The guy came at us when we accidentally went in the restricted section once. I didn't even do much. Mizuki-sensei was the one who went head-to-head with the big guy. I just used a fire justa to catch the guy's fur on fire." The rook's eyes all widened and Kiba said, "You're telling me Mizuki-sensei went head-to-head with a 25-foot tiger? Why the hell is he not a jounin already?" Naruto just shrugged and said, when I asked him the same question, he just said he'd rather teach. Anko then said, "As much fun as it talking about what the brat and his teacher did while they were in there. We have an exam to run. Now then, let me explain a few things. For those of you babies wondering if you will have to face something like that, the creatures in the forest that actually reach that size are inside an area marked the restricted section. None of you will be going in that area." A ton of relieved sighs while Anko and Naruto laughed. "That doesn't mean that the rest are to be taken lightly though. Now then, you guys will be playing a ninja version of Capture the Flag. Or in this case, Capture the Scroll." Anko pulled out 2 more scrolls from the other side of the coat to the one she put the resealed tooth in. Continuing, she said, "After each team turns in all 3 consent forms, they will be given either a heaven or an earth scroll. Inside at the center of the forest is a tower. You must obtain both scrolls and reach the tower within 5 days." Chuji suddenly shouted out, "5 days? What do we do for food?" Anko chuckled and said, "There's plenty of food in the forest to kill or find. Just don't eat anything poisonous. Speaking of which, hey brat, what did you think tasted better, that giant centipede we killed that one time or the 10-foot tiger we found in the northeast corner?" Naruto cocked his head and said, "Definitely the tiger, though that centipede isn't too far behind." Everyone once again looked at Naruto. Some were shuddering from hearing he had eaten a centipede, while others were making mental notes not to mess with the blonde. Others were starting to wonder if most of the forest was overrated except the restricted section. Anko decided to once again get the ball rolling again. "Well anyway, there are a couple or rules you should know about before we get started. First rule, only full teams of 3 can enter the tower. You lose one of your teammates or one is indisposed, you fail. Also, you cannot open your scrolls until you are inside the tower. This is to test you to see if you are trustworthy enough to run missions where you carry classified information." One of the waterfall ninja asked, "What happens if we open them before?" Anko got an evil grin and said, "That's for those who ignore the rule to find out." Finished explaining, Anko took a seat under a tree while she waited for the teams to sign their forms and trade them in at a booth with a curtain for a scroll. Once they had their scroll, teams took off to their gates. Some teams glanced at Naruto on the way out while others looked nervously into the forest. When Team 7 went in to get their scroll, Naruto sealed the Heaven Scroll into a special sealing scroll and put the scroll in one of his cargo shorts pockets, which held another scroll like it for the other scroll. Seeing his teammates' confused looks, he explained how the scrolls required his precise chakra signature to unseal the items put into them. The 2 nodded in understanding before they took off to their gate. Once they were at their gate, Naruto turned around and said, "All right guys, fair warning before we go in there. The creatures in the forest are dangerous, but only if you don't take them absolutely seriously. Get them alone, and you should have no problems." The 2 nodded. 5 minutes later, their gate opened and Naruto led them 100 feet into the forest before stopping. Naruto expanded all of his senses, checking to if anyone was immediately close to their position. Finding no one besides the Chunin who let them into the forest in a 200-foot range, he nodded to himself before getting to work. Naruto focused and his chakra suddenly flared into a bonfire, making Sakura and Sasuke jump back in surprise. Forming his favorite jutsu, 6 squads of 3 clones appeared in front of them. Naruto's bonfire immediately disappeared, but he wasn't done yet. He bit his thumb and ran through the familiar hand signs before slamming his palm down on the ground with a small cry of summoning Justu. A poof of smoke and a popping sound later. 7 foxes of regular size were standing between Team 7 and the clone teams. As soon as the foxes had a chance to look around, Naruto went into captain mode. Pointing to each team as he gave them their orders, he explained what he needed. "Alright guys, here's the plan. Teams Alpha and Bravo will head to my left along the fence until they reach the next 2 gates on that side. Alpha turns inward at the first gate. Bravo team continues to the next gate before coming in as well. Teams Charlie and Delta will do the same on my right. Your jobs will be to track down the teams from those gates and obtain their scroll if possible. I've given each clone enough chakra to create 10 more clones or use 5 B-rank Justu. Teams Echo and Foxtrot will be locating teams 8 and 10 and provide support for them. Foxes, I need you to help the squads locate teams. When a team has obtained a scroll, guide them back to Team 7's position while avoiding as much conflict as possible. Rigid, I want you with my team." The fox closest to Naruto nodded at this. "Fingrel," said Fox, raised his head an inch. "Team 8 is a tracking unit with a ninja dog. Lock onto its scent to find them easier." Seeing the fox nod, Naruto continued. "Use radios to maintain contact. We'll stick to our usual frequency. If you get out of range, use Shadow Clone Memory to update us if you discover anything the rest of us need to know about. Are there any questions?" Seeing everyone shake their heads, he nodded. "Scatter." In a flash, the squads took off, leaving only Team 7 and the last of the foxes, who went to stand beside Naruto. Turning to his teammates while unsealing a radio set, he said, "We're heading straight to the tower. We're going hard, and we're going fast. We encounter a team with a scroll, we hit them blitzkrieg style, grab their scroll, and keep going. Once at the tower, we wait for teams Alpha through Delta before going in. While waiting, we'll set up defensive traps around us to keep us safe. Any questions?" Seeing the two shake their heads, Naruto said, "Then take off your weights. Like I said, we're going for speed here. I'll use my chakra sensing as well as sense of smell to warn us of teams. Rigid here will be doing the same." Said Fox nodded his head before shrinking himself and hopping into one of Naruto's pockets so he could focus more on finding other teams in the area than where he was going. Sakura and Sasuke stared before snapping out of their stupor and disengaging the chakra weights Naruto had given them in wave. The team then shot off through the woods at high speeds. With Team 8. Team 8 was one of the lucky teams in that they got their other scroll rather quickly. A Leaf Vet team had tried sneaking up on them and had ended up falling into a trap set up by the team. Now the team was jumping from tree to tree on their way to the tower. Suddenly Kiba stiffened. Seeing this, Hinata activated her Byakugan while Shino asked, "What's wrong?" Kiba looked at him before turning back around and said, "I smell fox. And it's coming fast. Real fast." Hinata dropped her Byakugan just as 4 blurs came at them from a 30-degree angle behind them before bouncing off one of the trees the team was jumping from. The blurs turned into a squad of 3 Narutos with a fox keeping pace with them no problem. The clones each took a position ahead of the tracker team in a pyramid formation with the fox in the middle between the 2 clones in the wing positions. The clone in the lead turned around in the air and said, "We're going to be your escort to the tower. Our team's name is Foxtrot." As he was saying this, he shot off from the next branch without even looking. Kiba smirked and said, "Thanks, but I don't think we'll need it. We already have both scrolls." The clone just smirked as well and said, "All the more reason for us to escort you to the tower. If the other teams know you have both scrolls, they'll come after you, since no matter which scroll they already have, they get the other scroll as well as an extra they could use to bargain with." Kiba frowned, but didn't say anything more. Shino and Hinata simply nodded. The lead clone also nodded and flipped around in time to launch himself off the next branch facing forward. He then reached to his radio and set it from standby receive to active communication and said, "Team Foxtrot reporting. Located Team 8. Heading to tower now." The original Naruto's voice came from the radio. "Roger that, Foxtrot, good luck. We'll meet you at the tower." "Roger." Foxtrot, over and out. The 2 teams kept going for 10 minutes before all of the members of Foxtrot suddenly stiffened. Team 8 noticed this, and Shino asked what was wrong. The clones and Fox frowned, and the leader said, "We're coming up on that sand team the boss asked about. There's also another team close to them. We're going to have to go around them." Kiba snorted and said, "Why? If we know they're there, then why not take them in an ambush? We could get more scrolls and cut the competition that way." The clone turned around again and said, "The answer is simple. You guys are a tracking team. Those guys are more like the sand version of Team 7, which is a rapid response / heavy assault team. Even if you did ambush them, their youngest member could probably kill all 3 of you with that sandy controls. And that's not counting that other team out there. Can you honestly say you could leave a fight with 2 other teams without a scratch?" Kiba was about to respond to that before they got too close, and Akamaru started shivering and whining. Kiba frowned and asked, "What's wrong, boy?" The pup just whimpered some more before going deeper into Kiba's coat. Hinata asked, "What's wrong with Akamaru, Kiba?" Kiba frowned some more and said, "Akamaru has the ability to sense how strong people are. He says there is someone there who is absurdly strong." The clones heard this, and the one on the right looked back and said, "That's why we're avoiding them. If that guy takes us out, you guys are on your own. It's better to avoid battles if you don't think you can come out on top if you can." Kiba didn't say anything since he was too concerned with Akamaru, while Hinata and Shino remained silent as well. The lead clone turned around and changed course at the next branch, taking the 2 teams around the confrontation. With Team 10, Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji were currently hiding in the bushes as Niji was walking past. Turning to the bush, he said, "You can come out now? I know you're there." The team slowly came out of the bush, but before Ino could try and make a fool of herself by trying to get Niji to go for her looks, a voice called out from behind Team 10. "Leave them alone, Niji." Team 10 turned around and looked up where a squad of Naruto clones was standing on a branch with a fox sitting down at their feet. The squad and fox were looking down at Niji in a semi-relaxed stance, ready to rush him if they needed to. Niji just smirked and said with a smug look, "So the failure has come to protect the other failures." The clones all rose an eyebrow before the leader spoke up. "Whatever you say, Niji. Now, are you going to leave or are we going to have a fight?" Niji just scoffed and said, "I don't have time for failures like you." He then turned and jumped away into the trees. The clones frowned but didn't say anything. Ino, however, was pissed. But before she could say anything, Shikamaru put a hand on her shoulder before turning back to the squad and said, "Thanks for the assist." The leader nodded and said, "Don't mention it. By the way, do you guys have both scrolls yet?" Shikamaru shook his head and said, "Not yet. We still need a heaven scroll." The clones grinned while the one on the leader's left said, "Well then, I guess it's a good thing we took out that team of waterfall ninja on the way here. The guys never stood a chance when we blitzkrieged them on the way here." The leader tossed the scroll to them before setting his radio to general communication and said, "Team, Echo reporting. Team 10 found. Heading to the tower now." The original's voice came through the radio. "Roger that, Echo. Foxtrot's already inbound to the tower. Be careful out there. See you at the tower." "Roger." Echo over and out. Setting his radio back to standby receive, he looked back at Team 10 before saying, "Follow us." Echo Team took off in a pyramid formation with the fox in the middle, and Team 10 followed. Back with Team 7, Naruto had just got off the radio with Echo Team before Rijin suddenly jerked his head up and said, "We're coming up on a team. They seem pretty weak to me. Most likely Jinjusti users." Naruto frowned at that, wondering who was the idiot that thought an all-Jinjusta team would work out. Focusing his senses to the front of him, he picked up on the chakra signatures and agreed with Rijin. Calling over his shoulder, he said, "Sakura, Sasuke, get ready. We're about to get another scroll." Both rooks stiffened before listening to Naruto explain the plan. Meanwhile, a team of Mist Ninja was setting up traps for anyone unlucky enough to come their way. Finished setting up, they were about to activate a wide area Jinjustu when they found a foot in each of their faces. Team 7 kicked off the Mist Ninja back, flipping before landing on the ground, and shot back to the ninja, where they landed, punching them in the stomach with enough force to knock them out. After a quick search for the Mist Team's scroll, which was fortunately an Earth scroll, Team 7 kept going on to the tower. Later, Team 7 was currently 30 minutes out from the tower. They hadn't picked off any more teams, but that was just fine to Naruto. He had been getting that feeling again and just wanted to get to the tower as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to create a clone so he could get his team there even faster by piggybacking the other two, he sensed a very powerful wind just incoming. Eyes widening, Naruto quickly turned himself around in midair and pushed his teammates back to the branch they were just on. Sakura and Sasuke could only widen their eyes as the blast of wind hit Naruto and sent him flying out of sight. With Naruto, he was blasted a good 2 miles away from his teammates. Landing, he discovered multiple cuts along his body that were already healing. Frowning, he checked his pockets to find most of his scrolls were still intact. Thankfully, the two with the Heaven and Earth scrolls were among them. Rijin had jumped out when he had landed and shifted back to his regular size before checking himself as well. He only had a few minor cuts along his body. Looking up and back the way they came, the fox gave a low whistle at what he saw. Naruto, you may want to see this." Naruto looked up and gave a low whistle of his own. All of the trees at the level he was at before were turned to shreds. Cocking his head, Naruto said, "Good thing I'm a wind user. If I hadn't put that wind shield over us, we really would have been screwed. Glad I got Sakura and Sasuke out of the way of that. They wouldn't have stood a chance." While they were talking, an extremely large snake that had absolutely no right being outside of the restricted section was coming up behind them. Just before it launched itself at the two, Naruto and Rijin turned around and jumped backwards as far as they could to avoid it. Naruto's eyes widened before he said, "Rijin, get clear. I'm going pinball." Said fox nodded and shot off away from the snake, while Naruto wreathed himself in a full-body wind shield again. Only this one was a 5-foot shell covering everything, but right under his feet. The snake was about to strike again when Naruto said, "Ah, hell no. I did not get this far to be eaten by a snake." With that, he launched himself straight through the snake and came out on the other side. The snake hissed in pain, but Naruto wasn't done yet. He ricocheted off of the tree in front of him to other trees like a pinball going against the bouncers, constantly tearing through the snake. 15 seconds later, the snake crashed to the ground. Naruto disengaged his wind shield, but he and Rijin got the surprise of their lives when the snake suddenly disappeared in a poof of smoke. Rijin, who had just rejoined Naruto, cocked his head while Naruto frowned. "A summon? But I thought the only ones with a snake summons were Anko and Oro." Naruto's eyes widened as he suddenly felt a massive chakra presence. Father and son shared one thought. "You have got to be kidding me." Turning to where he felt the presence, he frowned when it came from where he was before. Turning to Rijin, he said, "Get back in, Rijin. We're going to have to move fast." Said fox nodded before once again shrinking back down and going into one of Naruto's pockets that hadn't been torn by the wind attack. While he was doing this, Naruto had turned on his radio and told Teams Alpha through Delta to head to Sakura and Sasuke's position as quickly as they could. Disengaging his weights once Rijin was in place, he shot off through the woods back to his teammates. Back with Sakura and Sasuke, both were panting real hard. The grass Genin that had shown up and later revealed himself to be Orochimaru had hit them hard and fast. Both of them knew that if they hadn't been hardcore trained by Naruto and Kakashi since they had first graduated, then they would have been dead right now. As it was, they were barely able to stay alive. And the worst part was that he was playing with them. Sakura and Sasuke were currently on a branch panting, while Orochimaru was standing across a 25-foot gap on a tree in front of them. All of a sudden his neck extended, and he bit Sasuke on the neck, who immediately began screaming in pain. As he was pulling his head back to his body, a half-foot wide concentrated white, hot stream of fire suddenly connected and traveled up the Sannin's body. Sakura and an even more gasping Sasuke found themselves to their relief looking at Naruto's back, and they could tell that he was not happy. In Naruto's mind, he could hear the Kyuubi growling up a storm from his anger at seeing the one who had killed his mate and kit. Surprisingly, though, he wasn't saying anything, just getting ready to give a hand if he needed to. The body of Orochimaru suddenly turned into mud as the real one came out from inside the tree. Looking at Naruto, he began chuckling before he said, "Coo coo coo. Looks like another mouse has come to play. But what can you do, I wonder? No matter, I've gotten what I came for." At this, Naruto gave a quick glance at Sasuke before frowning. Raising his voice, he shouted out to Orochimaru's confusion squads, Sound off. 7. Immediately after, from 4 different angles, shouts were heard. Alpha. Bravo. Charlie. Delta. Right after the shouts were made, 4 5-foot wide streams of white fire met each other on the tree. The Sannin was forming a wide X. Sakura and Sasuke stared at the tree, while Naruto watched with a frown on his face. When the fire was over, there was nothing left of the tree but ash and no sign of the snake user. Rigid and Naruto focused their senses as much as they could, while the 4 clone squads came up to them, but neither could find the Sannin. Right after the clones came into view, Sasuke gave one last scream while clutching his neck before dropping on the branch unconscious. Sakura screamed out, "Sasuke-kun," while trying to figure out what she should do to help him. Naruto and the clones frowned even more when they saw the mark on his neck. Turning to his squads, he said, "We need to get him to the tower ASAP. Form a 5-foot square box pyramid formation." The clones nodded while Naruto formed another clone. The clone put Sasuke on the original Naruto's back before telling Sakura to hop onto its back. Once Sakura was in position, the group shot off to the tower.